I will play the bumper, and then we have the Chubbs trifecta, the Chubb Media Network trifecta of shows coming at you. And then, actually, I need to look, because I have a really bad memory. So after that is Gayish at 4 p.m. and then Little Fatty Cast at 5, followed by Minority Report at 6, and then the closing show at 7, and then we all go home. So yeah, it's going to be a fun day. I needed to mow today while I was listening, and I could not because it's wet. And it's still raining, so I can't mow today while listening, unfortunately. Even though it really needs to be done. The backyard hasn't been mowed in 2 weeks, so... I stayed up super late last night. Well, because, I listened all the way through Donna Sugar's, and then we had a little snafu where the files were deleted for the bumpers, and so we had to get Auntie Scott on a Zoom call, and then we chatted for another hour. And so I got in bed super late, and I'm sleepy this morning. Mark said, "Why are your eyes puffy?" It's Pride48 puff. Oh, it's auto-playing. Okay, everyone, have a great day. I'm going to play the intro, and then we will get started.
Hi, lovies. I'm your Auntie Vera Charles, or your Auntie Scott, or Scott. We've been through this. And I hope you're ready for the final 6 podcasts for this year's July live. Hi, lovies. I'm your Auntie Vera Charles, or your Auntie Scott, or Scott. We've been through this. And I hope you're ready for the final 6 podcasts for this year's July live streaming event. Pride48 is a vibrant community offering free resources and podcast advocacy, I got it right, to the LGBT plus community. And we can't do it without you, the listeners. So support your favorite shows or check out a new one this afternoon. So let's get started, shall we?
As we're connecting. Hello, Tom.
Oh, are we on right now?
I believe so. Now, in a moment, somebody in the chat room will say, "Yes, we hear you."
Oh, thank God.
Yes. Okay. So we'll just make sure that yes, they do hear us before we start our amazing, fabulous Pride 48 live show. We have Jaina in the chat room. Isn't that lovely? Oh, here comes some... Oh, they hear us!
Oh, thank God.
Thank God. I feel like Horton and the Who.
Just start the show.
Okay. Well, anyway, we don't have a bumper for you to listen to, but we're going to start the show right now. Here we go. Okay. So, let's just imagine that music is played. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo.
Oh, Jesus, just start the fucking show.
All right. Hey, welcome to Chubb's Gone Wild, episode 455, recorded on July 31st, 2022, as part of the fabulous Pride 48 Live weekend. Yay, it's been quite a weekend. And guess what? It's the penultimate. There's only going to be one more of these.
That's what I hear.
I'm so sad. Very, very sad. Anyway, it is currently 88 degrees and partly cloudy outside the Chubb's Gone Wild remote studios, where it is 91 days till Halloween, 146 days until Christmas, and only 92 days until TJ Zombie Girl retires. Yeah. I listened to Greetings from Nowhere yesterday.
Yeah?
It was really fun to hear the girls.
I just can't believe that it's 91 days now.
I know, it's like...
It's been counting down really quickly.
Yeah, the more the closer we get, I swear it's going quicker. And then I'm just going to be like, it's already here, I'm so sad. Anyway, hello to everybody in the chat room and everyone that's listening live and didn't figure out how to get in the chat room. That's okay, we love you. Hello. No?
What?
I don't know. There was something I thought we were going to talk about, but we'll get there. Anyway, hey, Patreon offers a way for folks to support creators and receive rewards not on the general public, like special podcasts, videos, books, and more. And we want to thank our current patrons, Clint, Nephi, Nick, Digistar, Sage from the Universe, Eric, Sean, Charles, Brother Sinatus, Phoenix Dave, Kingsley, and Moose P. Please visit patreon.com/Matt Burlingame if you'd like to find out how to support us for as little as $1 a month. So, anything you want to add before we move on?
No. Well, we've only got an hour, so faster.
Well,
faster.
I didn't watch much this week, so we're good.
Oh,
I think
okay,
we're good.
okay. There we go.
Okay. Anyway, so talking about this day in history. On the morning of July 31st, 1975, James Riddle Hoffa.
Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. One of the most influential American labor leaders of the 20th century is officially reported missing. I wonder if he was in that building where all the murders are. Anyway, I don't know. All right.
Maybe in the basement.
Maybe, all right. Let's see. After he failed to return home the previous night, though he is popularly believed to have been a victim of a mafia hit, conclusive evidence was never found, and Hoffa's fate remains a mystery.
Bum, bum.
All right, well, let's see if we celebrated any accidental holidays today, or we accidentally celebrated the holidays. Today is National Avocado Day.
I will try my best to do that by the end of the day.
Oh, man, I would love to, but they're just priced out of my range right now.
Costco.
Really?
A bag of 5 or 6 for $5. And they're the big ones.
Okay, that's good, because I'll tell you, when I order them from Amazon or something, they're like the teeny tiny little... the pit's bigger than
you get more pit than you get meat, yes. I've seen those.
I've seen those, too.
Dirty shit.
It's also National Cotton Candy Day, and hello, R.C. Martinez in the chat room. We see you. I haven't had cotton candy. Yeah.
Well, the fair is going on right now. The
right.
state fair, and you didn't go, right?
No, God,
okay.
no.
I was thinking that Clint might drag your ass over there.
No, he has a family date, so he and his uncles and
it's horrible. It's horrible. It was the whole
especially
time
in the heat.
Well, the fair's been this last 2 weeks, and we've had this week's been a little cooler, in the mid upper 90s.
Right.
But the week before it was hundreds for the entire week.
Yeah.
And the week before that too.
Yeah. Not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's also Jump for Jelly Beans.
Okay, that's stupid.
Mutt Day. Oh, we love mutts. Love muddy puppies.
Oh,
Mutts.
puppies. I was
Yeah.
thinking something else. Okay.
Raspberry Cake Day.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that. Like a roll-ups, the raspberry.
Yeah,
and the cream.
I love it, but I don't want like big chunks of raspberries on top.
Oh, no, I just want the flavor.
I don't need fruit in my food.
I don't like the seeds on the raspberry and the blackberries.
Yeah.
I mean, when you use those in like a smoothie, and then you're just sucking seeds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, it's Reek Sunday.
I'm sorry.
It's Reek Sunday. I have no idea.
Oh, is that because people don't usually shower on Sundays?
I don't know. I'm just hoping it's not like some religious thing. And hi, RT Cruiser. Welcome. And we see you, Toppy. We see you. It's also Shredded Wheat Day. No, I don't have any of that.
Yeah.
Uncommon Instrument Awareness Day. Well, my instrument's uncommon, that's for sure. Also, World Ranger Day. Ranger?
I don't know.
I dated a guy named Ranger for like 5 seconds over the internet when I was young.
That's
and dumb.
not real.
I know it is too. It is.
It's like
don't knock out like one of the only 5-minute relationships I've had.
I've got all those friends on the internet. You are on WoW. They're not your friends.
Okay, so you're saying that in front of like half of my guild that's in
Yes,
this.
I am.
This.
Yes, I am.
That's not true. I met Lurie, who lives in back of us now.
That's true. That's true.
He was a WoW boy.
I just remember a certain husband of mine that would go, "Oh, I've got all these friends. Yeah, and last night you all told them to fuck off while you were drunk. Okay, yeah, that's not friends."
Oh, that one.
Curl.
I thought you were talking about your
only
curl one.
I only have one. Ever.
Oh, husband. That's
Yes.
true. Yeah, the other one was
you.
just.
I know. Just made me throw up a little bit. Okay.
All right, moving on. Today's affirmation. Oh shit, I forgot to. Okay. So Monday, July. Oh, I haven't done this since last week. This is Sunday. Deep breath in and release. Life created me to be fulfilled. I now release all expectations, and I know I am taken care of. I don't know.
Yeah, you can't throw that anywhere. So.
Yeah, okay. Yay, extra pages.
Okay.
All right. Also, we have some birthdays coming up. We have some birthdays today.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to...
Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom.
Yes,
both
Queen.
birthdays. And Bethany, our good friend Bethany.
Yes.
It's her birthday today.
Yes.
And Mark. It's his birthday as well.
Delicious Mark. I mean, lovely friend Mark. Yes.
Well, and sweet, kind, wonderful
Very,
Mark.
yeah.
So you just don't have to talk about his cum gutters.
Anyway, also, happy birthday to Adam Lee. Oh, that Farrell. Farrell was the From Pleased to Meet You podcast with that Christian Mechner, who we send love in the afterlife to. Also, Roder. Okay. Tom, author J.C. Haynes. We got Neil, author Max Alfonso. Shelley. L.D. Oh, no. Author L.D. Blakely. Penny. And we got some more coming up, including Tim Marcia Swayze girl. There's a name from the past.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Kyle. Casey. Oh, our friend Charlie.
Oh, yeah.
His birthday's coming up. Oh, God, he passed out again.
What's going to be like?
We just get him some edibles and he'll be fine. He won't. We'll just tell him we celebrated big. We went to Vegas. You just don't remember. All right. Dara, Baz, Robbie, Stens, Kevin, Joshua, Brandon. Lots of people here. David, Don, Paul. What were parents doing? Jeez. Martinez, Bradley.
Winter just started.
Oh, that's true. Okay, now I get it.
Yeah, that's why August is always packed.
We got performer Barry Rockland. Yes, so Barry, he's great. He does a cruise circuit. It's awesome. He'll be in a Vera Scott anti-Scott video soon, I'm sure. We also have author Gail Pittman. And Casey and James. Happy birthday, all you people. Oh, and RC says it's Grizzly's birthday on Animal Crossing. I don't understand any of but we're going to just move on anyway. All right.
Any feedback?
Feedback? What?
That's the next.
What? Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. We do have a voicemail from Kathy Bacon, but I do not have what it takes to do it live, so we're going to put that on the next podcast that we do so that we can respond to it properly. But it was a wonderful voicemail, and thank you so much, Kathy Bacon, for trying to save our call-in line. That was really awesome. Also, we want to send some chub hugs out. I'll let you do the first one because you mentioned it first.
It's not listed anymore.
Oh, it's right here. Oh, it was Moose.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Moose P.
Yeah.
See, now you're making me do the voice. He's just got COVID.
Yes.
And he's not feeling well.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Moose.
I know. It's like everyone's getting COVID again.
Oh my God! Yeah. Yes, there's so many I can't keep track.
I'm starting to lose track too.
Yeah.
And we've got people who've gotten it more than once, including the president.
Yeah.
Because when Sean and I got it, he tested after 6 days. He still was testing positive. So we don't know what happened there.
Nephi just got over it, and then a friend of his who had visited him when he was infectious got it, and so is kind of laying low at his place so he doesn't spread it to his family.
Right.
So, also, another one, Jose, who I just mentioned. Jose, I hope you feel better. Gary, whose apartment complex just caught fire like in the last week or so.
That's scary.
I know. It's.
I don't like fire.
It's scary, so hope that works out okay. Ed, formerly of the Fifth Cell About Me podcast, his mom passed away and had to go through the service and everything. It was really rough. And also our friend Derek, he is a musician, but I'm not going to put out his last name right now because I don't know. But his mom is diagnosed with cancer, so yeah. Kind of going through all that. And then finally, some good for me. My friend Shafina, who is like a sister to me, and her kids call me Uncle Matt. Uncle Matt. She and her husband and family were deployed to Jerusalem. So that I get to see all the stuff, like their experiences that they post and stuff like that. So it's really kind of neat. But anyway, so good stuff for them. How about you, other than Moose? What you got? Anything?
What? It's not enough?
Well, Moose is more than enough.
Thank you.
And he still managed to send in some stuff.
He's
just such a doll. Oh, yeah. And Toppy in the chat room says, feel better soon, Moose. All right, what we got here? Okay, so we did want to do a touch on monkeypox. Don't forget that it is out there. It is spreading like wildfire, and it is really affecting our community all over the world. It's affecting more than that. One of the things that kind of pissed me off, though, thousands of gay men are coming down with this shit, and they're just like, oh, we'll give you a vaccine clinic. That'll help. 2 fucking kids get it. Now, not knocking that the kids get it, that sucks. But 2 kids get it. Suddenly, the WHO declares a global emergency. Anyway.
At least they're consistent.
Yeah, pretty much. Where's Reagan? Anyway, it is out there. I was reading some of the stuff, and we're going to talk a little bit about this on the next show, the Gay Sex Show. But there were guys that were coming on Twitter and talking about and showing pictures of it, and they were saying that it gets you all over, including like in your butt, in your penis. It says every time they go to the bathroom, it feels like they're either pissing or shitting needles. Their face is just like their chins and stuff are just all fucked up from the pox marks,
and it can leave scarring.
Yeah, and I mean, they said it's some of the worst pain they've ever experienced in their life.
Well, and the other thing is that they keep they kept going, well, it's for men who have sex with men, and it's like, so it made it sound like it was a sexually transmitted disease.
Exactly, yeah.
It is not a sexually transmitted disease.
Right.
You can get it for doing your laundry.
It can last for 17 days on a jacket or a piece of fabric. It is scary shit.
And that includes doorknobs. It includes keyboards. Just so.
And if you had a smallpox vaccine, you do have some immunity, but get yourself a fucking vaccine shot. Even if you're not, because that's the thing is that they were pushing, especially here, if you're sexually active, they were like doing it in the sex clubs and blah blah blah. But just if you're out around people regularly,
if you go to the bars, if you're if you go to any bars, whether it's gay or straight, the fact is it's a surface thing, it's a droplet thing. It's not, you don't have to suck somebody's dick to get it.
No, but you do have to suck somebody's dick if you want to get some money. Anyway, oh wait, that's a different show. All right, well, queer headlines. Oh, I missed that. Yeah. Okay, Call Me By His Name, Lil Nas X has become a queer icon in Nigeria.
Good for him.
That is, especially for African countries that are so repressed. Oppressed.
Yeah, like kill them.
Yeah, literally. Do you know that in my DNA testing, Nigeria and Ghana are the two countries that I have connections to. And here we go. We're going to have to close the door. Studio dog. Stupid studio dog. Oh, we love her. We absolutely love her. But, man, she needs to learn how to shut up. It's a good thing she's on CBD. Oh, you should have brought something for her. A little edible.
No.
All right. Okay, Beyonce thanks her gay uncle in the new album Renaissance liner notes. The singer has been outspoken about her uncle who has HIV, who is HIV positive. It says was. Didn't get over it. Many times through her career. Also, county clerk candidate promises to deny gay couples marriage license if elected, brushing off the inevitable lawsuits as the natural consequences of his position.
Well, they're doing that so they can take that to the Supreme Court.
Exactly. Like
this is just one of those things where you have to do one thing first, and then it moves to the next court, and the next court, the next court, and then they can overturn it at the Supreme Court level. So this is all just bullshit that they're pulling. So.
Yep. And do you remember the name of the county clerk who did this before?
No.
That's right. None of us do, bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. That was out loud. I meant that from my inside voice. Anyway, the guy says that the Constitution requires county clerks to ignore the constitutional rights of LGBTQ people. And, we have a sweet picture in the chat room of, Bear and Karada. I'm going to fuck up the name, I know. This morning at the a wildlife park. I'm just going to go with that. Very sweet photo. Thank you for sharing that. What we got here? County clerk who did that. Okay, Michigan Supreme Court rules that anti-LGBTQ discrimination is illegal in a historic victory. So, yay, Michigan.
Well, and the other thing that's interesting is now that their Manchin says he's going to vote for the thing. The Republicans are pissed because they don't want to have Joe Biden have a bunch of wins under his belt. So Susan Collins said, she's hearing a rumbling from the other side, the GOP side, that if they try to do a vote on the gay and lesbian, marriage rights, that the Republicans are probably going to vote it down.
Right. And you know what? It sucks all the way around, but I think saving the earth is a really important thing to do. So if the fucker actually, grows some balls and helps save the earth,
Well, yeah.
That would be good.
But, what makes me mad is that the GOP, what's wrong with a win? Who cares if it's
I don't know.
for Biden?
I really, exactly.
Whatever happened, what's best for the people.
Right.
I guess that doesn't matter.
No, because I really think that the GOP, like, whenever they watch, what is it? Armageddon movies and post-apocalyptic movies, they think, oh, that's so cool. And then they think, what disappointing endings that the good guy actually won. I mean, is it horror movies to them when good people win? Well, I just don't understand.
I mean, what I don't understand is when you watch Star Wars, you're not rooting for Darth Vader to win. You're rooting for Darth Vader to lose, I guess, unless you're GOP.
Right, exactly. The GOP are like, oh,
whatever happened to the bad
disappointment.
Guy always loses.
Yeah, that's probably why they like The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, that's their favorite of them.
Right. Let's see. And now Tom wants to talk to you about.
Okay, well, I'm going to do I'm not doing a big one because I'm be doing this all again in 2 hours, so I don't want to give too much away. I will say that if you're watching So You Think You Can Dance this season, you can see who the judges' favorites are. And they really are influencing the audience that's voting for it because they're not doing it on a national level. They're just doing it on the studio audiences voting. So it's starting to look pretty obvious where this is going to all go. I was really sad we lost our guy this week, Bo. He was the chubby dancer who could do everything everybody else could do. And I just watch him and I look at him and I go, okay, what I love about him is he can dance, he's funny, if he can sing and act, he will work on Broadway for years. Because every show has a fat guy. They need a fat guy that can dance in it, whether it's Funny Thing Happened with the Form, or How to Succeed in Business Without Trying, or Hello Dolly. They all have fat characters in there that they would love to actually have a heavy man in there that can dance.
Right.
So, and it's usually a comedy part. It'll be great. So on RuPaul's Drag Race, All Stars Season 7 just completed. Have you heard all the things about it? Okay.
No.
Well, it was the lip sync Lollapalooza, and so they just pitted all the girls against each other, and then at the end, the bottom four got to go for $50,000, and Raja, who was Season 3's winner, ended up winning that.
Oh,
which
wow.
is great because Raja, this has been such a great experience for her. Because she's basically, I mean, other than what working she's doing, she's got a whole new audience now.
Right.
That's going to invest time in learning about her and then going and seeing her. So this is great. And then the winner, the queen of the world, ended up being Jinx Monsoon.
I'm not surprised.
And after the lip sync, because the lip syncs were all pretty
mundane.
They just weren't. Usually they're you think they had something planned or
that's what I always think. And somebody always rips off their wig, and then they tell you, "Don't rip off your wig," or
you rip
do
off
the
your
splits,
wig, you have a wig under it. So that's the rule, which one of the girls actually did.
I saw.
So anyway, but. As we're watching it, we're going, oh, I don't know who's going to win this. And then Ru says, well, this, judging you on this performance and the entire season, and then we go, okay, Jinx is going to win. Because Jinx ended up winning. She won the most weeks contests. She had 4 legendary legend stars that she actually earned. She didn't get all of a sudden 4 popped up for her. That was because that last thing they were. That last one where they threw 3 stars out at the winners was really interesting. But anyway, best season ever, without question. And what I keep telling people is it's just you watch the season and all of a sudden, you're not you're rooting for people, but by the end of the season, you love everybody. And they didn't fight and they weren't backstabbing. They were just every week they had a new contest and they. you got to see they grew in their talent. You can see that this is going to, everybody's going to benefit from the show. All eight queens, really good. Finished The Flight Attendant, and this is over on HBO. This is season 2. I hope they don't do any more. It just kind of petered out at the end. It felt very 70s, like they wanted to give it I mean, they tied up everything pretty well in it, but it was lackluster. Especially the last episode, very lackluster. Are you going to talk about Orville?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll wait on that. Evil this week. It was kind of interesting because they finally are getting back to a storyline about how these evil people, well, demons, let's share like that, are they worked a fertility clinic, and with the fertility clinic, what they've done is they're basically using I don't know, demon semen. Great. And so they're building an army of these children that are going to have evil in them. So it's not, they don't have to turn them to take over the houses of New York of evil that they've kind of got a map for. It's really it's just a fun show. It's a fun show.
And but that's where the Charm Sisters pop in.
But that's where they've been going. And then the psychiatrist that's on the show, he had met up with a demon, and now he wants to write a book about spirituality and what's going on. And so the one nun goes, "You want to learn about the church?" And she hands him a bunch of flyers. That's what you're going to find out about the church. But Leland, who's the bad guy on the show, he says, if you want to help with your writing, I can help you out. And he gives him this thing that helps him write. But he goes, "I wrote 10 pages. It's like somebody else was using my hand to write." And it's like, well, there was. It's a demon. But it's every Sunday they drop a new episode on Paramount Plus. It's such a good show. Yeah. Let's see, Big Brother this week. I'm finding that I'm actually breaking all the people apart because I don't have a Big Brother boyfriend on the show. Usually I have a summer Big Brother boyfriend, and it's just, there's no one. But I'm starting to part out people. Like, I like the shoulders or the arms on this one guy, and then on another guy I like his hair on another guy. It's like a Frankenstein thing. It's just wrong. But it's finally starting to get a little better as far as the first couple of weeks were just like, I hope all these people die.
Oh,
it's just they were horrible people.
What show?
Big Brother.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah,
but it's there's I'm starting to warm up.
I saw something about some woman that keeps getting hurt, and they're just like, "Would you take her out already?"
Well, no, she doesn't get hurt. Everyone jumps her shit constantly. I don't know if they say she's saying the wrong thing. Like, one girl was upset, and she thought it was because her mom's been sick. And so she goes, "Well, look, don't think of me. You got to do whatever you want to do." And the girl thought that meant, "What, you think I'm going to quit? You throw that out at me? You're gonna?" And it's like, I don't think that was her point. And then everyone starts jumping on her shit again, and it's like, that's where people are. They're going, "Why are they picking on this poor girl?" I mean, she did come in there a little heavy-handed, but still, it feels mean. So that's where the stuff's coming in. Let's see. Now, are you watching The Bachelorette?
No, I have it in my queue to at least look at the guys.
Well, do it on Hulu so you don't have to mess with commercials.
Good. Okay.
But this last episode was so much fun. Well, it wasn't. It's horrible, but fun.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happened was they had the two bachelorettes, and they kind of told the men that we need to kind of feel out who's interested in who, because Gabby went out on, she's kind of hanging out with the guys, and most of them are ignoring her, right? Because they're interested in Rachel. So she was talking to one guy, and he goes, well, I just want to let you know that I am interested. I mean, I love you. I think you're a great person, but I'm really interested in Rachel. Well, she had 3 guys that night do that. So she was in tears, and Rachel's going, what's wrong? What's wrong? Well, I had 3 guys that did this, and it was terrible and horrible. And she's like, do you want me to handle this? And she goes, no. We just... So they figured that they really need a separation. So at the rose ceremony, they each got the same amount of roses. Well, they split the number of people they want. And so what happened was Rachel asked 3 guys, and they said, oh, I'm here for Gabby. And so she's in tears now. And and Gabby's going, I know, this is what it felt like for me last night. And so they ended up, if they refused the rose, then they threw it away. That rose isn't here anymore. So that meant more guys left. 3 extra guys left because of that. Because they didn't cross over. So it was very interesting episode. But it was just, there were so many tears. It was such drama. It was great. You would have really enjoyed it.
Sounds like it. I'm like with all those guys, and you're having whatever. Yeah.
Let's see. Now wait for that. Oh, there's a new show on Discovery Plus. It's called Conjuring Kasha.
Oh yeah.
And I'm watching this kind of with one of our listeners, and we're having a good time with it. He says it's the best thing that's come along in this genre since it was the 2 famous girls. Paris Hilton.
Oh, yeah, Paris and Nicole Richie.
Yes, and they went around being milkmaids. And
I watched a couple episodes of that. Those little spoiled ass. Oh my gosh.
Well, this is kind of the same way, because what she does is she always brings in one of her friends on whatever the ghost hunt. Last week it was they went out looking for Bigfoot. This week they're at a men's society, one of those secret society, and they're finding out about this one particular place that the society's at, and if it's haunted and what's going on. But it's just silly fun goodness. It's worth giving a look, but you got to watch it tongue in cheek.
Okay.
Because I'll tell you, when Kesha, when she was talking to the crazy people at Mount Shasta about Bigfoot, and she heard that they were all, none of them were from there, they all were chosen by the mountain. She was so jealous. She wanted to be chosen by that mountain. You just knew she was like, and at the end of the episode, she goes, Mount Shasta, not done yet for me. And I'm like, that's right, because you got to come back and have the mountain choose you.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
She's fun.
Let's see. This week on High School Musical, the series, Season 3, Summer Camp, Episode 1, Happy Camper. Okay, so what happens is they split up some of the people, like Olivia Rodrigo. She's famous, famous now. So she was on the first episode, but she's not going to the summer camp with the rest of them. So they kind of, those that can't go, they're going somewhere else that we probably will never see.
Okay.
And the rest are going to summer camp. So when they get to summer camp, and it's kind of a theatrical summer camp, and then Corbin Bleu from High School Musical, the musical.
Oh.
The movie.
Okay.
He shows up, and he's going, well, the big thing that's happening this summer is that we're going to that Disney Plus, which is hilarious that they're ringing their own bell. Disney Plus has now, they want you to do Frozen 2 in the version that will be available to schools this fall. They want you to be the first group that does it. And I'm like, oh my God, this is like product placement on top of product placement. And then telling all the schools, hey, this is available. You want to do it? Because, they always break those things down to be more not kid friendly, but shorter. They anyway, so that's what they basic storyline was, and so it's like this is going to be.
I wonder who's playing Olaf.
Anyway, so it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it, and there's a bunch of new kids that they've introduced that are also at the camp.
Nice.
So, yeah. Let's see. Oh, the big one right now. Oh my God, we're watching Alone on Hulu. Have you seen this?
Alone? No.
Of course you haven't.
Mm-mm.
And it's like season 7 or season 8 is available. We started with season 1. Okay, Alone is about these men who have they've got 10 guys, and they put them in the Pacific Northwest up above Vancouver on one of those islands, and they put them in different places. This is a real survivor thing. They've got 10 items that they can bring, which includes like tarps and sleeping bags and whatever, and they put them up there, and they have to survive. And the first night, one guy had 3 bears outside of his tent. And there's mountain lions and cougars there, and wolves are howling in the distance. It's a real survivor show. It's really fun. I've been enjoying it. By episode 4, I think, or 5, they're down to like 4 people, because it's like you have 4 bears outside your tent. It's like 3 bears. It's like fuck this.
No, not unless they were like.
Unless I'm at Guerneville, I don't want 4 bears outside my tent.
Yeah.
So good things there. Okay, leave me alone. We started watching Glee from the beginning, and this yesterday. Yesterday we watched, it was the Rocky Horror episode.
Oh yeah.
And
John Stamos.
Well, but that's when Sam is in the Rocky gold shorts.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my God, because he was always my favorite.
He's adorable.
Yeah, and so. And then it's like we stopped, once we finished. The next episode that came up was the one where they first introduced Blaine, the Darren Criss character. So that's where the Warblers sang Teenage Dream, which I loved. And so that was really good. So then we went and watched other stuff, and then it's like we knew the next episode was the one where Gwyneth Paltrow comes in as the substitute teacher.
Loved her.
So we ended up watching 3 episodes yesterday. It was crazy. Just crazy. But we're totally enjoying the show. Surprising. I mean, they have more guest stars than Love Boat ever did.
Uh-huh.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And then I'll leave the rest for Swan and Judd.
Okay.
But let's move on.
All right. Well, let's see. Real quick from the chat room, I asked them what they're watching. And we have RT Cruiser says he's watching Mom.
Okay.
It's a good series. Michael Sage says he's watching The Bear on Hulu. Absolutely amazing.
Good show.
Wheel of Time on Amazon, which is pretty good. My mom's watched that like 3 or 4 times now.
I couldn't get into it.
He says it's a little confusing. It really is. I was confused.
They all are.
Well,
confusing.
you were watching that and Witcher at the same time.
Oh, that was
terrible.
So that was a nightmare.
Like, where's the guy with the white hair? He also says Evil is pretty fun. Loot on Apple TV.
Yeah, that's fun.
And season 2 of Only Murders in the Building shaping up good. Shayna's watching Murders, and also rewatching Umbrella Academy, which is cool. Toppy's been watching season 2 of a Netflix series called Magic for Humans. I have heard of that. Excuse me. It's akin to Street Magic. And then Michael Sage said that sounds good. All right. Well, for me, this week I've been dealing with ants. The ants have decided to come in. Oh. They have found a way in to the kitchen.
We them too.
And they are driving me nuts because I hate killing things. I really, really do. But I've had to, all day yesterday, every time I went out there was more, and I even, found kind of where they were coming from and put, the wax and this glue and, to make sure it was stopped up, and, there's another little hole where they were coming from, so they've been vinegared and...
bleached.
Bleached and vinegared.
Yeah.
I hate it. Uncles, too. So I've been dealing with that. I have watched seasons 2 through 4 of The Expanse. Okay. It's really good. It's actually gotten better as it's gone on. Season 2 was kind of okay, where are you going? And then season 3 took a whole different fucking turn, and I just started season 4, and season 4 is okay, now we're off into another thing. So the show is kind of evolving, so it's not getting stale. Like every season is just kind of off in another direction, but still consistent with where it started. So with that, it's really good. It's really, really good show. And then, of course, the Orville. You told me to watch the last 2 episodes. So last night, I actually had to turn off Pride48 for a little bit and then go watch the shows. And wow, I wasn't even doing other stuff during it. I was just sitting like riveted, staring at the screen during the whole thing. It was just, they're so good.
Yeah, well, but yeah, I found especially because I just watched the last episode, and that's where they've developed a weapon that can totally wipe out an entire race. And the question is, even though they're the bad guys,
right?
Do we do that? And when the other bad guy, there's just all this going back and forth. We're really getting to see a different. It's
serious dynamics.
Yeah, it really is, and I'm enjoying it for that. But then the whole Orville has been. The whole 3rd season has been really, really good.
It has, and it's been intense. It's been really well done. They're not leaving lots of plot holes. The one thing that threw me, though, I'll tell you, is when they were trying to get that information out of one of the characters and were seriously smacking the heck out of that character.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, OMG, you just took this to a whole new level, and he deserved what he got. But anyway, I don't want to give any spoilers away, even though it was over a week ago.
Yeah.
So definitely, I don't care if you were somebody that's like, I don't like it because it's not as funny anymore, Brian. Whatever. It is a fucking good show. So I'm really, really enjoying it. Hey, since I didn't do too much, and we are about to go into the rest of our wrap-up here, but I did want to mention one thing real quick. Mr. Michael Sage chimed in on the monkeypox thing and said in Spain, a doctor was that he spotted a person infected with monkeypox on an underground train and told him he needs to isolate immediately, and they responded by saying they don't have to do that because their doctor told them that monkeypox is gay only.
Yeah.
Yep. So, fuck you, Spain. No,
it's just another bullshit thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jana says that she's interested in the Orville, but I don't think I have the streaming service to see it.
It's on Hulu, Jana.
It's on Hulu, Jana. God. If you can watch Murderers, you can watch that. Anyway. But, okay. Hey, we want to remind you to be loud, be proud, be too much. Hey, be you. Fat Marker Clothing wants those of us who've been told that we're too much of something to turn those negatives into positives. And you can do that by using the code FMWildChub, Chubbs listeners, to get 20% off anything while ordering over at fatmarkerclothing.com. Well, hey, let's, I think we got time. Let's go ahead and find out, is this person the asshole? I don't know at the time, but it really offended my I didn't know at the time, but I really offended my poor coworker of mine so much that she... Wait a minute. Let me make sure that we're... Okay, we're starting out here. Okay. About 2 weeks ago, me and my other coworker were talking about the topic of chocolate milk, and, well, she's one of the 10% of Americans who that actually believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows. Ugh. Apparently, someone commented that... Oh, don't need to hear that. Okay, I admit I guffawed a bit, but to which she took offense to. But I ended up apologizing, but telling her that I actually thought she was a bit silly and told her chocolate milk is actually just regular milk with chocolate syrup. To which she got defensive and said that she didn't believe me. So I asked her if I can show her proof that she's wrong, and she dared me to do so. So I brought regular milk and chocolate syrup from a nearby store during my lunch, mixed it up, and gave it to her to drink. She ended up drinking it and then left in a huff. And apparently just told our shift manager that she was leaving for the day because she felt attacked by me. and demands that she needed a mental day. To which the shift manager didn't approve of, but she left anyway, so whatever. But apparently this whole thing got everyone else's attention because my coworker made such a big scene about it that it apparently attracted enough attention that my store manager had to personally call me into his office and tell me about what happened that day. Oh, yeah. Okay, close. Next slide, please. I didn't know at the time, but I really offended that poor coworker of mine so much that she told my store manager how she couldn't work with me anymore and even reported me to HR for discriminating against her beliefs. And that I apparently caused enough mental damage that she couldn't even go back to work due to how much I humiliated her over chocolate milk. My store manager even wrote me up and warned me that the next time I acted in such an offensive manner like that, I would be fired. I mean, I'm already quitting and starting a new job anyway, but I'm worried about whether or not I'm actually the asshole for this and if I should be more careful with my next job. Let's see. Edit. I ended up adding a fact. Oh, yeah. Big deal. Anyway, so the question is she an asshole for telling this person that chocolate milk does not come from brown cows?
Well,
is she a Trumpist?
See, I worked under, in HR before, so I understand this. And what it's come down to is you cannot question someone's beliefs, and if you go out of your way to make them, the girl can do what she wants. The brown cow one. Yeah. She can say whatever she wants, and if you, because the person, whoever it was, she did humiliate her. And that's how it's going to be looked at, and so it's gotten to the point of where just shut up and do your job. You cannot. It's so hard these days to go into work. It's like even when I was working my remote job, it was you didn't know what you could not say because I was working with a bunch of young people, and so I was on eggshells the whole time because. Look, I didn't even want them to look at our podcasts because I was afraid they listen to it and they get offended.
Well, some of the things that you've said,
right?
Yeah,
but you know what I'm saying.
Yes, no, I totally get.
You just got to be. You got to be really careful with jobs.
You do. It's like I remember when I have clients and stuff, and they're like, "Oh, I heard you podcast. What do you podcast?" Oh, Chubb's Gone Wild and Big Gay Sex Show. So I usually just say, it's called Mix Minus. Go look it up.
We're talking about the question.
I know, but anyway, point being,
what do you think?
I don't think she's the asshole, but I'm logical. I probably would have just. I would have. I don't think I would have gone out to show her, but I probably would have said that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I would have just agreed with her, and maybe I would. Humiliate her without her knowing it, but I would not. You just can't anymore. You can't say anything. I know people who are upset cows. Because you say they look nice, and then they go, "Oh, well, I didn't look nice before." And there's people that actually get offended by you saying. So I just say nothing to nobody anymore.
Right. So I actually did see something about how do you milk strawberries for the strawberry milk, but I just thought it was a joke. Anyway. Let's see. RT Cruiser says, stupid people need to be pointed out, and so they stay away from others. Michael Sage says, I don't care what job she's doing at whatever factory, fire her now before she gets somebody killed. And then Jana says, kind of the asshole. And Toppy just LOL'd and everything. All right. Well, that's a very interesting thing, but we do have about 2 minutes left. Let's go ahead and... Hey, Tom, Hey, Chubbs, who is your favorite RuPaul queen?
It's always been Jinx Monsoon, even when she won before.
Yeah.
Ever since Little Edie, when she did Little Edie for Snatch Game, I've loved her.
I do have a big, strong affection for Jinx, but and I also Bianca Del Rio is another one of my favorites, and I liked Raja quite a bit too. But I think probably my favorite is Alyssa Edwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
the whole back rolls thing.
They're all really not just talented, but they've got just wonderful personalities, and so.
Yeah. And then, hey Chubbs, are you overly controlling?
Probably.
Yeah, you are. No, actually, I think and depending on what it is, I am.
I mean, sure. I mean, a lot of times I don't give a shit. And if I don't give a shit, then you do whatever you want, and I'm fine.
Yeah.
But when it's something that's important to me, I am definitely controlling.
Right, and that's actually like when I know that when it comes to my parents and parent now, and when they do things and everything, I'm very like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? I'm like, please be safe. I will watch you as you go down the stairs. I get really controlling over that. Okay, hey Tom, take a guess. You shouldn't look. Okay, what is the most expensive pizza? Well, I shouldn't say what is it. I'd say how expensive.
Well, I know that there's a gold leaf pizza somewhere, and it's like $10,000. It's something ridiculous.
Okay, I don't think this one's gold leaf, but it's $12,000. The Louis VIII pizza, no, 13th. Yeah, that's a 10. So. The Louis XIII pizza from Salerno costs $12,000. It takes 72 hours to make. The pizza is topped with all 3 types of caviar, organic buffalo mozzarella, and 7 other cheese varieties, including Australian pink salt from the Murray River, prawns from Salento, mantis shrimp and lobster, Remy Martin cognac Louis XIII, and a bottle of vintage 1995 Krug Glace du Minznil champagne are your accompaniments. Yeah, interesting.
Sounds yummy.
It sounds horrible.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't like caviar.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just all the seafood pizza just does not sound attractive to me. So, all right, what we got here? All right, well, let's see what's in your lunchbox. Mr. Michael Sage, who is in the chat room, yum, wrote in, and he sent us a picture. Look at that! Isn't that a beautiful meatloaf?
Yes.
Your answer is yes.
Yes.
No, it is an impossible meatloaf.
Oh, really? Okay.
So that is fake meat because he is a vegetarian.
Well, I'm shocked at what they can do with this.
Yeah.
Fake stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I look at that and I'm just like, give me a piece.
Yeah.
Give me a slice of that. Hey, Phoenix Dave wrote in and he sent some pictures of his meals. Some grits and eggs with sausage prepared by trusty inmates at Louisiana State Penitentiary. Well, that's very interesting. Okay. Not going to ask. Good food and an amazing price. Only $2.50. Can't beat that. Then we have, the Dinner of Champions vodka and Diet Coke. It's Friday night and Pride48 party.
Oh, that's mine.
I know. That's your everything.
I love it.
And then we have Nestle Toll House cookies that were sent in, and those look yummy.
They weren't sent in to us.
I know.
That's where we don't need a picture. We need a box.
Right. And yes, Mr. Michael Sage, I did call you a vegetarian.
Ew.
Well, anyway, he's not.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Moose wrote in and shared some fabulous pictures, even though he is not feeling that well. And ordered shredded beef at Chinese restaurant. Sauce was a little strong with 5 spice, so won't order again. By the way, y'all can go over to facebook.com/ChubsGoneWild, and you can look at these photos. They are up now for you. And then we took a morning walk, got up at 6 trying to beat the heat. Still 80 degrees. 80 degrees, he thinks that's hot. Air so humid, it feels thick into my lungs. Girl, it's the COVID.
He just got up and it's 80 degrees.
I know. Oh, that's... No.
And humid. So the humidity right now back east is wiping people out because it doesn't, you can't breathe, and it also just, you're so tired. I just want to sleep, but you don't sleep because you just get wet.
Yeah?
It's gross.
No, it's awful. Did 2 miles, and when I got home was not just sweaty but hungry. Couldn't face real food, but spotted watermelon in the fridge. Perfect breakfast, ice cold and sweet as honey. Then went to Big Fatty's grocery store.
Publix. Hearing about this, yeah.
Sorry, Vaughn's East. And bought a key lime pie for dessert tonight. I fucking love key lime pie.
Yeah.
The grocery store is based in Florida, but knows how to make a key lime pie. Now, in the chat room, we have Toppy Smelly said leftover meatloaf sandwiches. Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, you sear them really quickly, and then you serve them on bread with mayo and cheese. It's really good.
See, I'm getting to the point where I'm getting ready to ditch cheese on sandwiches, but I'll tell you,
it's melted because you seared it.
I'm telling you, meatloaf sandwiches are, yeah.
By the way, Sean came home from Costco yesterday and says, I was thinking, I almost picked up a key lime pie, but I figured that was going to be too much. And I'm like, why would you even tell me that?
It's never too much. And then Bear said the line of people waiting... Oh, sent a picture. The line of people waiting for noodle soup at the Viennese restaurant is called a faux queue. All right. Well, hey, we got about 3 minutes of Chubb's Love left, and then we move on into the Big Gay Sex Show. And we have a Ouija in the house. Womp womp. But, so, I guess we should do our closing little things, though, right?
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Oh, I moved it.
Yeah, I don't know why you just...
I don't know. Hey, citizen... Did I not get anything over? Oh, God. Okay, we're still connected. Yes, we're good. Okay. Hey, send us... email at chubsgonewild.com. Leave us a comment, chubsgonewild.com. Like us on Facebook, facebook.com/chubsgonewild. You can go over to YouTube and watch our videos there, although this one you're not going to see anything. But that's at YouTube. Just check out Chubs Gone Wild. Please consider becoming a patron of the show at patreon.com/FatBurlingGame. And find Tom's movie and TV reviews over at swannerandjudd.com. And find their podcast in iTunes or on iHeartRadio, or just wait an hour and you're going to hear them live on Pride48.com. And check out more about my books over at justkisstheguy.com and my other podcast, The Big Gay Sex Show, which is starting in less than 2 minutes. Yay! And give us a call at
408-69-CHUBS.
God, that was good. That was deep, just like I like to... Oh, we'll save that for the next show.
Ew.
Anyway.
Okay.
Any other?
No.
Anything else? Thank you to Daniel and Adam and all the people that planned all this, and all the room moderators and everybody in the chat room that joined in and sent their love. Foe is pronounced fug.
Okay.
Yeah. Foe. Q. Anyway, but yeah, it's been a great weekend. You know what? All the saddest thing that happened though was that Seder actually was supposed to do the last Seder Sphere last night live, and got stuck at rehearsal, the rehearsal from hell, And so he wasn't even able to show up until like an hour, like, I don't know, 20 minutes after his show ended.
Right.
So it was really sad. Yeah. So that sucked. We're sorry, Seder. But, all right. Well, I'm just waiting for that little thing to click over. And it's going to, at some point, just very soon, and then we'll start the Big Gay Sex Show. And then we'll talk about big balls.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Oh, and there we go. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Big Gay Sex Show. It's time for the host to switch places. In the meantime, I will go on and, let's see, sit down all the way on it. Oh, yes.
Janet, time to leave the room.
Why? She might learn something.
Stop it.
What? Come on. Women should know about gay sex. After all... No, I'm not going to go there. Hey, Ouija.
Hello.
How are you?
I am good.
Michael Sage says I murderized that "fuck you" joke. But, yeah.
Huh. Okay. A little before my time.
Fuck you joke. Anyway. All right, hey, welcome to the Big Gay Sex Show. The Daddy Ears, the twice-a-month podcast that tells you everything you ever want to know about gay sex.
And everything you still don't.
I'm Matt.
And I'm Ouija, the spaciest spooger in all of Spoogeverse. Oh
It's
my
so
God.
true. He spooges all over the place.
Yeah,
Anyway,
spacey.
so before we get into stuff and do our intro stuff, how are you? What's going on?
I am good.
Are you?
I am.
I've heard
Yes.
from many.
I'm a little tired though.
Yeah?
But
I've heard from many.
oh my goodness. He's on a roll today, folks.
Yeah.
But forget about him. He's
Fat
on for the
rolls.
next couple of hours. So
Well, I'm
it's
on
been
with
about
you for
him.
the
Let's
next...
move on to me.
Well, that's
Hello.
kinda how it always is.
Well,
Yeah.
good. Then
Yeah.
know your place.
Oh, I know my place.
Well, you can't go anywhere right now because you're not monkeypox vaxxed.
Oh, that's true.
You can't go to your usual place at
and-
that glory hole. Holla!
And we'll be talking about that. Stupid
Yes,
ass
and
monkeypox
remember,
shit.
folks, pay attention during that period because I know people in Tennessee and Texas and Florida who don't even know what monkeypox is, and they're out there having lots of sex.
And getting lots of pox, apparently, from the monkeys.
I don't know yet. I don't know how bad it's but-
Actually, it's really getting me. So what we were talking about on the last show, and I'll just tell you because I don't
Yeah.
think you heard this. So thousands of gays around the world are getting it, and they're all like, "Oh, we'll give you a little clinic or something, little faggots. We'll give you a clinic," and then 2 kids got it. Suddenly, the World Health Organization said, "Oh my God, it's a pandemic! Save the children!" But fuck the faggots.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sally Struthers comes out. She's like, "Screw them. Worry about the children."
But what about the children for just $1 a day? I fucking love her. I still do. I don't care.
Her birthday
Sally
was just
Struthers.
yesterday.
Really?
Is she like 95?
No, she's like in her late 70s.
They used
okay.
to make fun of her on South Park.
Uh,
Did you ever see that? Where it's
that-
all like, "Oh, save the children, give them $1 a day," and then like she's like my size, and she's just like, Jabba the anyway.
huh.
But she was eating all the food, so I thought that was horrible that they.
Oh, I do remember that episode.
But
Where, yes, that was.
I have to admit, I did giggle. But it's like I always look at that shit. When they're like filming the babies, they're like, just $1 a day will help save these babies from walking in the mud, and I'm like, hey, camera guy, why don't you go up, pick up that baby, and take it out of the mud?
Well, it's like this morning. So this morning I woke up extra early, and then I'm like, oh, well, I'll just get on to Reels real quick on Instagram, and I'll just watch a couple of Reels, and then I'll be ready to go back to sleep. But then it like locked on to like saving puppies and like saving all these animals that are just like trapped in cages. And Sarah McLachlan comes on. I'm like, motherfucker!
Yeah.
I'll never get back to sleep
This
ever.
is the opposite of the big gay.
Exactly.
sex
So
show,
thanks,
'cause-
Matthew. Once again, he takes us off of hotness.
Well, let's talk about penises. Well, actually, let's finish our little intro stuff here. Hey,
Oh, yeah.
a quick reminder, the Patreon offers listeners a way to support creators like us.
And receive rewards not open to the general public, like dirty audio clips, Patreon-only videos, vintage podcast archive, access, naughty photos of Matthew, and more. If you want to become a patron of the show for as little as $1 a month, just go over to patreon.com/BGSS.
And if you want to get if you go up to like the $5 level, you get all the Ouija pics. And
hell, if you just click around friggin' Twitter enough, you get it for free. But
hey,
please join Patreon anyway.
Support us.
So we want to thank our current patrons and our newest patrons, Cody and David.
Yes, thank
you,
Cody and David.
I love you because your name rhymes with Scrody. And Scrody is scrotum, and scrotums are awesome.
That's true. I like that.
And David, you are awesome because your name rhymes with David, and I like to lay.
With everybody. Anyway, hey, welcome to our new Twitter, Instagram, and Reddit followers, and we've got quite a few new Twitter followers lately, and we appreciate that. We hope that you enjoy the smut that we put out there on Twitter.
Smut.
It's kind of fun because Instagram, Tom follows our Twitter, so he's all like, "Oh my god, that one guy!" I'm like, the one.
Tom's like, no, just the one.
No, I like it because the Instagram, we can post a little new show here, and here's a little nipple shot of Ouija or whatever. But then we go over to Twitter.
I usually show the full. I usually show the full eggplant, but it has to be stamped out.
Yeah, but on Twitter we just get to show whatever the fuck we want.
That's right.
Squirting.
No stamping.
And there's some guys on there that just make us squirt furry, Mr. Furry Boy, a furry critter.
Oh, okay.
I just fucking love him.
You say furry, and I was like, I don't recall following any furries.
Daddy Tom and Taylor. Okay, hey. Welcome our new listeners in Spain, and also, again, we send love out to our Ukrainian listeners.
Okay, hold on real quick.
Yes, so, Queen.
Spain's just now.
No. Okay, so the way that I do that is we get these letters from a service that tells us like where we have upticks in listeners for this week. So I usually take that and it shows that we have new listeners in that area. So that's how we do that.
Welcome, Spain, to the show.
El Aspian Bigay.
You know what? And you better stop. That is highly inappropriate.
I know. I didn't have the translator. The August issue of Desert Heat magazine will be available this week and includes a fun story by Chota Akate, who is one of our sponsors. And go check that out. Download a free magazine with all sorts of hot naked stuff and stories and everything at desertheatmag.com.
All right.
And follow them on Twitter because they put out some really fun stuff.
Out the heat.
They put out. That's the important thing. Okay.
Put out with heat.
Also, Taylor Imagined on Twitter. He released a new hot scene. Go check out Atlas breeding Zach Snow.
Wait, is it Zeb Atlas? No, it's just Atlas. Okay, never mind. Keep going. I know Zeb Atlas is like a long time ago. Go.
I know.
Made it happen.
Like old school. Anyway, at the Himbo Hotel.
Oh, isn't that the hotel that you started? Like Trixie's is next door, and yours is the Himbo
That would be really fun. See, she could get all the drag performers, and then I would get all the whore performers. So you'd very much live there. Anyway, but this one is over at formy.fans/Taylor Imagined, and it's a fucking hot
Leave
scene.
it to Taylor to give us a new website.
I imagined that he would.
Also,
hey, erotica readers, enjoy hot stories and ongoing
enjoy hot short.
Please,
what?
Go for it.
Who the hell wrote that? Were they having a seizure?
It was me at 1 p.m.
Enjoy hot short stories. And ongoing celebrity and taboo stories at cumfans.com. Inexpensive membership for top quality erotica. Apparently right. Top quality erotica, but really bad PR.
Okay, that was me at 1 a.m. trying to make sure that you had something to talk about. So don't be knocking on our Cum Fans.
I'll be knocking
Cumfans.com.
on your back door.
We love that. Let's see. What do we got this? In the chat room, Veritable Virgo says, sadly, this is what we get when we fail to have a coordinated health information system. We have learned nothing from past outbreaks, and I get it. It's Spain. But seems the stupidity is global. So what we're talking about is there was a thing that Michael posted about monkeypox in Spain, where the doctor literally saw a guy like walking around and had monkeypox, and then the guy said, well, my doctor said it was a gay thing, so I don't have to isolate.
Yeah.
So, like, only gay people could get it or something. Stupidity! Stupidity!
Oh, wow.
Sorry. You ain't getting your dick sucked if you got things on it. Okay, so there's that. Anyway, then we do have, I set aside to talk about some stuff that where people went on Twitter, fuck off.
My goodness!
And seriously, they were talking about their experiences with monkeypox and how bad it is. So I took some of those so that we could read them. But before we get into that, hi, how are you? What have you been up to?
Oh, it's me. Okay. Let's see. Womp womp.
Center of the room. Saying.
So, it's been good. I worked in LA this week. That was busy. That was really weird because that was the first flight I've been on since before COVID. So that was really strange being trapped in that. I wore masks to and fro. I was like one of the few, but still very creepy.
Yeah, you are.
And yeah.
So no lately?
Right now, have you not been paying attention?
I am very proud of you for not.
There is a monkeypox thing.
Yeah, because and especially, I love you, but
and you just touched me.
In your
gays aren't supposed to touch right now.
In your
you just touched my knee, people. You heard it here first.
Well, it was a very sexy knee, but yeah. So in your circles, I imagine the whole thing's gonna.
Oh! You're gonna shame my circles?
Okay,
I'm gonna shame your squares.
I love you, and I love about 30% of your circles, but there's about 60% that I like looking at. But you damn well know that they're gonna be like for at least 3 weeks to a month. They're gonna be like, oh no, I'm doing home renovations. I took the whole month off. Anyway, bye. So yeah, not slut shaming. But just saying that they are prime candidates for...
I don't know. I felt a little shame there, folks.
Well, just because you felt it doesn't mean that I was dishing it. Yeah.
But no. I heard it ain't big enough for anybody to be failing it.
No, that's why I really hope that we have more places in Sacramento soon that are going to fucking come through with the vaccine. Because we need it.
Well, our local pharmacies, on top of it, we have a pharmacy that kind of focuses more on the LGBT items, and especially G. And yeah, they're pretty much on which is odd. It's odd that it has to come through a pharmacy and not coming through our own. Our
health clinics and our hospitals and stuff like that, because it's not just us. And the shit, anyway.
Well, I'll make a comment on that, because I did early on, before I knew much about any of this, I did contact my my GP and said, hey, should I be concerned? Should I be getting a shot for this? And, she had said, no, not at all. You shouldn't be worried about this at all. Just let it go. And luckily I included my infectious disease doctor, because as an HIV positive person, I do, encourage that my HIV positive doctor be involved with most of my, medical issues.
Right.
Just to make sure that there's no crossover, because most of them don't talk. So if you are HIV positive, remember that your infectious disease doctor may not know what your GP is doing, and vice versa. So my infectious disease doctor said, oh, holy shit, get your ass, if you can find, the bunch that's, giving out the shots, then do so immediately, so.
Right.
Yeah, so he was on it. My general practitioner wasn't even sure what the hell I was talking about. So
Right, exactly. And so and the thing is, and we talked about this in the last show too, is that even though I joke with you about our circles and stuff like that, the fact is it is not a gay thing. It is an everywhere thing. It's just we have been the community that's most exposed at the moment. But the shit can live like for the last thing that I heard was like 17 days on like clothing. You can pick up stuff. Now, I think that's a little excessive, but that is a study that they did.
Well, and that's usually like the best case scenario. It's like,
right.
You like wiped it down, then like put it in like a cold cabinet.
Yeah, well, that's like what you were doing with the COVID
cabinets.
thing. When COVID first came out, they did a study like that, and it was like can last up to like 17 hours or something like that. So wash your groceries and shit, and then later they kind of backtracked with that and they said, well. So anyway,
like, if light touches it, it's dead.
Right. And we want to send out a big hug and shout out to Clayton, who got into the chat room. And he says, I feel like Grandma that learned how to program her VCR clock getting in Discord. Yeah, Discord is, if you haven't done Discord stuff, which I had to learn for my WoW team at the time, it can be a bit confusing. So
yeah, I wouldn't even try. So congratulations, Clayton.
Right.
And if you don't know who Clayton is,
you fucking should and go follow our Twitter.
Yeah, go on Twitter.
Yeah, girl.
Find him, and then you'll find me, and it's just trash.
Find
Absolute
him, and you don't need to find anyone else, because that is hot. Anyway, this is from a person on Twitter. I will not name them, but they do have a huge following, and they are a porn star-ish person. But he said, folks, I have monkeypox. I spent the past week deliberating about talking about the experience, but he wants to break the stigma. He's had it for a little over 2 weeks. He went to a fetish party. 2 weeks ago, I went to a fetish party as I had not been out for a while. At the same time, I managed to get a monkeypox vaccination appointment, blah, blah, blah. Following my vaccination, I had fever, blah, blah. Okay, that part's not super important. Let's get to the next one. I wanted to talk about what they've experienced. Okay, after the fever broke, I noticed roughly 6 spots around my butt. This number doubled. After 3 nights of little to no sleep, I took myself to a doctor, and they confirmed I had monkeypox, sent me home with the medication for it. Other than the pain in my ass, I have smallpox marks all over my body, not like the ones that you see on Google or something. Thankfully, most would not notice. I'm home isolating, social distancing. On the pain scale of a 1 to fuck me, it hurts. There are moments when you just want the world to swallow you up. And then there's painkillers. I've fractured bones and been operated on without anesthetic. This pain is a whole new level, so solidarity with the monkeypox sufferers. Next slide, please. I have friends who are reporting urethral and rectal lesions that make going to the bathroom feel like you're trying to pass hot needles. I can't even imagine. For all of you who think that you can get the vaccine, do it. There's one more slide. What we got here? To everyone planning on events like market days or going to big orgies or whatever, reconsider. Unless you had the vaccine, and even then, don't do it. And then there's some cocksucking OnlyFans.
Right.
Yeah,
Matthew's showing you how to get it.
Oh, right. Oh, and then there were some follow-ups of other people commenting things like my asshole is literally trying to kill me. I hate this so much. And then my friend got it on his eyeball. And I don't know. I mean, imagine if you got cum in your eye and it burns. Imagine getting a smallpox thing in your eye.
He probably touched one that wasn't crusted over and then actually only rubbed his eye. Yeah. So remember, folks, try to not be touching your face.
Touch your face in my
slap it with a penis. You gotta catch some hands.
Vertal Virgo said the problem with our domestic approach to monkeypox is that the weak CDC guidance. Vaccine recommended for those exposed or at high risk of exposure, along with an insufficient supply of vaccine right now. And that's another thing, is we have a shit ton of vaccine, but it's all like in fucking Norway or Sweden or something like that.
Don't blame my people. You better get that
Blame
country
your people
right.
for fucking everything up. So, anyway, hi. Anyway, but we have some other stuff, but
Okay.
we're only about 19 minutes in. So, hey, what's going on? Let's talk.
Okay.
Tell me a little something before we go on to other topics, or did you just want to do the other topics and then talk?
Let's see. Last night went to Cirque du Soleil's Alegria.
Mm-hmm.
That was beautiful.
I had a doctor name that, but
Alegria?
yeah,
Alegria?
I think he's dead now.
Allegra?
Yeah. Alegria. Here we
But-
go again.
Yeah,
My.
the bodies on those people were amazing. So, so if you do have children, make sure that they are busting their ass at the gym and the gymnasium when they're 2 years old, so they look ripped at 20. And then they are retired by 25.
Ooh, he saved that.
What? What happened?
So they're ripped by the time they're 20. That's good. Yeah.
No, you just know that all of these people that were in that show
Yeah.
had what I mean?
Oh,
They're toddlers.
they had
they're-
parents are like, you do your spins.
They're
Like 5-year-olds, you have to lift that 50-pound weight. Yeah.
Yeah. Bench grandma.
You're going to have to take care of me someday. You need some money.
So you can just tell that all these people were locked in. Oh, did you see Black Widow? They were all the kids were in Black Widow.
Oh, yeah. That was scary. Yeah.
So they all survived the Red Room.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. Hey, I do have a thirst rack for you. Actually, it's 2 thirst racks. We have talked about them before.
What do you say?
What? Thirst racks?
Racks?
Racks. Recommendations.
Thirst racks. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, one of the things that we do in the younger generation, I'm part of, is we shorten words and shit.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
you're doing that whole millennial.
Okay, we
thing.
just call it Mels and Gens now. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, and baboomers. Anyway, moving on. This is some thirst wrecks, and we've talked about these guys before, but they've teamed up, and it's so fucking hot. Okay, so King Dwarf and Joel Someone got together, and King Dwarf is taking it up the ass from Joel Someone.
What?
In every fucking position you can fucking think of, he's nailing this little hot ass bastard with a huge cock. I mean, that's not it. But anyway, but yeah, they teamed up. They put out multiple video. It's hot. Okay, so go over to their OnlyFans, separate. Joel Someone. One. And then King Dwarf. Just look up King Dwarf. I was just amazed. I kept seeing video clips, and they have such an amazing hot fucking chemistry. Okay, and if you're already into what do they call it? I don't like to say midget porn. That's degrading, I think. But small people porn, maybe. Well, wait, that's kind of weird. Hey, if you want to see them fuck, go pick it up. Well,
there you go.
Yeah. Anyway,
King Dwarf.
It's really good. It's really good. So yeah.
That is awesome.
So that's my thirst rack for that. And then we do have some topics and a listener question. You want to do the listener question?
Yes, let's do a listener question.
Okay. Now, see, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't do any of this.
Why not?
I mean, you're always saying that the show's too scripted. Maybe I should just let you take over and just...
You know what? Today we were on a live show.
Oh.
And I'm about to live kick you in the ass.
Oh, that's so sweet
folks.
that you think you can.
I know. So let's get back to the scriptions.
Okay. Hey, this actually comes from our Tim, who drops us some lines.
Treasure Island Media.
Yeah, and he asks, "You boys could talk about nipples sometimes, or did I miss that episode of BGSS? Love to know if you enjoy nipple play." Okay, so there's several questions. Let's start with the first one: nipple play. Yes,
nipple play. So, my nipples are not hardwired. sadly, I keep getting told if I got
Let's
them.
see. Oh! Actually, okay, I will tell you guys this in case you don't subscribe to our Patreon, which if you don't, you're missing out on a lot. Ouija has the hottest fucking nipples. Now, I know you had some issues with them when you were younger, though.
Yes.
Well,
So when I was younger in high school, I used to put Band-Aids on my nipples to make them disappear. Yes. Because I was getting teased relentlessly that I had,
high beams,
coney nipples.
And see, that's so weird because like now, like I see other guys with nipples like yours, and they're like, guys go fucking insane for them.
Well, I mean, and that's like, I was teased because I was very much a ginger growing up. Gingers were ugly. Gingers had no place. I mean, everything seems to kind of like
cycles
come back
or
around.
Circles, yeah, because that's so not now. Like everything is like, oh my god, it's a fucking ginger. I want to fuck him so bad.
I used to I prayed my freckles away. I had so many freckles on my face, and then during my teen years, they started to fade, and I'm like, yes, thank you, Jesus. Praise you, Jesus.
That's true. Now that I think about it, you're Pixie kid. You had a lot of freckles.
See, I just walk around with a filter.
Yeah.
It's called. I know a witch that gives me a filter.
I didn't do anything. But yeah, okay. So, but you have great nipples. Me, I have great big.
Yeah, baloney nipples.
Shut up, Tom. They are not baloney nipples. They are beautiful, big,
areoles.
Like I would say they're.
Salami
the
nipples.
dollar. Shut up.
What?
No, the dollar. Okay, summer sausage maybe.
All right.
A slice of, but they're what do they call them? The silver dollar nipples or whatever they're fucking called.
Dollar pancakes.
Anyway, they're beautiful and they're suckable, but they were much more sensitive when I was younger, but not so much now, and I feel bad about that. Bear says they say gingers have no soul. This is not true. They have a freckle for each soul they've stolen.
That is God's truth.
That's true. Look at my arms. Oh, anyway. And then...
and what made it worse, though, growing up? My babysitter from Alabama, she used to be like, oh, you know what? Those are kisses from God. They're all over your face. Those are kisses from God.
Well,
I'm like, oh my God.
That's why you have all those ones on your penis.
Exactly.
That's horrible.
My penis is so freckled.
Clayton.
Appaloosa pony.
My mom actually wrote an Appaloosa. Well,
not mine. So disturbing, Matthew. Gosh.
Clayton says, embrace the nipple, the point nipples. You can't help what the good Lord gave you. And let me tell you, girl, Clayton, they are beautiful. Well,
but you know what we should?
Never mind.
We should do.
What?
We should shame the ones that like do like the nipple sucking. So they got like 5-inch nipples. Those are very subjective. It's so interesting.
We know tons of people that do that and
that pump their nipples.
Yeah,
and it's very interesting.
When they do it to get it like kind of conish or to get to a certain point, I'm all like, it's okay, whatever. But when they do get to where it's like, I don't know, it's like I just can't. How do you wear like a t-shirt or a tank top or something and go into 7-Eleven when it's a little bit cooler when you have like 3 to 4 inch nipples?
I know, they're like, sir, the size of the skin tags on your chest.
Oh God, and no shaming. Seriously, if that's your kink, that's cool. But yeah. I don't get it myself.
Yeah.
We did have a friend recently who said that his nipple sensitivity decreased, and then he got it pierced, and suddenly they're like back to being hardwired. Mm-hmm. So that was interesting, but I don't think I want to go through that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want the nipple piercing because I don't want a lot of pain. I'm already at the point where not the last guy I was with, but the one before that. Okay, so the one before that. Anyway, he loved nipple sucking, but he kept biting. Mm. And since I don't have that sensitivity, it fucking hurt. Mm-hmm. And finally, I actually did slap the back of his head because I kept telling him, don't do that.
Yeah, and that's a big thing too, folks. Yeah, don't go at somebody's nipples with
Yeah, you have to.
They'll go eating their ass and biting it. But, their nipples
too.
as well.
But yeah, because you need to find out,
Yeah. No. There's nothing that'll take you out of a hot moment quicker than somebody biting something they shouldn't.
Well, yeah.
So if you ever do want to, get away from your attacker, start biting them.
But I was with the guy once who was super I just have to work his nipples and he could practically fucking come just from that, and I always thought that was very interesting. I thought it was kind of cool, but I don't have that sensitivity anymore.
Well, a friend of mine on Instagram, really good looking guy, great looking guy, a hot guy, shaved head, goatee. Looks on the harder side, but he has got nipples like a pinky finger. Because he pumps them so much and so often. He does have quite a following, for that.
Right.
But it's a very specific, very select following.
Yeah, I always look at that as okay, so that's like impreg. That's like the after, like after you give birth, you have like the big nipples.
That's like when I found my dog and she just had like a litter of puppies along the river. Yeah,
Aww.
She had giant nipples.
Poor.
And everybody's like, "Oh my god, we don't know if these are over going down." I'm like, well, why would I not pick a dog because of her nipple size?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Like,
it's your dog. It's,
and now she has no nipples.
If it's your husband, and they're like, wing.
I can't even flick her nipples anymore.
Do you ever?
I'm like, what? Piss me off, dog. Flick.
Yeah, she probably might. I don't know. Can you tune if it's an old style TV? Could you tune the entire?
I don't know. Let's get the one that lives in back.
Touch the foil and find out. Hey, okay. Next question was: are you sensitive? We talked about that.
Yeah, I wish they were, but they're not.
Yeah, touching your nips makes you feel real hard.
Not any more than just massaging my own chest. No. Oh yeah.
Although it is after I was with the one guy for quite a while. Oh God.
Trying to do 1 year.
Sorry, it's an A cup, girl. So when I was with the one guy, I used to play with his nipples while he did his thing. I found that when I was jerking off, I would play with my nipple, even though I didn't have that sensitivity. It was just kind of the action that was getting me there.
Yeah, no, I once dated this doctor who was a complete S&M psychotic, and yeah, he would put clothespins on my nipples, which didn't really feel like anything. I'm like, okay, whatever gets you there.
So it didn't really hurt. It just kind of felt like nothing.
It was a pinch. It was a pinch of skin.
Well, and then you were with the one person that you were with from a long time ago that found out that his nipples were. The fucking torture devices that he put on his nipples to get off was just
eagle claws.
Yeah, that was scary
talons.
in itself.
Talons.
And you couldn't fucking poke him without him. He was so sensitive to everything else, but that he was like, clip him, grab him, rip him off. Yeah. Oh, I'm coming. Anyway, so rimming and nipples are favorite after cock sucking. And then hi from Surrey. Hi, Surrey. Oh, shh.
Hail Canada.
No. Yes.
Hail Canada.
Hail Canada. Okay, hey, we do have some other topics, but I know that you have a couple topics. Do I? Talk about?
I don't think I have too many.
Okay, that's okay.
But
I'm sure whatever you have is big.
Everyone's favorite.
And we, of course, will. We have plenty of time to take some topics from the chat room. If any of our listeners who are in the chat room would like to ramp up, I'm sure.
First, we will go ahead and marry, fuck, kill.
Right. Oh, and there is also a Pride48 part of our chat room. That it's a bit up in the Discord if you find it, and you are welcome to post some penis pictures, Daniel Brewer. Anyway, so
what? You could just what?
Oh yeah, there's a hashtag Porn48 in the Discord here in the.
So, but I mean.
And there's lots of fun things. Joe in Dallas, who is always one of my favorite porn posters, was posting some hot shiz. Okay, we don't need the Muppet porn though. Moving on from that. Okay, so what was your topic there, sir?
No, I was just going to jump over to marry, fuck, kill.
Okay. Go
All right.
for it. Go for it, Daddy Ouija.
Okay. Mary, 1, 2, or 3?
2.
Fuck.
I hate you already. No, fuck. Gotta fuck 1.
Oh, God. So you kill number 3?
Oh, did I make a huge mistake?
No, but I kind of went off the standard because it is live,
Right.
and I went for 3 of our favorite followers and people that we follow as well.
No. I'm sorry, Clayton. I'm sorry.
And you should be, because guess who you kill?
Oh no, not really.
You killed Clayton. Clayton was number 3.
I will do it. I will kill you with sex and do it gently.
So yeah, maybe it's Mary fuck
Mary fuck and
Jeff.
then spooge. Oh yeah.
Jeff, just throw it in their
Jeff
face. Just throw it wad in their face.
I would totally come on Clayton's face, or actually, I'd rather him come on mine because he's a beautiful dick. So beautiful. Anyway,
he's a beautiful dick, but what about his penis?
Well, that too.
Wham, wham. So okay, so then you marry Lumberjeff.
Oh, I've been.
Yay!
He's fucking amazing, especially when he's gooning. But he's wearing the cock cage now.
Huh?
I mean, no
other
disrespect, but I just don't get the cock cage.
Yeah, is anybody out there like wearing a cock cage? Are you wearing it now?
Yeah.
Would you like to tell us about it?
I usually think that that's kind of a submissive thing. He doesn't seem submissive to me.
I know he doesn't, does he?
No, he seems to be the one who's going to bend you over and right. He's always like licking his arms and being all goony.
He's a gooner, gooner.
Yeah.
Well, then guess who you fuck? Or in this case, because since it's my thing, they're gonna fuck you,
Taylor. No, I don't know that.
Actually, Tennessee Tony,
aka
Large Tony, you're taken in the ass by a fucking baseball bat. Bam!
That would
in your face.
That would hurt, man.
In your face.
He is a special guy. Like normally, I'd probably look at him and go, "Oh, he's too skinny," but fuck, he's so amazing, and he's so smart, and he's so talented. Anyway, we're talking about Large Tony
of Tennessee.
So go check him out on our Twitter.
Married to a.
Well, who was the other one?
It was you married.
Oh, Jeffin. Okay, good. Can't forget Jeffin.
And then you killed poor Clayton.
I'm sorry, Clayton.
I'll save you, Clayton. I'll save the day.
We'll make it up to you, I swear.
No, I'll save you from the monster.
We'll have you over and do
well, I already told him that he's first in line for the go-go.
Yes, if we do a show.
When we're doing the go-go cast at the pool.
Mm-hmm.
He will be the go-go cabana pool
the
boy.
mics now.
What's that?
I have mics to do that now. I have better, outside mics, so we can do that. Oh, Clayton says R.I.P.
Rest in penis.
Yes.
Rest in penis face.
Okay. Hey, actually, speaking of Clayton, he sent us some topics to talk about.
Right.
So one of them is talking about kink representation at Pride events, comparing how in the 90s, folks argued drag queens were too extreme, but now are widely accepted as a key aspect of Pride, and how kink is being shamed more and more. We've talked a little bit about this, but yeah, I don't know. I just...
right now is Dory Alley. So Dory Alley is happening this weekend in San Francisco.
Oh.
Now, for those of you who don't know, Dory Alley was it was one of San Francisco's earliest alleys where magic happened.
Yeah.
So it was very well known as a very cruisy alley during the 70s and probably before that, but the 70s confirmed. So, but Dory Alley is south of Market, and it's very close to Folsom Street Fair. Mm-hmm. Folsom Street, which Folsom Street has its own fair, which is more widespread leather. Dory Alley was more of the
sex and kink and
the gay and the bi guys. Yeah. Was more the Dory Alley, and then Folsom was very inclusive of all.
Do they have furries?
They have everything there at Dory Alley.
Do they have leather guys? Do they have puppy play? Do they have fisting?
Folks, we're going to go ahead and close this because I'm going to drag him to San Francisco to Dory Alley, and we are going to put him in a diaper.
So it's literally
and
today,
body.
right? Oh, God. I can't
we're going to get people to beer up, and then
like somebody that does diaper
Beer
play,
up.
and then they take it and they have them changed, but it's really like a melted Butterfinger bar or something.
That's disgusting. I am so sorry, people, that you have to be witness to all this shit, but it comes from his mouth.
Oh, hey, Mr. Mike's asking, is there a live feed from Dory Alley? I don't.
You know, hell, there's probably a live feed
is.
at Mr. S, and guess what? All the action is like right there.
Yeah.
So go into Mr. S, and I bet you can see some live stuff.
Oh, Mr. S is so fun. I've heard so many. I knew.
You've been to Mr. S.
Yes, but I knew a former employee from there who used to be like, oh, somebody came in and they needed to find out how big their jockstrap that they needed was, and I just sucked him off in the changing room. It's like, I love that. I just love the freedom of that. But yeah, San Francisco is still one of the last bastions of where there are little holes of neatness.
Well, yeah, Mr. S, I go in there, I'm like, hey, can I get a cock ring? Can I get this cock ring? And, $2.25.
You need fluffing.
And they're like, let us help you put it on. I'm like, then that defeats the whole purpose, because guess what?
Yeah.
I'm going to be like rock hard before I can get the goddamn thing on, and then I won't be able to get it off.
Right. Well, you'll be getting it off, that's for sure. Dory the Explorer.
Hey, that's going to be your first movie, Clayton.
But actually, I don't know if there would be a live feed from Dory Alley, but I'm sure there's going to be lots of people there filming. One of the things they like to do is for their OnlyFans and shit like that, they like to and there's lots of public sex.
Oh, yeah. Actually, your Twitter is going to be like bombed with it for the next couple of years.
Right. Little holes of glory. Oh. We're on the holes of glory. All right. So I don't like the kink shaming at Pride, but there and mostly their arguments are like, I can't believe you're going to be showing your ass at in front of little children. Little children will see your butthole.
My question though is,
I don't know.
I mean, here in Sacramento, we're not going to see people with their ass out at a Pride event.
Well,
we're not.
And you can represent your kink without having your ass hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a lot of leather guys that show up in just the little vest with no shirt on, but I mean, hell, we've got our muscle boys walking around with no shirts on. So I mean, I don't understand the kink. I mean, maybe San Francisco, you can go to San Francisco and there's like new dudes walking around all the time, Right.
It's just more trying of our community trying to. Okay, I'm going to say this, and it's probably not going to be popular. It just feels like more of our community trying to sex shame people into not integration. What is it when you become part of another? You're absorbed into the other
integration.
It's not integration. It is, what is the word? Come on, chat room. Anyway, so when you get integrated into the other community, so you're trying to suck up or whatever. Fucking words.
Oh anyway, my God!
There we go. Clayton says it. Assimilation. We're trying to assimilate into people from our community. Are trying to assimilate into the straight community and say, "Oh, we're just like you." And well, you know what? Straight people fucking have kink too. I don't know if you knew this, but all you have to do is go on FetLife. Straight people are kinky.
Yes, but but they
don't have places where they can show it in front of the children.
Well, I'm so confused though because they keep talking about this, but I don't know. I mean, isn't our whole role to indoctrinate the children? Oh,
I don't know, but I don't have the patience or the time for anything like that.
I'm not going to teach your children shit.
Yeah,
that's on you.
I can't even stand being around kids.
Exactly.
So,
unless you're paying me, I ain't around your kids.
Fuck that. All right, hey, Clayton asked another question. Police uniform. Oh, that's a
what?
Police in uniform at Pride Parade. Is it better to wear the uniform or a T-shirt? Doctors and nurses don't dress in scrubs and lab coats when they march. That has been a really hot topic for our Pride. The whole police thing. I mean, we've had fucked up prides because of it. I don't know. I understand the reasoning that they are using for them not wearing their uniform while they march. I understand. all of it, and I support all of that. But at the same time, there also are gay and lesbian people, and that's their job, and that's who they are. So,
well, I remember our Pride went on a big thing about like not having police there at all,
right?
Which I was very much opposed to, because here's the problem: is that Sacramento it has a lot of haters that show up at these events, and God only knows if they knew that there was nobody standing between them and hatred and nastiness and brutality that they can cause. There's a whole bunch of them that would just absolutely be, tickle pink to show up
start shit or bring it.
So I don't know. I get the understanding that it's hard, to completely buy into the police. But,
I understand both sides, so I don't have a definitive answer.
Yeah, but I get you with the as far as the Pride Parade,
right?
They should wear whatever's comfortable or sexy or whatever,
Yeah,
but something with a little bit of swagger.
Right. Gary is saying that up in, I think PDX, I think it's Portland. There were no police at Portland Pride because of Black Lives Matter.
But I think that
that's kind of what they did. They did
well,
too.
and that area too, from what I understand. Now, Gary, but you still had some form of somebody watching, right? I mean, there was some.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, they hired like some private security for our Pride, but they, I don't know, private security.
But they can do nothing but call and say something's happening.
Right, exactly. Okay, so Clayton, who's the one that actually asked that question, said, I think that the police on duty should wear a uniform, but if off duty, not so much. Like we don't wear scrubs like we've marched with our healthcare organization.
But Clayton, you should. You should be in scrubs.
Because that's like really
And I say you
hot.
should be in scrubs with no underwear.
And your dick out. Anyway, the police uniforms are indeed hot. Yeah. And then Gary said no. Okay, so let's see. We got about 15 minutes left here. Did you have anything else that you want to talk about? We have some more topics here. But I know that you're talking about Tony and his great big giant cock.
Oh, Tony.
Oh, and Clayton said he's going to make that happen for us. Yeah.
All right.
And I just checked the Pride48 channel, and Daniel has not posted any dick pics. So anyway,
I just said like
what a waste of a channel. Anyway,
what is that?
Nothing.
Oh, so no, I just had some things. So
okay,
just reminder, if you're not squirting like you used to,
oh yeah, hey, let's talk about that. In fact,
check your prostate.
Oh, is that something to? Is that a reason?
Well, yeah. If your prostate's enlarged, you're not going to be squirting as much.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah. Check it. Check it on WebMD.
Okay. Well, and WebMD, you'll come away going, oh God, I've got all sorts of things.
See?
Actually, somebody was talking last night. Donna was reading her dirty stories, as she does, which were very fun and weird. This story's not her. Well, anyway. But the question came up about leakage, not that way, but pre-cum, and she was saying, she and whoever else was on the stream, I think Sater, was saying that they don't have pre-cum leakage and never did, and then other people were all like, oh my God, I'm a fucking gusher, I can do a pool. Well, for me, it's like, if I'm like really hot and heavy over something but I'm not jerking off, when I'm done, I am like, it's like a slime swamp. I mean, like, I leak a lot if I'm like really horny. Shut up, bitch, I do. And you fucking do too, you dumbass.
Yes, in my mornings, I'll sit there in my bathroom, drinking my coffee, and looking at my Twitter, and yeah, eventually I'm like, oh my gosh.
You look down at the pool on the floor, and you're like, oh, I'm going to get down and lick that.
You're such a...
I'm going to lick my fucking...
nasty.
My dick drool.
No, that's what the sluts are for.
Oh, you have sluts while you're at the bathroom?
I have the gimp.
Do you blumpkin?
You're nasty, and we're not blumpkinning today.
No.
That's an October. That's strictly an October, subject.
Yeah. But when I do my like regular jack off sessions, which usually go about an hour or so, because I like
yourself.
to goon a bit. No, darling. But I do not have as much pre-cum during that. Depending.
What do you mean?
I don't have as much pre-cum while I'm jerking as I do.
So when you're gooning?
Oh, God. It's like talking to a brick wall sometimes. Ah! Daddy! So, no, I was saying that, like, if I'm not jerking off and I'm really turned on, well, that I'll be really drippy. But while I'm jerking off, I'm not getting that much pre-cum from that at that time. But I do have a lot. So I don't. So it's when somebody says they don't have any pre-cum at all. Well, it's just kind of like,
you know why that is?
No, tell me, please.
Okay, I'm about to tell you. Sit back,
Dr.
learn
Ouija
something.
is in your anus.
Your anus. The other day I saw Neptune. I actually did, because there was a bright-ass star above my house, and I was like, oh, which one's that one? So I pulled out the star tracker.
Too bad we don't have a nurse to talk about things. Anyway.
Exactly, we do.
Not. Shh.
Donuts.
Don't out.
So
don't
anyways,
out
the reason why is because mentally you are completely stimulated when you are leaking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
okay.
you have plenty of time to go over, like, if you're reading like an erotic short story, which I give you all homework, read an erotic short story without any kind of visuals.
Or just listen to Donna. And his penis.
No, actually don't.
It was
listen to
leaking.
Donna, of course, but
he threw him in the trough. Oh!
If you want to actually get excited and leak, then don't do that one. That
63 Earths can fit inside your anus. 64 if you relax.
All right. So Bear just shared a meme with us. So, anyways, yeah, the reason why you leak is because you're mentally stimulated versus when you jack off, you're just physically stimulated with some minor, mental. So.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
So your mind is more likely to make you open up and leak.
I'm leaking. I squirt.
And if your mind was more open, you'd open that back door.
No, that's not. It's just not my thing.
It's a haunted house. I get it. But you got to exercise that haunted house.
No, it's tight. It's like a pencil sharpener.
If that pencil sharpener were a crayon sharpener.
I got some lead, baby. Yeah. Let's see. Clayton says, so leakers are smarter people. I think so.
There you go. Because sometimes I do leak. Sometimes I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, yeah. And then all of a sudden I'm like, what the hell is happening down there? And I'm like, oh, did I just pee myself?
No, what happened? Okay, the truth is there was that one time when he stood up and forgot that he was leaking and slipped and fell.
Well, you know what's fun is when you wear boxers and then you wear khaki shorts and then you've been leaking most of the morning. And then you look down and you're like, oh, crap. I haven't peed lately. So what the hell is it? And then you're like, oh, I'm like still jizzing in my pants.
Oh, what about the little bit of after jizz that comes like you've jerked off and you've done your thing, you've taken your shower and blah, blah, blah. And then like half an hour later, like, oh, son of a bitch.
Since I am such a cock ring aficionado, every time that I remove my cock ring, there is still a lot left behind,
Daniel says he only leaks when he thinks about Ouija fucking him.
Well then get ready to leak, baby, because it's happening. It's happening now.
Hashtag Pride48, Daniel. Anyway, Clayton says tacky khakis. Yes. Yeah. All right, we do have about 8 minutes left. Hey, let's take one more thing here.
Let's take 2 more.
2 more?
Let's make it quickie.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
commercialization of Pride, using the values of Pride to sell products. I don't have any fucking problem with it.
You know what? When I was coming out, no company in their right fucking mind would ever give it. They're like, oh, support the faggots? Hell no. You know? You
never saw a rainbow or a triangle or anything anywhere. No. Unless it was an already owned gay store.
Exactly. And when we first started seeing them, like, AT&T and then, some of the other bigger companies that could, like, risk that, kind of hit to their, when you saw some of the big ones, you're like, wait a minute. I gotta have the AT&T rainbow shirt,
Right.
And so, it was such a refreshing moment to actually have companies that would actually support us. So it was quite a change in the world as we knew it.
Right. And now, you walk into the store I mean, just our local Safeway down here, they have like a little rainbow section. They have like the gay cereal next to the milk. They have the gay Oreos in the middle of the aisle and a standout thing. To me, I mean, from our generation looking at that, hey, you want my dollars? Yeah. Give me a reason to give you my dollars. You support us, okay? Yeah, it may be a corporate thing. They only support us because they want our money. That's okay. Well, we don't have to give them our money. But the point is that we're represented.
We are here in a capitalist society. Guess what? You know, I mean, of course, you know, our whole society is based on, hey, give me your dollar.
Right.
So, I mean, we shouldn't be surprised that somebody's all like, hey, it's a marketing gimmick. Let's do it. Yep. Give us your dollar. We love the rainbow dollar. Give us your dollar.
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't have any problem with that. Again, Clayton was the one that brought that in. Clayton said, in the chat room, I'd rather give all us Moes a discount during June. Rather they give us a discount during June.
I want to know how they're going to prove that, though.
Yeah.
You know, they're like, hey.
Right? Yeah.
And little straight Susies are like, hey, I'm a lesbian. And they're like, no, you ain't.
Yeah. Also, a shout out to TB in the chat room.
TB, TB, I missed you because every time, you know, TB, you know.
Yeah.
I like to call them bad words.
Oh, dirty.
Naughty words.
Another one from Mr. Clayton, because he is very prolific, wrote in and said, just how gay is the new Star Trek series, and how hot is Captain Pike, even his name?
Oh. You just want to be spiked by Captain Pike. Who doesn't?
The show...
he's hot.
The show is gay. Definitely gay. And the show... The guys on it are just fucking hot. Every single guy on it is just, like, bonable.
Even that one with, like, a butt on his forehead. It's delicious. I'm kidding. Yeah. I don't know which one that is. Yeah. I have watched an episode or two, but I haven't gotten all the way there yet.
Right.
Captain Pike is adorable. And actually, I kept trying to remember where he was from originally. But he, I can't remember what show it was, though.
I forget, but there was several.
Gorgeous as hell.
Yeah. Clayton said, I may have been kind of high when I wrote all those questions. Apologies to your listeners. No, they're
high from what, though?
They're good questions. Oh, don't know.
What?
Yeah, but they're great questions. Let's see, we got a couple more minutes here.
Yeah.
With a heavy value placed on youth, we're going to save that one because we have...
Oh, is it deep?
Yeah, it actually, we have a number of things deep. That we've been talking about recently for that, so we're going to save that question.
It's so deep, I'm bottoming out.
The Inhumans, Daniel.
Oh, Inhumans. You know what? I love that comic growing up. I love that comic so goddamn much. But if I ever find who in the hell turned it into the series that they did recently, I'm going to smack them in their face. I will tell you that right now. So you let them people know that I'm coming for them. Because I loved the freaking comic book. I lived on that goddamn comic book. But that series that they put out like 5-6 years ago, horrible. They did Medusa and Bolt a horrible disservice.
I think disgusting. You're saying that you're coming for them, girl. You're coming for everybody.
I'm coming for a whole bunch.
I'm coming on you.
Come on down. Let's come.
Yeah. Oh, he reprised the role in Doctor Strange.
Oh, that's right.
I forgot that. Actually.
Yes. He was bold, but he was in that outfit and whatnot. Yeah, and sadly, since that character can't speak, otherwise he will kill you.
Was he okay? So he was the one that blew his own head off. What?
Blew his own head off.
He can't speak unless. Isn't he the woo guy or whatever?
Yeah.
Did you miss the part when she was there? She muted his mouth so that he couldn't, and he made a noise. In Doctor Strange, the last Doctor Strange, and
I'm still talking about Inhumans.
Oh, fuck.
Inhumans, he's not able to speak because his superpower is his
voice.
Vibronic voice.
Yeah. Oh.
I
guess
God.
we were talking about some
folks.
stupid show.
Thank goodness we're at an end because I am just absolutely disgusted.
That's right.
At the
Wanda removed his mouth. Thank you, Daniel. At least somebody's paying attention. Catch up.
Hashtag
Wanda
removed his mouth. Yeah.
Anyway, so So let's give our little real quick. Actually,
Yes.
Would you like to give our little sponsor thing here?
Currently, LGBTQ people of color in America have a disproportionately high rate of new HIV infections. Golden Rule Services wants you to know about an important tool in preventing you from contracting HIV. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP, is a medication proven to be 99% effective in preventing HIV infection. If you think PrEP may be right for you, visit your local sexual health clinic.
Thank you very much for that. And also sponsored by the book The Personal Chaser, and that is by Chodo Lacate, and you can just go over to Amazon.com and look up The Personal Chaser. Hey, thank you for joining us today for the live show. Check us out at BigGaySexShow.com. Send us your feedback at show@BigGaySexShow.com.
Give us a call at 408-692-4827.
Join us on our Patreon page at patreon.com/BGSS.
Follow us on Twitter, Not Safe for Work, at Matt Ouija.
And read us on Reddit at Reddit/BigGaySexShow.
Leave us on red, please.
Follow us on Instagram at Big Gay Sex Show, and you can find all that and more at allmylinks/Matt Ouija. All right, and with that, we thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, everybody in the chat room. We love that you were here, and it is now time for Swanner and Judd.
Happy Pride 48, folks.
Film reviews. Yes, it was fun. Thank you, Clayton, so much.
They're going to tell you how much they love Nope, and Nope was really awesome.
They better fucking say it. Nope was wonderful. Okay, and with that, we will catch you later.
Later.
Bye. Yep, you guys are going.
Oh, okay. Hey.
Yay.
Hi, welcome back for Swanner and Judd. This is Tom Swanner.
This is Brian Judd.
And it has, well, if you were listening 2 hours ago, I still have a lot to talk about. I saved stuff for you. Okay, well, first of all, right now, All Rise, which is one of my favorite shows.
With Sassy Judge, Lola Knight.
Lola Carmichael.
Should be Knight.
Okay,
Should have
anyway.
been Night Court.
Okay, so she, anyway, it moved to Oprah's network, OWN.
Oh, the show itself.
Yes,
Okay.
after it got canceled on CBS. And the problem is that there's no, and I think I've told you this, there's no high definition OWN on my subscription.
Oh.
So, I mean, we're watching, it's not quite as bad as you'd think, but it's pretty awful. It's
How
just
you suffer.
it's like watching an old video, like the video that your parents took, not like watching Top Gun. But anyway, it's not pretty. But the show is still so good. They did replace the husband. That's the only one I think that they replaced. Lola's husband.
Oh, as far as the cast goes.
Yes, when they
I figured she'd be single.
No, because she just had a baby.
Ugh.
I know, second season and you're already having a baby. What are you doing? But right now they're looking for a nanny. It's funny, they asked the last episode, they go, hey, to her parents, how would you like to be the nannies? And the grandfather goes, fuck that. I enjoy being a grandfather. I don't want to work.
Yeah, and give them back.
Yeah. So that was kind of fun. But the episodes have all been really good. Let's see, this week on... Blackbird. Okay, so we watched another episode of Blackbird, and it was so boring. I think I'm going to stop watching it.
Oh.
It's just
that's pretty boring for you.
Oh my God! Well, they talked, and they didn't really give. I mean, they gave us some information, but it was like I found myself like dozing during the episode because it was very, very, very boring. So we'll see what happens. Sean's already said that's fine if we want to stop watching it. He's okay with that.
I mean, you could always watch that cartoon you like again.
Oh, we are.
Oh, good.
We're still watching.
Oh, still. Okay.
Yeah, we're back. We're just finishing. We just finished season 3, and we're 2 episodes into season 4.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So you think you can dance this week?
Mm-hmm.
They're down to the last 3 dancers. And the problem here is...
Is that the 3 gay guys or the 2 gay guys and the girl no one gives a shit about?
Yes. But they kept 2 girls and the non-gay guy. They got rid of the gay guys and the black girl, and they kept the 2 white girls and the white guy who's a football player.
Oh, they got rid of the chubby one?
Yes.
Oh.
He just left this last episode. So he was there a long time, got a lot of exposure. He was never going to win. I just knew he would never win because you can tell the judges are being kind of, they're kind of pushing who they want.
Sure.
So that's been upsetting. But I guarantee you the football player is going to win. I'm almost sure because it's just they keep throwing love at him, and I'm just like.
So is the football player? Assuming is kind of built up like Channing Tatum and moves like Channing Tatum.
Yeah. He's not. I wouldn't say he's stocky, but he's definitely beefy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, and I mean, and he's a good dancer. I have no problem with that. It's just I hate when you just kind of know where the judges are going.
Right.
And speaking of that, on RuPaul's Drag Race, the finale of the All Stars, they ended up where they Ru had the top 4 legendary legend star getters, and then the bottom 4 queens, and then the 4 bottom queens got a chance to get $50,000 in the lip sync Lollapalooza, and then the top 4 went for the prize of $200,000.
Mm-hmm. So that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, especially for a drag queen.
Right.
So, actually, I don't know if that's true anymore because Trixie Mattel just bought that motel for $2 million.
That was insane.
Yeah. So, anyway, what happened was Raja, who was the year number 3 winner, ended up getting the $50,000, and Jinx Monsoon ended up winning the whole thing with the $200,000.
Good for her,
and deservingly so. It was funny because during the show, right before she made the announcement, she goes, "You'll be being judged for this lip sync as well as the entire season." And right then you go, okay, it's Jinx, because Jinx won 5 different challenges, and she's just been cruising through everything. I mean, she's always funny. She's always right there. It was.
I can say I've only watched the show maybe 2 or 3 times, and even then, it's only been in bits. And Jinx is the only one I've ever seen that was worth a damn.
Okay. Oof. Okay. Anyway, this week on Orville. Basically, last week, Bortus's daughter was kidnapped. They got her back. They went to Earth, back to Earth, where the what are the names of Bortus's race? It's the ones that look like Klingons.
Yeah, I forget it when you said it. Dumbass.
They had been actually expelled from the big
Mocklins?
Yes.
Yes, you fucking know that. Okay, they got expelled from the Galaxy Order, so they're like off on the side, and they ended up going over and siding up with another bad group of people or bad race that want to take out even another race, and it's just it's getting really complicated with a lot of. We're seeing a lot more battles and a lot more intrigue and
great.
But I love the storylines. I love the fact that they're disguising things that are happening right now. It's almost like you're watching this going, how did these were made like a year ago probably. How did they figure out that this is where we'd be in the world right now? Because there's so much about with the transgender people, what's happening with them, with the war in the Ukraine and what Russia's doing, just and the way the GOP is reacting. It's really interesting that these were written and produced at least 6 months, if not longer, and they're so timely. So good for them. Finished Flight Attendant season 2. On HBO. That's the one where the flight attendant gets involved in all this intrigue.
Oh, is that the drunk one?
Yes.
Okay.
So this season she's not drunk anymore, but she's still working. Now she's actually working for the CIA, but she is kind of drinking, but she's not telling anybody. She's saying she's not drinking, and yeah, it's bad.
No.
Trixie Mattel is worth $10 million.
$10 million. Good for her. So anyway, the ending of season 2 was so 70s. Let's finish it all happy and neat.
You stir hat in the air.
Oh, it was like, okay, they don't need to make any more of these because this just kind of it ended very lackluster. It was really kind of ending,
Sure.
Really,
Sure.
we wasted our time on this, and what it did is it completely cheapened the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Evil. This week on Evil, they had. Well, remember I was telling you about the fraternity clinic and how the demon bad people.
Fertility or fraternity?
Fertility.
Okay.
What's the other one? Now I can't even.
Fraternity.
A fraternity.
I was like, is it the fraternity clinic?
That
like,
usually doesn't have a clinic.
Yeah. Well,
they go to the clinic
right afterwards.
But
yeah.
So anyway, they're planning evil babies in women.
Like Rosemary's Baby?
Kinda, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So and the main character had actually gone to this clinic, and one of her children was implanted, obviously, but she's got a tail that pops up every once in a while.
Sounds like you've got some detective work to do, Mr. Swanner.
I know. So anyway, it's been very exciting.
Well, you do like the show.
I do like the show, and it's
Andrea Martin's still on it?
Oh yeah, she's a regular now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were trying to get rid of her because she's more enlightened. She can see shit happening all the time, and they're like going. The church is like, well, you can't go around saying you're seeing demons, and she's going, I'm a nun. I'm supposed to, and the priest goes, wait, have you not talked to God? Have you not made the whole thing? And he's going, yeah, but I didn't actually see him there. And he's going, well, then that's maybe more your problem.
Right.
Because, you got the calling. Okay, anyway. So, been fun season. Really glad.
Take your time. We've got an hour.
I know. So did you
you're only
watch
10 minutes in.
Only Murders?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Speaking of Andrea Martin.
Yes, which was so nice to see her again.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So this week they were throwing out more red herrings because you just kept seeing them, like Tina Fey and her crazy assistant.
Yeah.
And then even Andrea Martin. Why bring in a big celebrity like that unless I don't know if we're going to make it a romance. Or if we're...
that's what I was thinking because he broke up. Well, I love the breakup. He didn't do the breakup himself. He sent his stunt double in,
who was
with Jane Lynch,
which
was hysterical. But then where they were flirting with each other, they've already had relations, and then of course Martin Short is giving him shit about is she too sane? She's your age. What's wrong with her?
Good. Yeah. It was,
so I'm sure it's going to be his finally first normal quote unquote relationship.
Right, and it was really creepy when the girl goes back to her apartment and they're shooting murder
the scene.
Art. Yeah. Oh, that was really creepy. I was really surprised that was happening.
I was, but I wasn't. I was like, oh, yeah, of course. But then
Well, you can't trust anybody on the show.
Yeah.
And I mean, and we still haven't found out that Nathan Lane's Martin Short's son's father.
Yes, not yet.
Yeah, but we will. That's coming.
Unless Martin Short is Greek.
Yeah.
Or rather, his character.
Right. Big Brother. Right now, we're into. I think this is like we've only sent 2 people home, but it seems like we should be deeper into it. Even though because it's been like 4 weeks. The first week one person went crazy and went home.
Sure.
And then we've had 2 people go, and it's just been. I don't have a boyfriend. I usually have a Big Brother.
I was going to say
boyfriend.
by now, if you said you were 4 weeks into it.
Yeah.
Usually, I'm starting to recognize names that you're saying, and I don't think you've said any names.
No, I don't even know who they are.
No.
There's I don't know who there's one gay guy, Michael. He's the gay guy.
Okay.
And he's kind of he's not big gay, but he's way too gay. And it's just kind of I don't like him. But there's a guy who looks kind of like Michael, who I keep confusing which one's which because they look that much alike. I think Kyle. I don't know what his name is, but he's kind of cute, and so I don't know if it's his Justin Bieber kind of haircut, or I don't know, but I like his hair best.
With the swoopy bangs, he's still doing that.
Yeah, and I kind of like I like his hair best. And there's this black guy with these huge arms, and you know how I like a good this area of
Ham.
Ham is that?
No, I don't know. That's what I call him. Hams.
Okay,
Photos for the blind. Tom is pointing to his biceps.
Oh, biceps. He's got really nice biceps, and then. One guy has a really good...
Bingo wings.
Yeah, I don't want those. I already have. Thank you. But, I'm piecing everybody off. I've got more women's parts that are...
Oh, yes, we always thought so, but in the chat room, Daniel says he's calling it now. Andrea Martin is his new love interest and the murderer.
See, that's what that's what I mean. It's always like... You can't trust anytime a big-time celebrity shows up. They've got to be some sort of red herring, or they're going to work them in as the murderer. Mm-hmm. It's like if you've ever watched the Sunday movie of the week, which was Columbo. You always knew who the killer was right away.
Right.
But the rest of the shows, whoever was the special guest star, and I think Murder, She Wrote did this too. Mm-hmm. Whoever was the special guest star was always the murderer. Mm-hmm. And after a while, it's like. Oh, look, it's Ava Gabor's on. Oh, she's a special guest star. She's,
Sure.
We knew it. So, yeah. So, anyway, that's how it's getting with Only Murders. But I'm still enjoying it. It's still fun. No problem.
That's what I always liked about Columbo, because the audience knew who the killer was. And then, of course, you didn't really have to pay that much attention. Of course, there were always the big clues. But it was how Columbo wrapped it up at the end,
right.
With the little tiny things that he picked up on. You're like... Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so also I'm watching The Bachelorette. Okay, but no, I think you might actually want to see this.
I doubt that very much.
Okay, so what happened is they have the two Bachelorettes, right? It's Gabby and Rachel.
Well, there's two of them.
There's two of them. So, and this is where the drama starts coming into play, because some of the guys like Rachel, some of the guys like Gabby, but Gabby and Rachel are expecting the guys to be friendly to both of them till they can make up their mind, not the men making up their mind.
Sure.
So finally, what happened was they're at this, Gabby's hanging out with some of the guys, and she's like talking to him, and they're going, well, I just want to let you know, I mean, I think you're really great, but I'm really here for Rachel. And she's like, okay, well, thanks for telling me. I'm glad that we're open enough that we could do this. Okay, yeah, okay, good. And then the next guy comes in and goes, well, I just want to tell you that I'm here for Rachel. And she's like, well, I'm glad that we're open enough that we can talk about that. A third guy comes in, and then Rachel's like, okay, thanks. I mean, not Rachel, Gabby's like, okay. And she runs out and crying and crying and crying and tells Rachel, I just had 3 guys in a row tell me they're not here for me. Is anybody ever going to love me? And so she's in tears. So they decide what they're going to do is they're going to take the rose ceremony, split the roses, because the first rose ceremony, the girls were just feeding off the same plate. But now, I think there was like 20 roses, so each girl got 10.
Oh my goodness.
So it was like, okay, you go ahead, and if the guy says no, then you lose that rose. But they have to say, yes, I'll take the rose, and then you can go from there. So what happens is they start doing it, and all of a sudden, 3 guys in a row tell Rachel that they're here for Gabby. And so she's in tears and runs off, and then they come back and they finish it. And so
how do the guys get eliminated?
Well, each week they're going to be eliminated by each individual girl. Now they've separated the guys into Gabby's dates and Rachel's dates now. But you would have just enjoyed all the drama.
I know.
Oh my God, it was just hilarious. Well, you like girls crying. Because you feel fat and ugly.
Usually it's because he said something mean to them.
But yeah, exactly. I like making them cry. I don't want to watch other people make them cry.
Oh, see, that's too bad.
Mm-hmm.
So they've taken the 2 chicks, and now they're splitting off the dudes so that it's basically 2 different shows.
Well, it'll be... Yeah,
2 different contests?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, it was going to be 2 different contests.
Well, sure, but I think as the producers, I'd put the guys that didn't like the other, Gabby and mix them up just to fuck with them.
Well, yeah, I would like that because I like the crying, but I don't think they're not going to do it. Okay.
Oh, wow. That's why it's no good.
Okay, let's see. We've got. I finished the Bear finale.
Ugh.
Okay, you're the only person that hates this show.
Okay.
Because we even had somebody in the lobby, chat room, saying that that's one of their shows too.
Good for them.
Well, after that final, the episode that I was telling you about last week, which was episode 7, where it was just a nightmare of that
screaming.
Well, it was that the order machine that kept going, zzz, and they hadn't even opened the doors yet, right? They didn't have enough food. It was 20 minutes long, and that machine never stopped going off once they had turned it on. So even as the episode's fading to black, you still hear zzz, zzz. So the last episode, they kind of tied up really nicely. I'm not going to say what it was, but I love the actors in it. I love the characters, and a lot of them are kind of assholes, but they're learning to like each other, and they're just it's a fun show. I like the fact that when they're making food, they're actually showing them make the food, not it's like they go
and I picked up on that, but it's food porn basically.
Yeah.
Which, it seems a bit gimmicky. But, if it works.
Right.
But that doesn't make watching them as characters any better.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't...
I hear you.
I don't understand.
I understand.
I don't understand somebody who's as angry and mean as you are that you don't want to watch a show a bunch of people yelling at each other.
No, it's too much. It's constant. I don't want to listen to 20 minutes of yelling.
Okay. Let's see. Where am I? So on How to Change Your Mind, which is Netflix.
I still have not started.
Yes. They just did. It's called
MDMA.
How did you know?
Because I finally added it to my list. And you told me which chapters you're on.
So that is ecstasy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so
Molly, as the kids call it.
Oh, it's the same thing?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh, damn it! I get so confused. I really do. Because I was figuring number 4 was going to end up being the Molly, but it's all the same. It's just and the worst part is that we're watching the show, and through the whole thing, all I keep hearing is, "We need to get mushrooms. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm 62 years old. I'm not going to.
Mushrooms would be more your age range, I think.
Yeah, when I was 20.
Well, yeah.
Actually, I was when it was popular. I was about 10, but
right. Well, shrooms, LSD, that whole No, I've done it. I didn't. I suppose you have to have joy to begin with for it to.
That makes sense.
And since I don't,
right,
it didn't do anything.
Because everybody's like, "Oh, there's just colors, and it was the most beautiful sunrise I ever saw."
No,
they never left their room. Right? There's a sunrise. It was gorgeous. It's like, okay, what part am I going to be interested in all this? And Sean goes, "Yeah, oh, you would. You'd like it."
Daniel says because mushrooms are old and moldy.
Yeah, basically. Let's see. Conjuring Kesha. Okay, so this week, remember last week was the Bigfoot. Well, this week, she takes, I don't know, some chick, I don't know who they are, and she takes her to, it's a secret society place, kind of like, remember Old Theater was? The building, the last theater we had.
Yeah. Like a
that ghost,
like a Mason type of building.
Yes, yeah. And so but they still are a club that's still working out of that building.
Oh, Masons are still around,
and so
they're all 100 years old, are practically ghosts themselves.
Well, no, they've got new people now.
Are they?
Yeah, they're really silly. They showed them doing a ceremony. They filmed them, which I thought was odd that they would do that because it's a secret society. I think
it was a fake ceremony.
Okay, still, It was as silly as the one out of Peggy Sue Got Married. Did you ever see that?
No.
Oh,
I know it is one that I do want to see.
Yeah, so it seemed rather silly and hilarious, but that's how the show is starting to be formed. And it's basically, as one of our listeners has mentioned, he says it's a lot like the Paris Hilton and the Richie girl when they used to go out and milk cows. So they're going out and doing something different each week, and that's kind of what Kesha's doing. She's going and doing something different, paranormal each week. So it's more of a, what crazy thing is she going to do this week? But I'll tell you, when she had those mountain men, the people up at Shasta last week tell her that we all were called by the mountain. None of us grew up here. We were called. We were the chosen ones. You could see she was like Mr. Burns when he twiddles his fingers when he's happy. Oh, she wants to be that. She wants to be accepted by the mountain.
Oh, sure.
So, so I'm really hooked on it. It's Discovery Plus. Enjoying it. Let's see.
Now, how do you pay for that? I mean, I know it's a paid service, but is that included with some package that you have?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
would you pay for it otherwise?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, are you kidding? It's all paranormal. It's food and paranormal.
Well, there you go.
Discovery Plus is the best value on streaming.
All right.
You can get it for I think it's $6.99 without commercials, $4.99 with, $6.99 without.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, yeah, and not only that, they also have home improvement shit. So
sure.
It's everything. Everything I could possibly want is right there. So
it's actually a really good deal.
Yeah. Let's see. Then we've got High School Musical, the musical, the series, season 3, summer camp.
Yeah.
Episode 1.
Oh.
Happy campers. Okay. So the plot of this season is, like Olivia Rodrigo, she was on the first episode, but she's not going to camp. She's going to do a world tour with her 3 Grammys that she won. That's not really part of the show, but that's why she's not going to summer camp. But she was nice enough to do at least the first episode. God bless her. And so the kids who can't do the show are not. They're going somewhere else for summer camp. But the kids who could are all going to the summer camp. So we've got a group of the kids from our regular High School Musical series, and then we've got a bunch of new kids that are there as well. So they can add some new characters that way, which is a smart thing.
Well, you got to keep them young,
right? And considering that season 4 is coming.
Well, no one wants 30-year-old high schoolers.
Wait, I'm going to talk about Glee next.
Exactly.
So,
Mike says he just watched Glee for the first time this year. It was okay.
Okay. All right. Anyway, so what happens?
That's high praise, if you ask me.
So they get to
unwatchable. It.
You just stop. They get to the camp, and what happens is Corbin Blue, who was in the original High School Musical, the musical. Movie. He shows up.
I think Corbin Fisher,
and says, "You think he was hot though?" Anyway, and he's not a teenager in this one, so you can feel not bad about it, even though none of the kids are high schoolers. But it doesn't matter.
Sure.
My point here is, the point that he comes in and says Disney Plus. So already it's like product placement. It's a Disney Plus show, and they're talking. He goes, Disney Plus has chosen this camp. This drama camp to perform Frozen 2, the version that's.
I'm already confused. There's so much going on.
Okay,
no. What's happening is when they bring out musicals that are available for high schools and for the younger kids, they usually break them down into smaller, like 90-minute shows instead of 2-hour musicals.
Sure. Okay.
And so the version that's going to be available to schools everywhere this fall, you're going to be the first kids that do the musical.
So they're plugging these shortened shows on the show. Oh my God!
I know. I was like, oh my God, this is. Can't they just hold up a Diet Coke can and be done with it? No. They're going after their own stuff. Anyway. Hilarious. So that's the whole plot right now. So
It's a commercial.
Yes, and I'm so excited.
Oh boy.
Okay, so
like the old NBC when like the Golden Girls would introduce like the season.
Oh yeah, the big new showcase.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they did that with Saturday morning cartoons. Too.
Okay, so American Horror Story.
Remember Teen Turbo or Turbo Teen?
Oh yeah, I forgot about
Kid
that.
that got all hot and bothered and turned into a car.
Yeah.
And I mean, even when I was like 10 years old,
Stop
I'm like,
talking
what
to
happens
him. Stop talking to
if
him.
he, starts making out in the back seat somewhere and turns into a Trans Am? I mean, that's got to be
a lucky girl.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tom. You were saying.
Okay, American Horror Stories. This is, by the way, it is an exclusive on Hulu now. It's not even on whatever it used to be on. So this week's episode it had Matt Greenberg, the guy from the New Girl. Remember, he had all the moles. And then I think it's Greenberg, isn't it? Greenfield. It's Green something. So anyway, him and Gabrielle Sotomayor from what was her Oscar nomination for it? Precious. Thank you.
Oh,
so
her.
their husband
And
and
choosing
wife.
difficult people,
Right.
which was better.
Yeah. No.
Oh, Precious.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. Sure. Okay. So the two of them are married, and what happens is, when she was a girl, they had a home invasion, and somebody came in and killed her parents. So she's really paranoid about being in the house alone. So they get basically a ring. I think they call it a Aura. I think was the name of the Aura ring camera system for the front door. And so he's gone. She gets a notification on her phone, and she looks, and there's this old man going, "Let me in, let me in!" Right, and it's a really scary guy, and so she's freaking out, and then they start banging on the door, and so she calls the cops, and the cops come and they can't find anything. There's nothing on her ring that shows that guy was there. The guy across the street's camera didn't show anybody at the house. So she's thinking, "Oh my God, I'm losing my mind, or it's a ghost or something." And I'm not going to give you any more what happens because it does go from there. But it was, I remember I told Matt a story that I said, this would be, we should be playing with this ring thing, the doorbell thing, because you can do so many Twilight Zone kind of shows with that. And I said, how about one about a couple that keeps seeing somebody trying to break into their house, but then there's no one there at their house. And then they find out that they're actually getting someone else's feed at their house. And this keeps happening. It's almost like, remember that one where you get the button, if you press the button, you get $1 million, but then someone's going to die, but then you go to the next house and someone else is going to get a button to get $1 million, but that doesn't mean you're not going to die. You're probably going to die. That kind of thing.
Or like Bewitched, when the airplane would fly over and their garage door would go up. Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
On Bewitched?
Yeah.
You, quiet. So, anyway, it was very, very exciting, and it had a really good twist to the
I
show.
was going to ask how Ryan Murphy fucked it up, because I'm sure he did.
No, you just stop talking that way about wonderful, wonderful Ryan Murphy.
Uh-huh.
And if he's listening, I would love to, help talk to you about some ideas.
He's done one show that was worth watching, and it wasn't even his own material.
Which
it was
one?
Feud.
Ryan Murphy is saying, "I will do anything for you,
yes,
sir.
Yes, thank
Make
you.
me famous."
Okay.
In a good way.
Okay.
I'll pass. Thank you, though.
Moving on, Glee.
Yay.
So
Speaking of Ryan Murphy.
Yes. Woo-hoo. So we just...
God, you can't even make a 30-minute sitcom right.
It was an hour-long sitcom.
No, I'm talking about that one where he had the two gay guys in their series.
The New Normal? You want to watch it
terrible.
right now? I've got
No.
it downloaded on my iPad.
Awful.
It was a
No.
good show.
No, it wasn't.
You're horrible. You're a horrible
Ellen
person.
Birkin was the only thing that was on that show that was worth watching.
Oh, my God. Okay.
No comment.
Moving on. Okay, so Glee. So what happened was we started with the Rocky Horror Picture Show episode.
Sure.
And that's the one that has Sam in the gold shorts, and he's just so beautiful. And he's got the Justin Bieber but blonde hair, like Rocky did, kind of.
Yeah. Well, the original ride, that was more of a comb-over type of thing.
Okay. And so that was really fun. Oh, look, we're getting pictures.
Oh, that guy.
Okay, so really fun episode. Then we kind of went, okay, we usually watch one episode a day. But then we realized, Sean goes, I just looked it up, and Darren Criss starts on the next episode. So like an hour later, we're like, let's watch that episode. So we started watching that episode. Well, we didn't start. We watched that episode, and it's got "Teenage Dream" that him and the Warblers sing, and it's so good. One of my favorite numbers out of Glee of all their musical numbers.
See the one that ended up dating Chris Golfer?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay, and so and then it was late night. We didn't want to watch the rerun of Saturday Night Live, so we went ahead and watched the next episode of Glee. And that was one with Gwyneth Paltrow when she comes in as the
your favorite.
She comes in as the substitute teacher, and that's the one she won the Emmy for.
Oh, good for her.
Yeah.
What's in the box?
I'm sorry?
Said what's in the box?
What box?
What box?
Her head.
Oh, that box. Yeah.
God.
Yeah. So anyway, so we're really having a lot of fun. I love Glee. Okay. And surprisingly, 12 years later, they're holding up. So, too bad none of the cast isn't. It's a mess. Well, they've got 3 kids that have died already out of the show.
Sure, well, I suppose if I had to suffer through that, I would kill myself too.
Okay, so, I haven't told you about this one.
Oh, no?
On Hulu, have you? There's a show called Alone. They're probably telling you this is a show that you're going to want to watch. Don't look it up. That's just going to make them try to make you watch.
I'm not going to look it through Hulu.
Oh, okay. So Alone is it's a what do you call it, reality show where they have 10 survivalists. And they throw them into the Pacific Northwest on one of those island areas of Vancouver. And they can take 10 things in, but they're absolutely alone. There's like 5 to 10 miles in between each of these guys. They drop them off, and they have to, whoever survives gets $500,000. But the first night, one guy had 3 bears hanging out around his tarp. And he's like the next day, since they didn't eat him, he called and said, "Okay, I'm done. I'm not going to play bears."
So how is this different than Survivor?
Well, it's first of all, there's no production team. They're filming them.
So who's filming them?
They have to do all their own filming. So they all get their camera cases and they do their own.
So are some cast members better at filming themselves than others? No, they just kind of... I don't buy that.
They kind of place it... I'm sure they got trained on how to deal with the cameras.
Maybe.
But anyway, this is... within the first, I think, 4 days, we lost 5 of the not characters, but the participants. They left. One guy was like, he got really sick because he was drinking water that was not filtered correctly. And,
sure.
One guy he lost his flint and couldn't find it, so he can't make fire anymore. And one guy had the bears, another guy had a cougar.
Bears and cougars, huh?
running around his tent. Anyway, this is only season 1. There's like 7 seasons, so you're going to hear more of this.
Oh boy, I just read there's 9.
Oh,
there's
9 seasons?
Yeah.
Wait, my nipples just got hard.
God.
Okay. So anyway, really good. That's Hulu, and there's lots of product there. We're actually looking forward to seeing if season 2 and 3 are different in the fact of when you do it first season, no one knows what to expect when you get there. Second season, they're going to have some idea that I better be better at this than I think I am. Or maybe this isn't the kind of show for me at all.
Sure.
Because, you go on Survivor, and there's a medic team right there. They've got producers and sound people. I remember one time they were complaining that somebody found a granola bar wrapper and who's been hoarding food, who had food, who brought food with them, and I'm thinking it was probably the camera guy.
Could be anybody.
Yeah, and but that was never brought up. That somebody that on the production crew. Probably there's no production crew, and that's what's different about this.
RT Cruiser says they need to do that show in winter, where they need to huddle naked together for warmth.
They're alone. Alone is in the title. There's no one to huddle with except maybe the bear.
The bears. There's 3 of them.
Yeah.
And some cougars.
Well, it was a mom and 2 babies.
Oh.
Let's see. That's really fun. Grownish, which we thought was going to be finishing over at Hulu. We thought, well, okay, the girl graduated, everybody graduated, so what's going to happen? Well, her brother from Blackish has now come into the school, and so they could literally, they could go 4 years and make it work. I just thought, I was surprised that they were going to do that, because I didn't think Junior was a strong enough lead to play it, but that's what they want to do.
There you
go. Okay. I did want to make sure we wished happy birthday to Harry Potter and to...
so what is Grownish on? Is that on Disney or not?
It's Hulu.
Is it?
Yeah. And Freeform.
Freeform, okay.
So it's Harry Potter's birthday and Neville Longbottom's birthday today, Brian.
Yay.
And Bethany's.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So...
and Mark Cohen. Mark K's birthday.
So I watched Uncoupled. Did you watch it?
Yes.
Oh, God, did you hate it?
Yeah.
Already?
Oh, yeah. I gave it 2 episodes, and I'm like, I'm done with this bullshit.
I'm glad I watched the second episode, because I told Sean, we better watch another one of these, because I know Brian's going to watch at least 2.
I mean, I didn't hate it in as far... it wasn't detestable. But as far as a show that's interesting, no. Good writing, no. It's just... It's a gay Sex in the City. It's just a reboot of Sex in the City with
that's already been
gay
done.
guys playing the same Sex in the City's characters. Who cares?
Like it.
It's old.
That's
it's
great.
done.
I didn't think of that at all.
Well...
Now you will.
No, not at all.
Yeah, no, the black guy is totally Samantha. And then...
No, the black guy's actually totally Don from Trolling.
Sure, because everyone's seen that.
Wow, that's
there
low.
is Neil Patrick Harris, who is everything wrong with current gay culture, is Carrie, and then your stereotypical fat old gay guy who does nothing but bitch about being single.
It's
just boring stereotypical characters with boring stereotypical writing.
So anyway, I really enjoyed it.
Of course you did.
It was fun. The only thing is, the last thing I need to hear is that, my husband's leaving me after 17 years. Guess what my anniversary is this year? Now,
and you are the older one. Well, you'd be leaving him then.
That's right. Yeah.
So you're safe. You're safe.
But guess who's going through midlife crisis right now? Not me. Although this was my favorite line from the show. It was the older woman who he's going to do her, sell her apartment. When she goes, well, my husband, he left me for this 25-year-old because this is his second act in his life, and she goes, that's because morbidly obese men live to be 130. Right?
I did chuckle at that line.
That was a really good line. It was, and of course I got a high five from that. So, but it's I really enjoyed the show. I love the fact that Tyler wasn't his lover.
Sure.
He was just his realtor, and that his husband actually left him because of him, not because of somebody else.
Well, I mean, I would too after that party.
Oh, God, I would have been so pissed off.
Yeah.
So pissed off. But that's me.
And I did chuckle at the... like I said, I didn't hate the show. I mean, because there have been shows that I've absolutely hated. I didn't hate the show. I just don't think it's watchable.
No, it's not hating it at all.
The therapist scene was actually it was just that cheap kind of joke at the end where both of them are kind of slumped over in their chair as NPH keeps talking and talking and talking. That was a cute, quick gag, but again, it was just a cute, quick gag. Right. It doesn't make it good writing.
Oh, and you'll be happy to know I did read an article that said that hopefully this will be the last season of Connors.
No, well, yeah.
It's not going to get. She's not.
No, it's not going to
get
any better. But I was hoping that I was immediately thinking the Goldbergs, and then I'd give you a high five and a hug, and we'd have a celebration, pop some champagne.
So, unfortunately, I don't know how to pronounce this name. So, AI in the chat room says, "You guys missed the episode then, where you see a certain something."
Oh, good. Yeah, that's coming up then.
Not worth it.
Yeah. Okay, now the last show that I watched just last night was called Street Food, and it's on Netflix. And so I'm thinking, it's going to be going around to
I was going to, okay.
It's, what they do is there's 4 different food trucks, or they work like a street kind of markets. But it's talking about all these families. So it's like there's this Mexican family, Costa Rican family, there was a black family, and then a Filipino family. So they were talking about how they got into doing it. I don't want to know that.
No way.
No, I want to see food, and I want to see people go, wow, that was really great. I want to go, look at that. Sounds like they have they have all these different kinds of lumpia that you can make. Okay, I'd be interested in seeing people eat that. Oh, I never thought about using that.
Right, yeah.
No, this is not that at all. This is a... who cares? I'm sorry that your father died and you got stuck with the food truck, but you love it now. Okay, that's great. Show me some food. And there's just not enough of that.
Yeah, Netflix recommended it to me. I do believe I added it to my list, but I'll promptly be taking it off.
Take it off, yeah.
Because I figured it'd be like a diners, drive-ins, and dives type of thing. Good exposure for...
And I'm not saying it isn't well made. It's just I'm not interested. So
sure, yeah.
Yeah. So, what did you do this week?
Well, so... I did watch a couple which we talked about. The things that I did watch, I watched a movie on Hulu called Shit and Champagne, which is a drag queen. It takes place in the 70s. Her boyfriend it's kind of like a Foxy Brown type of thing.
Okay.
Her boyfriend is killed and she has to find the people that killed him and why they killed him. Like I said, it does take place in the 70s. I thought the writing would be better. I was expecting more of a Girls Will Be Girls type of vibe, but this was a lot more low. I want to say lowbrow because Girls Will Be Girls is pretty lowbrow, but not as sharp. Definitely not as sharp. No, I don't think any of the drag queens in there were like RuPaul famous.
Okay.
I mean, heck, Linka was in there, but I don't think she's ever done RuPaul.
Well, when was this made?
Last year, I believe.
Okay.
So, yeah, she's a stripper that's been married several times, and like I said, she just has to find the guy or the person. Of course, it's another drag queen, another woman. That's the bad guy, and she was excellent. The bad guy was excellent, and I didn't write down her name because she has never been in anything outside of. She did a spoof on Joan Crawford, Betty Davis, Baby Jane.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a spoof on Feud. No, spoof on Baby Jane about probably 10 or 15 years ago. It reminded me of, because I ranked both Uncoupled and Shit and Champagne the same. It's a 4. Not unwatchable, but with this one, I was done with it in 90 minutes. Whereas, Uncoupled would be 4 hours if I watched all that bullshit. So, I wish I had weed when I was watching it. That was a problem. But would I watch it again? No. Would I recommend it? Not really. What I was amazed, though, is the production quality. The lighting was really good. For such a low-budget movie, I mean, the usual giveaways are always shit sound and shit lighting. Because we've seen plenty of...
Oh, lighting is everything. Well, actually, sound is really important too.
Oh yeah.
There's just something about like that one thing I watched a couple weeks ago, that movie, where it just looked like it was on a set, and the acting wasn't good enough, and the sound wasn't good enough, and the lighting was so bright that you're obviously going, that's cardboard.
Right.
It just didn't look good.
And for whatever reason, that's usually what it seems that the low-budget movies always, that's the first thing they skimp out on,
right,
is lighting and sound. It's like that. And that's, anyway. Then I watched Whitney Cumming Jokes.
Yeah.
Oh, terrible. Oh, it was so disappointing, because I liked her other two specials.
Okay.
So she, first of all, she laughs at her own jokes throughout the whole.
She always does.
Does she?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I noticed it more this time around.
Well, because they weren't this good.
Probably. Well, right, because I wasn't laughing.
Well, this is probably the. Let's see. No. When we saw her before, that's the last special. That's where she had the living doll.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and I
right.
didn't.
No, I'm just saying. So those jokes were good at that point.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah.
She flails on the stage, like she's not funny enough, so she's like flailing, like doing physical comedy on the stage. She's crouching, she's laying on the stage. Like I said, she's literally flailing on the stage. So I thought, so I actually went back and sped through her other two specials just to see if she was doing the same thing, and I wasn't realizing it, and she did not literally flail on the stage in her other two specials like this one. And then her material was shit. She pretended not to know what GIFs or GIFs are, depending on your preferred pronunciation. And she's 38 years old. She's not that old to not know. She's dividing her she's trying to skew older, I guess.
Right.
And it doesn't work because she's not as old as she's trying to make herself out to be. And then she bitches, and the first half of her bit was about dating a younger guy, and then the second half of her bit was about how kids today are too soft. And it was all hack material. Like, back in my day, the playground was hard cement, and we got bruised. We broke things. Oh, okay. That's the joke? So, really disappointing. Really disappointing. Big week in music. I didn't listen to it, but I have to mention it since I did say it was a big week in music. Beyonce released a new album.
Right. Revolution?
Renaissance. Renaissance.
And it was a big R word.
Yeah. Now, apparently it's like a two-parter. I'm not a Beyonce fan. I don't dislike her, but I'm not going to, run out and listen to it. But like I said, it's a big week in music. I had to mention
Yeah,
that.
I'm not a big Beyonce fan either. I like some of her songs. But I totally respect the fact that she makes all her albums at home, in her sound studio with her own people, and then she produces, she delivers it to iTunes and goes, here we go, give me my money.
Yeah.
Where she's, because I don't like the studio system, because the studio system gives you like 10% of the money that's made goes back to the artist, if that.
Sure. Well, and we've had this conversation before that, so many with technology and recording equipment and virtual studios that you have on your computer, you really don't even need the studio anymore. There's a ton of people that I listen to that are completely recording at home. Diane Coffey is one that I can think of right off the top of my head. C. Duncan recorded the first two of his albums at home, and both of those artists have just huge, thick, lush harmonies.
Ooh.
Just layers and layers and layers of vocals, and I can't imagine how long it would take to record.
Right.
But the fact that they're not in a studio, they're in their bedroom, probably in the closet for the best sound, and they're able to produce these albums that they sound huge, and it's just all them. Speaking of having a huge sound, but God, I mentioned them in the years past, and they've just gotten worse and worse over time. Of Montreal released a new album this week. Freewave Lucifer, fuck. And that's a great album title. Horrible. It's awful. It's unlistenable. Some of the reviews I read said, well, if you're a fan of avant-garde, I'm like, that's code for this sucks.
Yeah,
Don't bother. And then lastly, and I think this is so interesting. There's an Domi and J.D. Beck. These kids are literal kids. He's 19 years old. She's 22. If you look at their pictures online, they look like they were lost somewhere on the set of Sesame Street in the 70s. She wears these pigtails on either side of her head, and he has this mop of hair. But they're jazz artists, and both of them play years beyond their age. They were discovered by Anderson .Paak, and they just released their album called Not Tight, and they cut a couple tracks with Thundercat, Mac DeMarco, Herbie Hancock, Busta Rhymes, and Snoop Dogg. And she plays keys, he plays drums, and his drumming is mechanical. He sounds like a drum loop. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. And he's got maybe 3 drums and a cymbal. You know, and you think of a decent drummer, you're thinking Roger Taylor from Queen or Neil Peart from Rush. You have these huge room-sized drum sets, and here this 19-year-old kid is with 3 drums, a bass, and a cymbal, and he sounds, like I said, like a drum machine. Just unbelievably tight. A really good album. If you like jazz, and even if you don't like jazz, because they do mix in a lot of hip-hop as well. But amazing that these kids that are that age could play with such sophistication. I read an article saying that because you've got these kids, you've got Jacob Collier and other young artists who are playing with so much more talent than what their age belies, but they have access to the internet now, so they're able to listen to so many things that most kids at 20, 30, 40 years ago, you'd have to pick through LPs and listen to an LP one at a time. And spend your life in a record store trying to listen to everything that you can find within a week online. It's amazing. I don't know what else to say about that, because it really is amazing, and it always does amaze me when you've got these kind of kids with that sort of talent.
This was interesting. I was reading something on the Carpenters, and it was about how Karen Carpenter, she wasn't a Ethel Merman, loud singer.
Not at all.
Yeah, but no, they said that she sang so. She was such a quiet singer that the microphone was Richard had to make sure that the mic was loud enough to pull all the richness out of her voice.
Sure.
And make it sound, because it never sounded like she's the small talker. But that's the article said that, and I'm like, I've listened to their music 50 years now, and I never had heard that before.
That he's super close mic.
Yes.
I wouldn't think, because when I think of like super close miking, I would think Julie London, where she really is basically whispering into the microphone. Because that wasn't Karen Carpenter.
Yeah. So, I thought that was of interest. And let's see, on my YouTube channel channels I should say, that I've been watching, I just found a new one called The Haunter. But it's like, it did this, it said, 15 scary videos, and the thing was only 15 minutes. And I'm like, there's no setup. What's going on?
Sure.
And so I started watching some of his early, it went okay. I'd seen the video, so I kind of knew the background on some of them. But I went back and watched his very first one, and it was truly, truly awful. He just described what happened in the videos, and we never got any vocal from them. No, it's not. Usually they stop and let us see the scene play out. Well, he just talked over the whole thing. So I'm like, okay, I got to be careful when I go back on their early posts, because some start off great. They started off great, and their old posts are just as good as their new posts, and some of them are not.
A couple things in the chat room. TV says, if you're a fan of old school house music, the album is heavily influenced by that. He's not a Beyonce stan, but the album is great and makes him feel good to be so goddamn queer. Mr. Mike says, have you heard the Ethel Merman Disco album? Of course.
Yes.
And DJ said, who's streaming right now? Well, thank you very much. That's Swanner and Judd. And you can find them at swannerandjudd.com. And RT Cruiser says she didn't like the Carpenters' style and wanted to do real rock music.
Well, I could see that. Because, I mean, what happened was they ended up getting in such a rut. Not just their music, but their style. I remember one time I think it was right after they did Calling Occupants, they actually had mud thrown on them in some photo thing to say we're not clean cut as clean cut.
Sure,
as you think.
I can imagine after cutting as many albums as they did with their similar sound that they would get tired of it and want to do something else.
Okay, so it is 12:59. We're going to go ahead and release the stream for the next show coming up. We thank you so much for joining the block of Chubb's Gone Wild, Big Gay Sex Show, and Swanner and Judd. And
it's the Chubb block, right?
Yes, the Chubb block. We're a great big fat Chubb block. All right, thank you so much.
Bye.
We will catch you next time. Bye!
When you know that you are queer, but your favorite drink is beer, that's gayish. You can bottom without stopping, but you can't stand going shopping, that's gayish. Oh, gayish, you're probably gayish. Well, life's just too short for narrow stereotypes, so it's gayish. We're also gayish. It's gayish with Mike and Kyle.
Hello, everyone in the podcast universe. This is gayish.
The podcast that's like a missing butt plug. It was inside you all along.
Where are my glasses? They're on my face. I mean, up my ass. I mean, whatever.
Did you mistake your glasses for a butt plug? I didn't follow the steps of... Okay.
You never know. I'm Mike Johnson.
I'm Kyle Getz.
And we're here to bridge the gap between sexuality and actuality. And today... Hey, Kyle.
Hey, Mike.
We didn't coordinate. Are we going to reveal the topic at the top of the episode, or we're going to wait?
Literally forgot about that until this moment. No, we're waiting because this is a live show, and every live show we do, it's live if you're listening live.
Because we're so consistent.
Yeah. Well, we've done that every time.
For live shows, we wait to reveal the topic until later, just to create a little sense of urgency for you, dear listener. We are live on Pride48. It is Pride48 live streaming weekend, an amazing weekend of queer podcasts. They started last night, or nope, they started Friday night. I'm in Scotland. I don't even know what fucking day it is anymore. Anyway, we're here in the tail end of what's been a pretty great weekend. Have you been listening, Kyle?
I have been listening, only to the good ones.
Yeah.
No. We already have a guess in the chat that we're talking about hand jobs.
Oh,
you're
great.
Close, but you're not there yet.
Right, yeah. Speaking of chat room, if you're interested in chatting with us live while we're doing all of this, you can go to pride48.com/chat. Or
if you're listening and not in the chat room, it's very confusing as to what you're like. There's a very small group of people that applies to.
Well, yeah.
If you're listening to this on like Wednesday or Thursday, then you've missed it. You didn't.
Feel free to send us messages. You can text us.
Oh yeah.
Or send us emails.
I do have the chat open, so I'm watching.
Anyway, bother us on there, and then a little bit later, if you listen to the show already, you know that we do our gayest and straightest, and we will be looking for a gayest and straightest from that chat room on Discord. So share it with us. We might pick yours and read it at the end of the show.
Or you might have done a bad job, and we won't pick it.
That's right. That's right. And really, if we don't read yours, feel bad about yourself. That's my goal. Yeah, so Patreon folks.
Wow. Okay, yeah, because we have a limited time and we have so much to talk about for the topic. We're skipping news, so we're jumping right to. This is weird. Usually, I like to give you a little bit of something like the news before I thank people for giving us money, but we're jumping right to giving us money. Like it feels weird. I feel
it also feels a little more honest, doesn't it?
I don't think so.
Where our priorities lie.
I don't think so. Speak for yourself, Michael Johnson.
I usually do.
Sometimes. I would like to thank the following Patreon members for giving us money and for having something to do before we talk about the topic. Thank you to Gavin and Jerger? Yeah, that's the only way that could be read, I think. If you want to support us for some reason, go to patreon.com/gayish podcast to get episodes a day early and ad-free episodes and lots of other cool bonuses.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, okay.
Is that it? We're getting right into the topic then?
I guess so. Do we do a countdown? That's what we do when we have an audience, but... I feel weird counting you down, especially when there's like a several second delay because we're on different continents.
Don't count me. Don't tell me. Yeah, you can count me. I don't know. Do what you want.
All right. Well, no, I'm not going to do it at all. You're just going to tell them.
Our topic today is...
Pegging.
What? That's so mean. It's pegging.
It's pegging.
Yeah, it is not the act of being a lady named Peg. It is something sexier. And for information on what pegging actually is, I think we're going to start with Mike.
Yeah. That was a really smooth segue, Kyle. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, let's talk about pegging. First of all, hopefully this segment doesn't take like a million years. What is pegging, right? Like. We need to come down to a definition. So, and then I'm going to talk about the history of pegging, which blah blah blah. I'm sure people have been putting shit up their ass forever. Anyway, the Wikipedia article, my favorite place to start, says pegging is a sexual practice in which someone, usually with a vagina, performs anal sex on someone else by penetrating their anus with a strap-on dildo. So this is sort of the like modern evolved version of this. We were talking about this in the car driving around today, how like maybe we should start thinking of it as any person putting on a strap-on and doing any other person in their butthole. Like
I mean, like, yes. And I was going to start talking about fun gender combinations to decide what is real pegging. But like, when people think about pegging, they think about a cis woman pegging her cis male boyfriend with a dildo in the butt. Like that's what we think about. And then like we evolve from there to be like, gender, what is it and how and why can't other people put other things in other people's butts, and then it goes on from there. But that's like the classic definition.
Yeah. And that is indeed how it started. However, we're going to back up a little bit. So the history of pegging, it turns out that the word peg has meant copulate since at least 1902. It appeared in a slang dictionary as an expression that meant fucking. And then we also see the use of the phrase peg boy, which was in the Oxford English Dictionary.
What?
And it says that the etymology of that is from Playboy's Book of Forbidden Words by Robert Anton Wilson, written in 1972, which it's perhaps not the most reliable source. But Wilson wrote, okay, and before you cut me off, this is a quote, because I'm going to use the word that's not sex worker, but the word that's written here.
Okay. I mean, we can talk. I don't know why you think that just because it's in a quote, you can't do things to not say words that we shouldn't say anymore. But you can do what you want.
I mean, he wrote the word faggot 14 times in a row.
Love it. I'm down with that word. I support that. Use faggot all you want.
Well, okay.
You faggot.
No, okay, but okay.
Just read it, Mike.
Okay,
go.
Great. He writes, quote, "A peg boy is a young male who prostitutes himself to homosexuals. Peg House is a homosexual brothel. And there is an unsubstantiated story that boys in East Indian peg houses were required to sit on pegs between customers, giving them permanently dilated anuses.
Permanently dilated anuses is my punk band.
Yeah, sure. What chart are they on? Like
the queercore. Right. Yeah, on Sundays instead of going to church, you can come watch permanently dilated anuses. Wow, that's
huge
like
in Japan. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's like a peg is like a fluffer of the anus. Like it helps keep you there.
Yep. So the idea is that these boys who are sex workers sit on pegs in between clients to keep themselves ready, to keep themselves open, and that's the peg. And so that moves us to what is more or less the undisputed reason that we have the modern connotation of the word peg, which I'm
not over the word peg boy. I don't know how. Okay, I guess we can move on because I have nothing more to say to it. I'm just like really like a good peg boy. I'm internalizing it and just okay. But you can. I guess we can move on from that.
So it is all Dan Savage. Dan Savage did the whole thing. Dan Savage, who is a Seattle local celebrity, who's got his start writing columns about sex for our alternative newspaper, The Stranger, in May of 2001, wrote an article, and at the end of it, he asked, quote, what should we call it when a woman fucks a man in the ass with a strap-on dildo? And then he got a whole bunch of feedback about that from his readers. Sick of Names in Chicago wrote in and said, at the end of last week's column, you asked, what should we call it when a woman fucks a man in the ass with a strap-on dildo? We should call it a woman fucking a man in the ass with a strap-on dildo. Does every sexual practice need a cute term? I am sick of not being able to say everyday, previously run-of-the-mill phrases like tossed salad because now everyone thinks I want my ass eaten out instead of a plate of fresh vegetables.
That's what makes life fun. If we didn't have sexual innuendo like phrases that corporate marketing companies put out and their innuendos, like what would I have to tweet about? Like that's the worst opinion, and this is the only joy I have in my life is euphemisms for sexual acts that everyday people say.
Don't take this from me.
That's all I need.
I have so little left.
I have so little. I've pegging and words that are euphemisms.
Yep. Well, yeah. Okay. So I want to read this one also because it strikes at the heart, I think, of the conversation that we really need to have, which is around gender and sexual orientation and connotations that aren't helpful or useful. Truthful Hetero wrote, what should we call it when a woman fucks a man in the ass with a strap-on dildo? It ought to be called a latently gay man desperately trying to hold on to his heterosexuality. It doesn't roll off the tongue, but at least it's honest. You have opinions.
I mean, it's not, the idea that butts are gay is clearly a thing that we have to talk about when we talk about pegging, and it's, I don't know, it's just like... we've talked about stereotypes for 17 years on this show, and it's a boring old stereotype that's just annoying and irrelevant based on like biology, and I don't know, it's just stupid and I hate it.
Great. Okay. This is going to be a great episode then.
I mean, yeah, like I was thinking through the process of this becoming a gay stereotype, and it had to be just like the basic of like gay men needed a hole to put things in, and that was the butt, and that's like other than mouth, like that's the only option, and so because that's our option, anything from then on, everyone was like, oh, gay dudes do that, so then anything involving the butt was gay, and I don't know, it's. Gay men close them off to so much pleasure and joy in life because they don't want to feel like emasculated or feminine.
Yeah. Well, in the chat room, Nico says exactly the right thing. Some straight dudes are bottoms. Shouldn't be a big deal. Okay. Moving on with more of Dan Savage's readers. In Touch with My Anal Side says, quote, I'm your typical straight Joe, but after an old girlfriend started sticking her fingers up my ass, I was on a slippery slope. By the time we broke up, she was pounding my ass like a pro. I have had some of the best orgasms of my life that way. Believe me, boys, convincing your new girlfriend to stick something up your ass is a lot harder than actually taking something up your ass.
That's, yeah, now that I think about, now that I think about it, like the best orgasm I ever had was while some dude was fucking me and jerking me off, and that's the pleasure that straight men take away from themselves. They're like, oh, I can masturbate myself. And it's like, oh, you have no idea the worlds of pleasure that exist below your belt.
Straight guys, find your prostate. I can't. You might as well.
Your prostate is notoriously hidden during winter and summer and
medically verified.
Medically verified.
My prostate is like Groundhog's Day. It's never seen its shadow.
I hated seeing it the first time, and everyone keeps convincing me I'll like it.
Good. So let's see. Paris P. wrote, quote, boy sex workers were sometimes called peg boys because they would sit on pegs to keep their assholes open between clients. So I suggest the word, So I suggest the word peg. The woman would be the pegger, the boy would be the peggee, the act would be pegging, and the boy would write in his personal ad, I want to get pegged. So there were some other suggestions that people wrote in that Dan liked more or less. I
like that someone actually had the research. Like when I think of people voting on internet shit, I don't think of someone like there's actually a historical context for this definition. I like that they knew that and brought that into it when they replied.
Yeah. We're gonna get to that. Unoriginal Wordsmith said, in the case of a man getting fucked by a woman, he's letting her do the balling. So I would appropriate the football term punt. After all, he's essentially punting the ball to the other team.
He's letting her do the balling?
Yeah.
Is that a verb I'm not aware of?
Balling?
Balling? Like
in the Tenacious D song, I want to ball you completely? Anyway.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I've not heard that sexually.
All right. Well, it is.
Oh.
So then there's also this one. Bob's Your Uncle wrote in and said, I have an idea, Bob. This is in reference to the popularity of the bend over boyfriend videos, which demonstrate both the pleasures and techniques involved in this act. Different tenses of this word also work well. Ergo, Kathy bobbed me last night, or so, are you into bobbing? All of this turned into Dan Savage then ran a vote and had people write in and vote for Bob, for Bend Over Boyfriend, a popular series of how to fuck your man in the ass videos, punt for kicking the ball to the other team, and peg for a device once used to keep the butts of some very unlucky boys gaping open. So,
or lucky, depending on who you ask and how you look at it.
Yeah, there's something like unnecessarily demeaning about that. Also, This was 2001, which I think there's some forgiveness for historical context to be put in there.
There's not. We don't forgive, but we understand.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So 12,103 people voted. The clear winner was Peg with 5,216 votes, 43%. So Peg was the winner, and it sort of just took off from there. It entered the English vernacular because of this silly, hey, what should we call this sex act thing that Dan Savage did.
I like it. Another, like, would you, if you could go pick, would you pick that one still? Like, I like a world in which it's called bobbing.
I like a world in which it's called bobbing also, but Dan Savage himself, he said that he didn't necessarily like that one as much because it already has the connotation of like bobbing for apples or like bobbing your head while you're sucking a dick. So it seemed less, I don't know, tactically good or something. Like,
You're right. I liked that at first. I actually liked that comparison and similarity, but I guess I can see it. I guess. Okay, fine, Dan Savage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Peg is the right answer. I think that the reason that things are successful in language like this is because they speak to some weird kind of unknowable, unpredictable tendency of humans to all align on the same thing randomly. That's why memes work, right? And
God, you're in Europe. I was waiting for you to say je ne sais quoi, but you didn't. I'm so glad. I'm so proud of you.
The zeitgeist. I was in Germany last week or 2 weeks ago.
Someone posted in the chat room an image of Peggy Hill. So that's thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So it's Dan Savage. That's really the reason that we have the modern meaning of the word peg. And like you said earlier, he very much framed it as when a woman fucks a man in the ass with a strap-on dildo. I think that definition has expanded, like those boys sitting on the pegs so that their assholes would gape better. That was the original definition, that would specifically a cis woman strapping on a dildo and fucking her cis male boyfriend.
Yeah.
Or husband. Or coworker.
Okay, coworker hot. No, I don't think wife. I don't think it's husband. I think it's boyfriend. I don't think in your married relationship you start pegging. I think pegging is one of those things like a dog. Like, it's better when it enters the relationship before marriage, and that way it's like, I don't, because then it's like a thing. It's like if during the course of your relationship it comes up, you're like, cool, but like after 23 years of marriage, if you're the dude, you have to be like, okay, how do I say this brand new thing to my wife? Like, hey.
It's so true. Like, how do you bring it up, right? Like, that's got to be a hard conversation for everyone involved, especially with all of the like bullshit and baggage that's associated with it.
Yeah. I think you bring it up by saying, like, say like you want to get into bestiality, and then she's like, "What?" And you're like, "No. Okay, fine, just peg me." Like, if you go wildly extreme and then back up to just pegging, she's like, "Oh, fine. Oh, okay, I'll definitely stick a dildo in your ass." Woo, that was close.
Oh God, Mom, Dad, I'm pregnant. No, I've just got a B in history.
Yeah. Got a D in history, more like it. Okay. Yeah. Wait. Do we need to? The summary of this segment is we still need to come up with a word and define it and get like notoriety through that. That's what I'm hearing. We've decided we need to make up a word, and we haven't come up with what word, what it's about, what topic, anything about it. Just that we want to be known for creating a word.
Yes. I think that's the key to success. What has Dan Savage done for us except pegging in Santorum? Nothing I can think of off the top of my head.
I mean, he and his hot boyfriend have beautiful arms, so he's like helped me,
Yeah.
Orgasm.
And you live near each other too, right? Like, you're like neighbors, basically.
I don't know where he lives, actually. I've not gotten into that level of stalking.
Okay.
I've seen him once walking around Capitol Hill. And I was like, yeah, and then it did nothing about it.
Because weird whispering takes celebrities at ease every time.
Have you ever, like, when you're walking past someone or like say something like you, I always do this thing where I don't actually say anything. Like, I mouth the words, and for some reason I'm whispering so quietly. Excuse me. Sorry. Like, why am I talking so fucking softly to this stranger? Like, I'm sorry. Like, why did I just fucking whisper that? Like, why didn't I speak in a normal human voice? I don't understand it. Okay. Peg me. Okay, so the thing that I want to talk about, that's where we were at the year 2001.
Yeah.
I want to talk about, bring it a little bit more into the modern day opinions of pegging. And I'm going to do this by talking about the prince of pegging.
Aww.
Why did you sound like you just saw a bunny? Like, why do you love the prince of pegging?
Oh, I was okay. Nichelle Nichols died, and now my whole life is ruined. Somebody just posted that in the news, and they added me. And this is not the time to have this conversation, but she was Uhura in the original Star Trek. So now I'm crestfallen, as Big Fatty would say. All right, go ahead.
And now you'll never get pegged by her.
Yeah, no, I can't. I won't. I'll have to.
Well, any kind of pegging she'll do from now on will be
non-consensual.
Very one-sided effort.
Can you be a non-consensual pegger? I suppose you could. Yeah.
I mean, yes. And also, there's a lot of process that would have to go into making that happen. So I think dead is the best option for this is a weird.
Let's get back to your thing. The Prince of Pegging.
The Prince of Pegging. Did you
Prince of Pegging, right?
Hashtag Prince of Pegging. Yep. Yeah. How much of this did you see? Do you know all of this story already?
I think I know most of it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Hey, wait! I told you I would play dumb. So back up. Try to get. I know we're live, but edit this in post.
No, Daniel, turn back time. Edit this out. Okay. Do you know what this? Have you heard this news story? Do you know what it is?
You said Prince of Pegging?
Yeah.
No idea. Tell me more.
Oh my god, that's wild. Let's talk about it. Okay, Prince of Pegging. This is we picked this. I will say before the Prince. Mm-hmm. These stories came out, and I all of a sudden saw a bunch of. I didn't know it was about this story. I just saw a bunch of posts about pegging this week, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on? Did someone hack into our?" Our planning files and reveal the I don't know.
We can blame Derek now.
I was just gonna say Derek is a spy for fucking no one because no one gives a shit what topics we do. Okay, Prince of Pegging. This is originated from the Instagram website because I never use technology from this Instagram account called Deux, Deux, moi, and this is the original kind of rumor. There's a rumor posted, and they are so they all give so many stipulations of every news article is this is a rumor. There's no verification on this. There's in no way based in any kind of truth or fact, or we've not researched to confirm. So I guess we have to do the same thing again, but no one gives a shit, so it doesn't matter. Okay, quote. This is so salacious. I'm almost too shook to share with you, but will anyway. The British royals' extramarital affair is an open secret in London and amongst the English aristo set, and is the talk of every party and news desk. At a recent media party, I was told the real question of the affair was the royals' love of pegging.
Wait, Prince William?
This... I will go on to continue reading, ignoring you temporarily, but put a butt plug in it.
Okay, great.
Continuing, which the wife is far too old-fashioned to engage in. The wife doesn't mind her, and in fact prefers her husband getting his sexual needs fulfilled elsewhere, as long as things don't become emotional, which was the case with the last woman. It did not specify which prince, but everyone just automatically... I wonder if there were just more stock footage, stock images of Prince William's butt that people could post, and they were like, this one, because I saw a lot of pictures of him bending over. So that is the source of this rumor. Everyone started connecting it to Prince William's. Everyone puts a million disclaimers that no one knows for sure. But that's where this started. And
Wait.
What?
I mean, you know. Queen Elizabeth pegged the shit out of Philip. Right up to the very end. In fact, that's probably how he really died.
Pegging overdose. Got an OD stands for over dildoed.
Yep.
God, is that the key to long life? You just peg more.
Yeah. I think so.
Okay, I
can't prove it's not true. You can.
I was gonna say this is not a God thing. I'm pretty sure I could easily prove. Okay, later I guess I'll reveal this now. Later, one of the things that I want to do is talk strategies on destigmatizing. We've done very little actual work and help and strategizing on how to improve life for people. We just talk about how shitty it is. So I think they'll remind me later. I think one of the things that we could do to help destigmatize this is say that pegging improves your lifespan.
Sure.
Okay, sure. But we're not there yet.
Well, but doesn't prostate massage decrease the chances that you get prostate cancer? There's probably something to that.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
And here I've just been doing it for fun. I didn't know I needed to for medical reasons too. Okay.
Oh God. Okay.
So what I did with this is I took a few of the places that I found this article and read the comments. Mm-hmm. I was really curious about how people were going to react to this. And as we already talked about, like, there's assumed homophobia that, like, I was just waiting for, like, all the gay jokes and saying he's gay and that pegging is a gay thing and he's definitely gay, and I don't know. I was just waiting for that. But here's what I actually found. The article that I found on... So I have a bunch of examples. So first, the article on She Knows, which is a website I hadn't heard of. What does she know?
Is that before or after she bangs?
I think she knows because she bangs.
Great. Okay, great.
You know? Pegging makes you wiser, too. That's another thing about it. According to the article on She Knows, it says the best comment that is out there on, Twitter or wherever is from the comedian Richard Jeter, who tweeted, "Man, the next season of The Windsors is going to be lit, and The Crown's going to have to clock in an NC-17 series." So,
yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Right there, I was already surprised that what this article quoted as like the funniest comment. It's not that, I don't know. Richard Jeter, I don't know you that well. In fact, this is the only thing I know about you. But
yeah,
it's not that.
Yeah, your brother Derek is kind of a douchebag. Like,
right, and your name is long for dick, so I don't know what we're doing here. But I was surprised that, like, here's the comedian's reaction and the best tweet that we're whatever is like not as absolutely no homophobia in it.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing homophobic about that. Just saying, like, boy, we're gonna have to do pegging storylines on Netflix shows or whatever. Another tweet exchange that someone brought up from the previous, like from a couple years ago. I guess there are always rumors that Prince William is having an affair, so I don't know. This is from a couple years old, but someone brought it up again. Someone said, "I thought Prince Williams was too boring to have an affair," and then someone else replied, "Which one is he?" And they said, "The bald one with the teeth." Which
mean, harsh but fair.
how like, if people were to describe the difference, some people like don't look up who we are, don't know the difference. How would you describe what would the bald one with the teeth? What's our version of that?
I assume you're the tall one with the beard.
I thought I was going to be the hot one with the beard, but okay, that's fine, Mike.
Why would I call you the hot one?
I mean, because you love objective facts.
Oh, well.
You love objective fags.
Okay.
So another person at Lauren Kristen _ on Twitter said, quote, "What happens between two consenting adults is none of my business." Which, like, that, I think that's both it's one of those things that, like, the fact that you felt the need to comment that at all is telling. Mm-hmm. I think it's of a good thing. I think this is what I generally saw, like an evolution beyond the homophobia and people being more okay with pegging and recognizing that there might be gay assumptions or stereotypes to it and not wanting to go there. So I hated this before, and I hate anytime someone says, like, what you do behind closed doors is none of my business, because it's very like, oh, I don't know. It just pretends it's invisible rather than actively accepting it.
Yep, absolutely. For sure.
Okay, this is now I don't know. You'll have to tell me if you think this is any kind of weird homophobia or I don't know what it is.
Yes.
Great. Next segment. At Philip _ Ellis. The L's are not where you think they are, but at Philip Ellis on Twitter said, William being a big old bottom is the most interesting thing about him, but as any queer person will tell you, that's still pretty boring.
I mean, yeah.
I think that's funny.
I think it's hilarious. Like it. I mean, and kind of true. Like, just being a bottom is not diversity, y'all.
Okay, well, but is it, Mike? But isn't it? How do you start a poll in the group chat of is being a bottom diversity?
Have Derek do it. We have a person now.
Derek, invent the functionality for Discord to make this happen. Chat room, is being a bottom diversity? I think there's something there.
Okay. I mean, we've talked before about, like, we're both cis white dudes. Mm-hmm. Being gay does not make us interesting.
It's again, it's the most interesting thing about me, but not that interesting. Like, right. Yeah, I think I can feel this one.
Yeah, I think, you know, Prince William getting pegged is not that interesting.
Thank you. There's a comment. I love bottoms. That's helpful.
Also, in the chat, Greg, I think in reference to, like, our stereotypes of who we are is just beer versus rosé. Like, I'm the beer one, you're the rosé one.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. I'm the hot one that drinks rosé. Yeah. A lot of the comments were more like focused on Meghan Markle and, like, shitting on her. People, I love her. I don't know. How do you have any strong opinions about her?
I don't want to poop on her. That's for sure.
That's our next episode. It's just called pooping on. I honestly don't care. Like, about Meghan Markle.
About anything to do with the British royal family. Like, the intensity with which some people like scrutinize every single aspect of their lives, I just don't care. I want to care about something as much as they seem to care about these fucking people's lives, and I just don't.
I agree with you. I will say the interview that Meghan Markle gave with Oprah was one of the gay things that I did and made me love her. She talks about a serious, heavy shit. She revealed a lot of information, like both of them, but especially her, like, revealed information about the royal family, which no one fucking does, and people need to start doing more to be like, this is wild. Like, this is dumb that we have a royal family. They're all fucked up. They're racist. They suck. Like, what are they fucking doing? It's
hey Kyle.
Hey, oh hi, hey.
I'm presently in the United Kingdom. Please don't get me put in some kind of weird British prison because of this.
Louder for the police in the back so they arrest you. Anyway, okay, I love her. Anyway, so a lot of shit on her, which fucking sucks, and I think a lot of it is rooted in racism and fuck them. Okay, and then people talk about Prince Andrew being a pedophile, so that's cool. This is the most homophobic thing I found on Yahoo Life on their article. The most voted comment was, "Oh my, I wish I hadn't looked up pegging." So it's not that bad. I just think I think there's an implicit connection to me between pegging. It's a sexual act. It's like, would you have not wanted to look up, you know, what P and V sex is? You know, I think it's because it's the butt, because it's sex in the butt. I think that's why you don't like it. I don't know. I think there's it's just a couple steps away from homophobia, but I don't know. So overall, my take on this is less homophobic than I expected out of this entire story.
Oh, okay. Huh. Well, now we're going to keep talking about pegging.
Next up on Gayish, more pegging. Yeah, you say stuff now.
Well, actually, I really have to thank Lewis in the car today for mentioning this, because it turned into like the most interesting thing that I've read in a while. Do you know who Cara Delevingne is?
No.
Me neither. But
great.
she is
next segment.
She she is an actor and model, and at the 2021 Met Gala, she wore an all-white outfit designed by Dior's Maria Grazia Chiuri, and her top was designed to look like a bulletproof vest, and across it said, "Peg the patriarchy." Do you have a reaction to that phrase?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's keep talking on this podcast where that's the exclusive benefit we offer is talking.
We're doing it live.
I mean, it's like fuck the it's the new it's fuck the patriarchy 2.0, and yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of like some of the things about. It's how do I think about pegging, but not base it in like assuming that penetrator is the masculine one. Like I'm like, yeah, like women, like get on top, fuck your man, but like the power should. I don't know. It's weird. It gets weird when you like try to not be.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm probably not saying it great because of I don't know.
Well, she was asked, what does it mean? And she wasn't super forthcoming. She said, quote, "If anyone doesn't know what this word is, you're going to have to look it up because I'm not going to explain it." And she pointed to the word peg, which in the chat room is a picture of her wearing said outfit.
I would let her peg me.
She added, quote, "It's a bit like stick it to the man if anyone wants to look up the word." People on Twitter freaked out. Some people said that she is saying that penetration is inherently demeaning. Some asked why you'd want to offer the patriarchy sexual pleasure. But then it goes even deeper because
she should have said like cuck the patriarchy or something. That's that. No, some people like that. That could still be sexual pleasure.
Well, you don't know what they're into. But then Toronto-based sex educator Luna Matatas, which, yes, that is her name. It sounds like Hakuna Matata.
What?
Anyway.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Toronto-based sex educator Luna Matatas, turns out that she coined and trademarked the phrase "peg the patriarchy" in 2015, and she said that she was happy to see Peg the Patriarchy make it to the Met Gala, but then was less happy that nobody, not Cara Delevingne, nobody on her team, gave her any credit whatsoever. A lot of people on social media also pointed the finger at Dior, who did the design work. Quote, "This happens to small artists all the time, so much so that I have an assistant whose job includes finding and tracing people printing and selling Peg the Patriarchy." And she said, quote, "Remember that as a fat, queer POC, I am working twice as hard just to do what I'm already amazing at. From censorship to patriarchy to racism, all biz barriers specific to my social location. Enter sex shop co-owner at Met Gala with a custom-designed vest with the Peg the Patriarchy on it. What's grossest for me is the media interviews, with Cara blatantly owning it as if it wasn't already owned. Sound familiar? Colonialism." But she says it meant, quote, Peg the patriarchy is about subversion, not about an anal sex act, and not about men. It's a metaphor for subverting the system that requires subservience within a gender binary. I have met so many cool people through this art over the past 5 years. It has brought me joy, livelihood, giggles, hate, and connection. A pretty good mixed bag. So Matatas sells merch with the slogan on it, and asks that people mention her wherever they see the hashtag Peg the Patriarchy online. Anyway, yeah, it's just really interesting that a plus-sized queer woman of color owns that phrase, and they just totally fucking steamrolled her par for the course, right?
Yeah. So much of, I mean, we do this all the time in white gay culture of taking what, especially queer black women or trans or drag queens say and do, and kind of take it and and use it, which I think is fine, but like with the proper recognition, and like we tend to be the ones that then profit off of things, and this is a good example. I think it's interesting because once you have big companies, there's a level of like not knowing that someone else did something or whatever, but once you have a big enough company, you have the resources to do basic research like this. Like
Right.
if a small independent person or company doesn't know, that's different than big companies that have the ability and just don't fucking care to do any kind of research or make any effort. So
Yeah. Yep, for sure. Ugh. Capitalism, am I right?
capitalism.
And like she's in Canada. It's not like in some random ass country that doesn't have a good trademark office. Like a basic lawyer should be able to figure out what's going on in Canada for trademarks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basic lawyer. I want someone to have like the hashtag basic lawyer. I drink PSLs while getting your, eviction overturned.
Oh God.
Should I do my last thing?
Bring us home, Kyle.
Okay. Like I said, we don't do a lot of helpful anything on the show. So for once in our miserable gay lives, I thought we would try to build a strategy. Like if we were to strategize, well, maybe we can start with the premise of like, I think destigmatizing things like pegging, things like anal sex with straight people or I guess non-cis gays, like destigmatizing it is a useful thing to do. Mm-hmm. Do you agree with that premise?
I agree that less sex shame is good.
Okay. You work really hard not to just say you agree with me, but that's fine. That's the best I can get out of Mike usually.
I mean, ask me more yes or no questions, Kyle. See what fucking happens.
Am I the hot one? No. Okay. Don't answer that. Implicit yes with your silence. Okay. So I think like what we're seeing, like especially like these days and with monkeypox and in Congress, like these far right wing people are saying that gays are dirty and our sex is gross and weird. Like I think a lot of that, honestly, destigmatizing sex like you're talking about, and especially things that are stereotypically assigned to gay men, is useful. So I think there's something that could, if gay men aren't the only ones that do these kinds of things, then we're not like, then we don't get blamed as much for shit. I don't know. That's very self-serving. That's not the reason. I think it's useful. So I wanted to start thinking of strategies of what we might do to help destigmatize pegging.
Okay.
If we were to build like a political strategy around destigmatizing pegging, what kinds of things would we do?
I would find the hottest, most mask, well-known pop culture dude figure publicly go
Adam Rippon.
And Jesus Christ, Kyle. Sorry. Oh no, that is the wrong answer. This is
Jason,
bad casting on your part. Jason Momoa. We need Jason Momoa to go on national television extolling the virtues of just getting railed. Like talk about how much he loves it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is great.
Well, I mean, I have a penis, but I would wear a strap on if it meant I got to peg Jason Momoa. Like that's
this is the real question. Okay, there's basically the only ones that can't. We are amongst the only people that can't participate in pegging is gay men. I guess I could, if I had sex with someone with a vagina, then they could. That could be technically pegging. Anyway.
But what if I wear a strap on just like right at nipple height around my chest and use that?
Okay, not where I thought you were going. Why?
Just the point is I can wear a strap on. Just because I have a penis in the way doesn't mean I have to wear that strap on in like the normal place. I can still peg somebody.
Why is it on your chest?
I just because the mental image is hilarious to me. Me just like wearing a dildo in the middle of my tits. That just makes me happy.
Why wouldn't you still put it at your crotchery? Why would you?
Don't ruin this for me, Kyle. You don't know what I want.
I usually want people to do what makes them happy and encourage sexual exploration. Don't do this.
Okay,
Don't put a dildo. Don't put a strap on at your chest.
All right, I'll put a strap on just like above my dick, I guess.
Back of your head. That would be a fun place.
On my forehead.
Oh,
Like a dildo unicorn.
that's our word. Unicorning. It's pegging with a dildo on your forehead like a unicorn.
Yeah. Okay. If I get to unicorn Jason Momoa, count me in.
There's a gif of a wrestler that I should know.
John Cena.
Thank you. Okay, yes, that is another very good option. Thank you, Thread, Discord, chat. Okay, I love this campaign that we're starting. I think we cast him. I think to get him on board, we cast him in a movie about pegging or that includes pegging, and that would then encourage the interview. Like he would do that because of he's an actor, and that's one of the things they do is be in movies. And so we would cast him in that movie, and during the interviews they would ask him about the pegging scene, and that would encourage his discussion of his personal life and pegging.
Okay, wait.
Whoa,
if we wrote a movie in which a man discovers pegging and the virtues of it, and then we made a very conscious effort to cast someone who was a method actor, would they then have to go get pegged?
Oh, who's American Psycho? That guy?
Christian Bale?
Christian Bale. Or fucking Joker. Who's that dumb guy? Or Joaquin Phoenix. Yeah, all the method actors are problematic. Their method is being problematic. Like,
yeah. It's just write a screenplay in which pegging features prominently, and we will cast somebody who's a method actor, and then they'll have to do it.
Eat, Peg, Love.
Yes, that's exactly right. Just stop talking. We've done it. You did it.
But eat right before pegging.
Right.
There's some. Maybe
maybe love, peg, eat is better. But like
maybe
that
that's the
doesn't alliterate
calamity.
as well.
Maybe that's the inciting incident of the movie is shitting during pegging. The problem is not the peg itself; it's the poop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be the peg you want to see in the world.
Oh, that's beautiful. Joe Biden. Come on.
Yeah.
One of the things, I had a lot of ideas. None of them were as good as that one. But the one thing that I will mention that was on my list that did not involve Jason Momoa is that straight people are already doing this and making sure people know that, like, I think people don't realize or believe or understand or know that this is already happening. The CDC, the same group that doesn't know how to fix pandemics twice in a row, said that did the National Survey of Family Growth, where apparently pegging or anal sex was one of the questions. They did a survey from 2006 to 2008 of people ages 15 to 44, and the percentage of people that have had anal sex at least once in their lives for straight men, that was 44%.
What?
Yeah.
Receptive anal sex?
Fuck, Mike. I thought.
Yes, everyone, fuck Mike.
That's the third step in this. Fuck, you're right. I don't know that. Fuck, I don't know that it was receptive. Damn it. I completely forgot to. I forget that you can have anal sex in ways that aren't receptive.
That checks out.
It's left my brain that's an option. Fuck. Okay.
Now, it's a good thing you're a diversity bottom. So.
Diversity bottom. Bring me on your corporate team. I have a different way of thinking about things, and it's fiber. Okay, so never mind. I'll bring the stats maybe to next week's episode on how many straight men have received.
If you can get them to tell you.
So, do we need to say more about pegging?
I mean, we could.
We could. We shouldn't, but we could.
But you think? Do you think we did it? No. Let's first just do a little bit of synthesis here.
Okay.
Do you not think that pegging should be any human person strapping on a dildo and putting it in any other human person's asshole.
The only
is that too restrictive? Is that too broad?
The only thing I was like cis gay men, I don't think, but like there are reasons that cis gay men might do this. If you have a small penis, if someone's like loves a fucking giant dick that's impossible, like I don't know, there are a million. Yes, so I agree. I do think pegging should be anyone doing this to anyone,
and everyone should. Rainbow. That's our takeaway.
Unicorning. That's my takeaway.
Okay, great. Did we do it?
Yeah, we're going to take a brief break. In the chat room, please post gayest and straightest so we can look at and read some of y'all's if they're any good.
Yeah.
This is the part where Mike and Kyle take a break.
So are we back?
I didn't know how long we were going to sit quietly before.
When we're in person together, we would do a shot, but we're so far away.
Yeah, I'll just keep drinking my rosé.
Great. So let's see. Where the hell are my notes? Yeah. So first of all, we're going to do our Gayest and Straightest, but first, if you're listening live, the Patreon Zoom happy hour is this coming Wednesday, August 3rd at 6 p.m. Pacific time. We will send the Zoom link out over the Patreon app, so look to that. Come join us. We're going to hang out. We're going to have some booze. I'm going to be so super jet lagged, I'll probably fall asleep during the call. It's going to be amazing. Let's see. Local gay bar review will be back next week. I'm not going to do that now because we're live. We have an hour-long slot because it's Pride48, baby. And our website is gayishpodcast.com.
We are on social media now, being run better, harder, faster, and stronger thanks to our new production assistant, Derek. So now's a good time to join at Gayish Podcast, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, pegging.com.
Our hotline, you can send us text messages or leave us voicemails, is 5855-GAYISH. That's 585-542-9474. Standard rates apply.
Our email is gayishpodcast@gmail.com.
And our physical mailing address that I've not checked in weeks now is Post Office Box 19882, Seattle, Washington, 98109.
If you are listening live, remember to stick around because there are lots of, well, not lots, but, the rest of the shows that are coming up are going to round out the weekend. There is the Little Fatty Cast Minority Report, who, because we've been on their podcast once, we call them friends. That's how you do it in the podcasting world in the closing show. So make sure you stick around.
Yeah, do it. It's going to be great. Time for Gayest and Straightest?
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, on the Patreon segment, I'm going to talk about how to peg. We kind of skipped over the act of how to peg. So if you,
that's going to be. They should find out for themselves, Kyle.
No,
a trial and error kind of a thing.
Nope. Nothing with your butt should be trial and error except. I don't know. I have nothing. Okay, I'll go first.
Okay, great,
my gayest is these days every itch I have, I think, is monkeypox.
Oh, yeah.
That's fun. My straightest is I went to get drinks with a friend, and I kept accidentally making eye contact with this lady that was drinking alone at the at the other side of the bar. It happened like 3 or 4 times where I kept accidentally making eye contact with her, and I was like, "Oh God, I want to do a big no, I'm not doing this is X. I'm just looking. I'm sorry. No, I didn't know. I didn't. It was.
Couldn't you just have looked gayer? Would that have helped? I don't know.
God, I tried.
Yeah. So
what about you?
Yeah, the straightest thing about me this week, I'm traveling, and luckily this weekend I'm in Scotland, and it's just for fun because all of the work travel has been over for a couple of days now.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. So, the straightest thing about me this week was in a bar in Dublin, and Kelly, my friend Kelly, was getting hit on by this super drunk Irish dude that just was not getting the hint, and I got her a beer, and as I handed it to her, he asked her, "Is that your boyfriend?" And she was like, "Yes, that is my boyfriend." So I was Kelly's boyfriend, believably, for an evening, at least long enough to get rid of that asshole. And then the gayest thing about me this week was my sheer glee at we were talking about rollerblades in the car, and my friend Marcy told a really funny joke that I'd never heard before. She said, "What's the hardest thing about learning how to rollerblade?"
What?
Telling your dad you're gay.
Honestly, when you started talking about rollerblading, I can't. I just think of someone in cutoff jean shorts.
Yeah, I'd not heard it before, and I laughed and laughed because it's true. Because I rollerbladed to class my freshman year of college, and I am gay. Also, the most Scottish thing about me this week was wearing my wool cap on a ferry, drinking an iron brew, while my friend Fraser played the bagpipes wearing a kilt as we crossed over to the Isle of Skye. It was just like, it's ridiculous.
Wow, you just said so many things in a row.
Yep.
From the chat room, RT Cruiser said that his gayest is being in Australia and living by U.S. time to catch up on all the Pride 48 shows.
Yeah.
We appreciate you doing what all Australians do, which is adjust to the U.S. Straightest is not bothering to shower much or even getting dressed. Boy, I've been like, why would I shower? I'm just going to like sweat and it's going to be, I don't know why I would do this.
Should we do a couple more? We have a couple more. Nono Dan says his straightest has successfully rewired our entertainment center, incorporating a new internet gateway on the first attempt. And gayest was like a router.
I don't want you to tell me.
Okay. Well, anyway, gayest tapping my foot and impatiently staring at my husband while he added plastic desk cable grommets to the newly drilled holes in the drywall. Yeah,
I thought tapping your foot. I thought we were going. Okay, I thought we were going a different direction, but that's fine.
And Daniel Brewer, thanks Daniel for running our bumpers. We really appreciate that, and for being Pride 48 amazing.
You're welcome.
Yeah, great. He said his straightest drinking at La Cava del Tequila at Epcot, gayest ordering an avocado margarita with a hibiscus salted rim at said bar. You had me at rim.
Surprisingly, the first step towards pegging.
Yeah. Thank you, Pride 48, for having us. We really appreciate it every time. It's always a wonderful event, and we're super stoked to be here.
I want to thank Mike for waiting to fidget with his noise-making thing till the very end of the show. That was nice. And I want to thank our Gap Bridges, John Crowley, Stephen Porch, Joe Stossel, Harry Shaw, Josh Copeland, Forrest Daniel, Bosch Martin, Anonymous, James Barrow, Steve Douglas, Explosive, Liziana, Christopher Farrell, Just Jamie, Kevin Henderson, Dippin' Stumbles, Don Litsky, Thomas B. Dustin Stance, A. Coleman, Chris Katchtorian, and Jerome York.
That's it. This has been Gayish from the Chris Katchtorian Studios. I'm Mike Johnson.
I'm Kyle Getz. Until next week, be butch, be fabulous, be you.
Bye.
Bye.
Great.
Brothers and sisters of Pride 48, we gather today. I'm sorry?
Step back from the microphone a little bit.
Oh, okay. We gather today to begin our farewell to Pride 48 live home streaming event, and to commemorate the moment as we begin this final journey, I'd like to call upon Mr. Larry H. Vader. That's
V-A-D-E-R. I can't.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you couldn't do that. Okay.
We didn't prepare for that. We didn't prepare for that. We're professionals.
To read to us an appropriate,
I'm still trying to turn you down,
selection from the Book of Bacon. Mr. Vader.
Thank you, Big Fatty. Today's reading comes from the 23rd book of Bacon. Bacon is my shepherd, I shall not want. Bacon maketh me lie down with the cows and green pastures. He leadeth me.
Wouldn't the pastures should be brown from all the sharding?
Oh, these aren't at the villa.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of bacon, I will fear no sogginess.
Oh,
For
Chris.
thou art with me, Piglet.
Oh!
Thy black pepper and thy maple comfort me.
Do we have thick
Vader, VEDER.
Oh, you big fat thing, you.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to the Little Fatty Cast. I am your host, Mr. Larry H. Vader, and this is your show, Larry Vader, and just welcome. What's going on, guys? So I get there, and y'all, there ain't nobody but Big Fatty and his horror friends there.
Was there any inappropriate touching?
No.
Could there have been?
Big Fatty!
Oh, Lord.
I'll take that as a... And I put little booties on the cat so they didn't get the floor dirty with their dirty little paws while I was mopping. And
You are fucking retarded.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Oh, you big fat thing, you.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the live Little Fatty Cast for Sunday, July 31st, 2022, in the sad memorialized year of Miss Dolly Hortensia Lavatria Parton. I am your host, the fat, Mr. Larry H. Vader, that's.
Vader, VEDER.
And with me is the very loud one himself. It's Big Fatty, everyone!
I didn't know that I was so loud. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you need to turn your gain down just a tad so you can match my
I
voice.
don't know how to do that.
It's the button on the back of the microphone, the round swivelly thing. You just turn it down just a little bit. Just a hair.
I can't.
Just a hair.
I can't see the back of the microphone. Gain. Okay.
You're
Left is lefty loosey. That's lefty lower. How's that?
That sounds like it might be a little bit better. Y'all, I'm sorry we were blowing out your eardrums. Apologies, but I couldn't turn them down anymore for some reason.
Well,
so.
that's okay. If that's not enough, I can just turn it off.
Right. And just comment in the chat room if you need louder Fatty or whatever.
I'm trying to look at the chat room, and I can't get it to work. I have to set up a new account again. It's just, it wouldn't...
I don't understand why it's so difficult for you.
Why won't that scroll? Okay.
I don't know, but I guess
there's only one. Oh, here comes the nip.
You guys. Now, please let the nip know that he's live.
The old gal says you need to turn the gain down all the way to the left. Can you feel the love tonight?
Well, should I sing that song? Because I can sing.
Wait a minute. The nip has arrived and immediately had to go TT.
Well,
he's fixing his hair. Would you like to listen to part of this?
To part of what?
To the show.
Please let the nip know that he's live.
Here.
I'm not putting that in my ear after it's been in your ear.
Okay.
Oh, you guys, everyone say hello to the nip.
Oh, gosh, I've started the Above the Northern Lights music.
Oh, dear Lord.
Okay. All right, I turned it off.
Oh, you guys, this is nothing.
Can you see how the nip has lost weight? He found it. Anyway,
now, yeah. Well, everyone, thank you so much. Now, as Daniel Brewer has said over and over, anytime anyone will listen, this is it. This is the last Pride 48. It will never happen again.
This is the penultimate.
Oh, well, I don't actually listen when Daniel talks, but that's sad.
Wait a minute. Before we go any further, can I just share some breaking news? Let me do that again. Before we go any further, can I just share some breaking news?
Breaking news.
I'm noticing in the chat room is someone that has never listened to the Little Fatty Cast.
And who is that?
It's someone, I'm not going to mention their name, but they oftentimes forget to cancel their excursions that they've double booked on a cruise.
Oh, I don't know who you could be talking about.
They oftentimes forget to cancel the bread box.
Still don't know. Who could that be?
oftentimes wear a crooked hat.
Well, welcome.
And who has just said, "How dare you?"
Welcome even to those who don't normally listen. We really appreciate it. I'm a little offended because Adam said on some show that he doesn't listen to shows unless he thinks they're going to be ruined because we don't know what we're doing. Now,
well, God, that he should listen to this one every week.
Right. Now, Big Fatty, have you enjoyed Pride 48 weekend?
Oh, I haven't done a thing with it this weekend. I took a step back this year, and I didn't want to give the appearance of, stepping back and then sticking my nose in and, being judgmental or, judgmental or anything like that. So I've just stepped back, and I noticed that Friday night I didn't notice it till the next morning, about 9:30 p.m. in the evening, that I had a missed call from some winos in the D.C. area, and so evidently I was supposed to bang the gang or something like that, but maybe that'll be maybe I'll leave that to Baron Frosty.
So you were not present for the Archer Gnag Bang on Friday evening.
Yes, the Gnag Bang.
Yep, it was.
How was that, by the way?
I fell asleep. Listen, it's sad to see people go downhill. Y'all, Archer and the husband, they had 3 bottles of wine before we even started, and we started out talking about Wegmans or one of the grocery stores for 20 minutes, and then we talked about monkeypox for the rest of the show, and I just there were 9 people on there. No, it was lovely. Y'all, Nessa and Doc Stone were there. And so those are 2 of my favorites. Of course, Daniel and Adam, who I talk to once a year this time. And Baron Frosty was there. And Jay the Honk Cub was there.
By the way, Jay the Honk Cub will be here in the villa.
Yeah, exactly. He mentioned that on the show. Didn't invite me to do anything, but mentioned it.
He specifically told me he did not want to do anything with you.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
absolutely. So
now Big Fatty in all previous years of the live home streaming event has been the first show,
right?
And I always went first to set the bar very low so that everybody would be better than the BFO. And every year it came true.
Right.
Some years there was some more competition than others. But I'm just wondering which show this year, I'm going to ask the chat room.
Okay.
Which show so far has set the bar the lowest? And Vera, don't say this one because we're not done yet. And speaking of the chat room, do you mind if I just mention who is in the chat room?
Please go ahead. By the way, before you do that, while you're doing that, actually, I'm going to share a link with the chat room. So, you guys, we're going to play a game later. So, Big Fatty, don't click on this link because this is going to be to see how well you know the chat room. Okay?
Okay.
So, I'm going to share this link, and if everybody could just complete this form at your convenience, and by at your convenience, I mean very quickly, I would appreciate it so that we have it to play the game with. Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead. Read the chat room.
We're getting some responses in the chat room about the. But anyway, we've got Old Crooked Hat. We've got Daniel Bieber. They're the ones responsible for all this, and there will be punishments. We've got the old gal. We've got I'm a librarian. I think that's Marion. We've got Taylor, the latte boy from. We've got. I don't know how to say. I feel like Kyle from Gayish now. I don't know how to say these names. Igietta. I don't know what that is. Big Fatty 22. That's me. Kathy Marshall. She's out there in the San Francisco.
I love
Creeper
Kathy Marshall.
Crown Pro. Now, that sounds like Baron Frosty, but I don't
likely.
know.
Mm-hmm.
Chris and Dennis, Chris.
He does say in his tagline, he's a furry, come hang. So I assume that's Baron Frosty.
Chris and Dennis, they only call one show. The minus, the mix.
The mix.
We've got some fish in here. We've got Dolphin 1273. We've got SDC. Okay, don't know who SDC is. We've got Gary from Portland in there twice. Where
does he live?
I don't know where he lives. We've got the Gayish Boys, Mike and Kyle. I noticed that their assistant, we'll call him Crazy. He left. We've got the Good Humor Penguin with us tonight. Grayson, I think that's.
I think you should
Grayson.
skip the ones that are not actually active because that just means they're not listening.
No, Grayson is Grayson. Don't you know Grayson?
It's not chatting. Well, I do know a Grayson, but that's not my Grayson. So
okay,
anyway.
Happy Apple. I see Greg. He was chatting a minute ago.
He only here for Gayish. Only here for Gayish.
Nico Martinez. Isaac, Izzy, John Paul, the Pope.
Oh,
former Pope.
I did see
is
he
here
was
going to
start stepping back and retiring a little bit.
Well, I think that's another one. Let's see. Kihar, the Laughing Buddha, Lamont Cranston, somebody named Vader, Lauren S, Luhu 27, Luke Stamen. That sounds like a porn name, doesn't it?
It really does. Isn't that like a pig snout next to his name? I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is. Okay. Lurker Rick.
Big Fatty, you're gonna have to speed this up. I'm falling asleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Matt.
We got to capitalize on our gayish.
Chubb's gone wild, Matt. Michael Sage 1 2 3 4. Moof. Mr. Bancroft. Mr. Mike. Nude in Florida. No Dan. There's a bot in here and a simulcast in here. RC Martinez, Ricardo 91, Rodan, Arte Krezat, Rhythm, Scotty Battler, Shy Yeti, Tenor Power, Tim, and Alexa. By the way,
hi Tim. Sorry, we're gonna have drinks soon. Promise.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
The portrait that Tim painted of me, the original is hanging in his pantry. Which seems appropriate.
That's very appropriate. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way,
Tastes like Burning Tim, Tom Law, Trick Brain, Veritable Virgo, and VJ Net. Now I want to go read
VJ Net. My goodness, that's a name I haven't heard in a minute.
Who?
VJ Net. That's from the old podcast from with the Occasional Fag and
yes.
Wow.
Why can't I get? Oh, there it goes. Okay. The worst podcast.
Do we need music for this? I feel like we might need a little bit of music for this.
Yeah, maybe maybe some news quiz. It's a news quiz.
We don't have a news quiz. Let's do this.
Match the podcasters. archerradio.com.
Hola, chicos. This is Noah from PNS Explosion.
Are we just going to sit here in silence now?
Okay, well, Gayish Kyle says that the worst show was the filler show where they talked about mic settings.
Oh, that's riveting. Can't believe I missed that one.
Yeti said his show went okay. Daniel made sure that he avoided problems. RC Martinez said, hey, Tater Potato Head had to practice, so he couldn't do the flying show. Kyle says that they put, what did I call him? Crazy back in his cage. Larry Dean waved at us. Scotty Battler is chopped liver. Okay, so evidently that was the only show that really sucked. Except clearly we're
for this
going
one.
To beat
we're going to finish this out. We're going to finish the weekend out with a lot of sucking before they talk about the crystal meth later. Okay, so all right, well, Big Fatty, you know what?
What?
People are filling out a survey left and right. So
Okay.
I really appreciate that, all 13 of you. So if you haven't clicked that link, I'm going to post it in the chat room one more time.
Well,
and so
I'll just let you know that there are 52 people online.
Yep. So, So posted, and so would really appreciate it if you haven't clicked it. Go ahead and fill it out. We're going to do that in the last little bit of the show today, just to see how well Big Fatty knows you, because y'all, Big Fatty is podcaster extraordinaire. Everyone, he's so well connected.
Oh, I didn't know we were still playing that.
I didn't either. Y'all, the streaming is not, for the way we do our show, the streaming adds a layer of complication that is completely unnecessary. So I just wanted to let you know. It is not fun. But anyway. So Big Fatty, did you hear? They're talking about it in the chat room, but some sad news is that Nichelle Nichols died. Y'all, Lieutenant Uhura from the Star Trek has gone to glory.
Yeah, I'm just going to do my impression of her. Captain, we have an incoming message.
Thank you. Also, my favorite was Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country.
Is that spelled C-U-N-T?
Oh, it definitely was. She was. I forgot to put my clothes in the dryer, or my sheets in the dryer. Gosh darn it!
Wait, just go do it right now. This would be like the Foul Monkeys, Big Ricky memory lane show.
I was hoping that my dryer was going to go off in the middle of this, but y'all, they were trying to find the ship that they needed to blow up that was cloaked, and she said, well, it's got to have a tailpipe, and y'all, she found it and she blew it up. So I love some Nichelle Nichols. She was clever, she was funny, and of course, yeah. But
I didn't know she was a fat Southern gay man.
Well, listen. She sounded Southern when she got sad. Y'all, the nip has just left. He's like, I gotta go.
Oh,
he's terrible.
He's had to go TT again. You know, it's
his LASIK. They're kicking in.
Aging thing.
Yeah. Well, we said we might do it twice, but I feel like to do it twice, we've got to do this the first time. So let's go ahead and do this.
Okay.
Well, hello, porcupines. We've been waiting for you. It's time to play Dead or Alive.
All right, everyone. Now, listen, play along, because there's a delay, so feel free to play along in the chat room. It's that game where Big Fatty gives me the name of someone born on this day. I wow you all with my entertainment industry knowledge by telling you if they're dead or alive. That's the easy part. And more importantly, though, how you know them. So, Big Fatty, let's talk. Let's do this.
All right. First one today is John Erickson, and I'll spell it for you. Ericson.
Easy. Easy peasy.
Yes,
Thank you for giving me an easy one. He was the co-founder of Sony, as in Sony Ericsson, and he is still alive.
Okay, very close. Very close on this one. John Erickson is dead, and I chose him by mistake, okay? Because he was a Swedish American inventor that invented the screw propeller and the rotating turret, but I thought it said rotating turlet. And I went, what the hell is a rotating turlet? So anyway, that's and did I mention he's dead?
You did. Oh,
all
right.
All
Who's next?
right.
Who's next?
Next up, do we have time for one more?
Yeah.
Okay, Harry Potter.
Harry Potter? Well, that's a fictional character, so he's still with us. It's a trick question.
Well, you are correct. Harry Potter is still alive. He was played by Daniel Radcliffe in the first of those movies. But you may say, well, why is today Harry Potter's birthday? Well, excuse me. It's because of that evidently terrible person that wrote them. It's her birthday too.
Oh.
All right, Fred Quimby. Now the old gal will know this one. Fred Quimby.
Well, the nip's not piping up. You said the old gal.
No.
So, right. Fred Quimby is dead. Fred Quimby.
We would know him from?
Well, it's, again, I really appreciate for the live show you giving me the easy ones. Fred Quimby was, Fred Mertz on I Love Lucy. So he played, Fred. So he is dead, if I didn't mention that.
Okay. Fred Quimby is indeed dead. And
I'm a part of this.
Fred Quimby, I've lost it. He was an American film producer, and he produced the Tom and Jerry cartoons. How about that?
Wow. How about that?
So I knew the old gal would get it.
Now, the time's run out, but don't worry. We're going to play again later in the show because y'all, So, but Big Fatty,
we got one more. One
more. Okay.
One more.
Okay.
Fat Boy Slim.
Oh, Fat Boy Slim. He's alive.
Okay.
Fat Boy Slim, I mean, he is exactly what he sounds like. He was a rapper, or is a rapper, a music artist. He was big in the 90s. But still, I mean, he still releases music. So, yeah, Fat Boy Slim.
Yeah, Fat Boy Slim is indeed alive. So,
I know. I
only chose him because his name was Fat Boy Slim.
Yeah, I was going to my Apple Music but then I realized I don't want to
pay for it.
No, I pay for Apple Music, but I didn't want to get. I don't want Crooked Hat to have a meltdown because this is being live streamed on the Pride48 YouTube channel. So don't want to do anything there. But yeah, Big Fatty, I've got one for you.
All right, let's do it.
That you may not know. Born on this day.
Okay.
Actually, born today. So I guess that kind of gives it away. George Jetson.
Yes.
Yes.
That's in my next thing.
I like to just steal one from you.
Thanks for ruining it.
Well, it was all over social media, but since you're not on social media, you wouldn't know that. So, now, Big Fatty, I got some breaking news. Breaking news. Y'all, Miss Lauren has come through. I'm certain of it. Now, we tasked her in last week's episode to get Daddy Noah from the PNS Explosion.
Can you play the clip from last week's show?
No, I cannot because we weren't prepared for that. But
she was in charge of getting. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. She was in charge of getting.
Fat Boy Slim, first of all, R.C. Martinez, Fat Boy Slim did that, here was the praise you, like that song. Anyway, so don't, because he did rap a little bit. It was more terrible music, but he was also a DJ. But second, I'm certain that Miss Lauren has come through.
Yes.
Okay.
Because, had a long running, by the way, when did this show start?
June 25th, 2005.
Jesus.
Yeah, okay. I know. But yes, Mrs. Lala Lauren, I'm sure is going to come through. I mean, 17 years of reliability. She didn't mess this one up. So I'm just waiting on Noah to join the Zoom at any minute.
Right. Any minute now.
Yeah, any minute. So I have no doubt.
But I think she sent us a voice letter too.
Did you know that? She did say that. Y'all, we've got voice letters, so we'll get to that in a little while. But also, Big Fatty, I got some throw it back breaking news. Guess who called me on Friday? You're not going to guess, but
who called you?
Yeah.
I'm going to say Omar.
Buff called me on Friday.
Oh, well, was he at, you can't spell buffet without buff.
So he was at a bar, actually, and
of course.
He had sharded himself.
Of course.
At a bar. And I haven't spoken to Buff we've chatted online a couple of times, like on Facebook Messenger over the years. But we just don't see each other because Buff lived in Texas. He lived in California, then Texas. And now he lives in Chicago's. Up there with Mrs. Lauren and Noah and Patrick and Scott and all those people.
Digger and T. Wiggles.
And
Big Ricky and Denny.
I'm sure they all hang out.
Who else is up there? Brian Gregory's up there.
So anyway, he thought of me and he's like, I had to call you. And so we caught up on a couple of people, and the place we went on it wasn't our first date, but our regular. I know our regular Saturday morning date was a Starbucks on King Street. Y'all, it's in the historic district. It's in an old storefront. Was it a bank? Yeah, it used to be a bank. Anyway, it's closing. So, so that was
so much death.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'd send him a message just to be like, "Ma," and so then. But the best part was he's like, I don't remember that. So.
Okay.
Oh, he did ask if you were still alive.
Waylon. Oh, Waylon and James Leroy live up there also.
Up in the Chicago's. Mrs. La La La. Y'all, Big Fatty and I really need to go up to the Chicago's for a weekend just to have a meet and greet. I feel like no one would come out except for Mrs. La 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 Lauren, maybe. But she might just send her husband in her stead because she's too busy. But we still need to do it.
The old gal is going into the photo archives. I feel like I'm looking at Spotting Big Fatty. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, thank you for giving me permission to go ahead. Now, we haven't talked about it. We've been just jumping right into it, but how was your week? Did everything go okay this week? Did you go to the hospital? Now, did the nip have to go to the ER?
No, there were no trips to the emergency room that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Did you have to go to the emergency room? Okay. He was attacked by a vampire last night.
Oh.
But anyway.
Well, he probably has rabies now.
The house today, but it wasn't for the bats.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Well, nothing. Good. Y'all, I have the cardiologist appointment on Tuesday. I say Tuesday.
Oh, this is your
morning.
hot cardiologist.
Yeah. I've got the heart cardiologist on Tuesday morning. And I think that's it for the doctor's appointments this week. I feel very.
I went to the dentist.
Oh, y'all, I have got to do that. I thought I had COVID, so I canceled my last appointment. So, yeah. And by the way, everyone, thank you for replying to the
survey.
To the survey, we were up to 24 responses. I feel like that's great. If you haven't yet, I'm going to post the
one last time
in the chat room, just because we're going to have to get to that little segment soon. So, really, yeah. So, okay, I'm just posting that now. Yeah, and y'all, there is a delay. So if you say something, just remember, there's one, we're not following the chat room super close, but also there's like a 20-second delay I noticed when I was doing the test of this. So it's a pretty significant delay. So
I understand you had no problems when you were testing the stream.
Oh, none. Okay. Y'all, I appreciate everything Adam and Daniel do.
But y'all...
Oh, my goodness. Y'all, Scotty is just getting ready to go to work on a Monday morning. So, Scotty, enjoy. Ooh, y'all,
Scotty, did you say rabbit? Right.
I've got some breaking news. Yeah, there's a lot of breaking news. Y'all, I went and test drove another car today because I heard that the government... and that's not Foghorn Leghorn, the South Carolina governor, but our national governor.
You gonna take care of our children in our schools?
Y'all, they're talking about another $7,500 tax credit for the electric vehicle. So
it's the coupon.
Y'all, and they're talking about the way the bill is written right now. It hasn't passed yet, but it is written so that you can get the $7,500 as a coupon off the purchase price of the car.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
That's very nice. That makes a lot of difference to me as far as like, when I would buy it and, not having to worry so much about, okay, well, I don't want to buy it too early in the year because blah, blah, blah. Because, $7,500, that's, if I were to finance that, that's a lot over 4 to 5 years. So.
I did not know that they had the electric Buick now.
Surprise, y'all! But I just decided Chevrolet has been offering the really good deals on the Chevrolet Reds, the Bolts. Mm-hmm. And I thought I didn't like them, but I said, you know what? There are some here in town. I was like, I'm just gonna go just drive one, and so I didn't dislike it that much. I really didn't. It's quite nice. It's a little bit smaller than I was looking for in a car, but it's not as small as I thought. The only thing I'm not so sure about is the charging time. It takes a very long. It charges very slowly. But I still have my eye on the Genesis GV60 and the oh my good sweet baby Jesus, the Hyundai Ioniq 5.
I'm surprised that you're not looking at the electric Pinto.
Oh well, you know what happens with the electric Pinto.
Yeah, they blow up.
Well, and they also make you gassy. So, also, Daniel, yes, I know the Bolt EV is larger than the Bolt EV. However, the gotcha with that is there aren't any to see. So I have to just go by what I read.
This is how they get you.
Mm-hmm. But speaking of how they get you, I've got a surprise for everyone.
Okay.
Oh, you big fat thing. You're hamming it up. You're hamming it up with Big Fatty. Oh, he is fat as sin. And oh, you still talk to him. And I don't know why. But you're hamming it up with Big Fatty.
Brand new for this weekend.
Oh, good.
Hamming it up with Big Fatty. Life to the sham, and all he wants is ham. And I don't know why. Oh, you big fat thing, you.
All right, y'all. It's something we don't get to do that often. Now,
wait a minute. No Dan has just posted a picture in the chat room of the 1974 Pinto Electric Runabout.
It's true. You know what you should do, No Dan? You should call us at 843-580-2178 to tell us about the electronic Pinto. So, yeah. But, y'all, we got some voicemails, and we put a call out for voicemails, and I really, really appreciate everyone calling. So, I have not listened to these. I know Big Fatty hasn't. So
no, I don't get them.
Yeah, they go right to the meh at the LFC.online. And so let's just go ahead and listen.
Oh my God. Okay, so it's Bacon. I gotta tell you guys
the
scenario, and I suppose I better probably talk really, really fast. But did you say you wanted phone calls for your little shoe for the Pride48 weekend? So I might have to hang up and call back. I'm choking on spearmint gum or whatever. But anyway, all right, let's see how long this goes. So I'm already 30 seconds in. Okay. Nini comes over, leaves, comes back, has me a card. I look at the card, read the card, call the number. Hey, the sheriff comes over, is going to serve me papers. I'm like, whoa, time out. That's not me. Smelly's twin brother was married to this bimbo, and
Bimbo Bacon?
She went by my name. Her name is Katrina Cruz. C-R-U-Z. Everyone just go ahead and send her a hello message.
Okay.
So anyway.
Hi.
It's about some land.
More volume on Bacon.
South of here or whatever.
I've maxed it out.
What I'm guessing by it is she didn't pay the taxes on it, and the people who paid the taxes assumed they could pay the taxes and then take over the land or whatever it was. And they're either dead or they don't want the land now or something or whatever. But they want to recover their money is what I'm gathering from it that they paid. And it's like $2,000 or something. This goes back to 2000, 2000. The year Nini was born, right? Okay, so anyway, I have gotten these calls for years. So we contact his twin brother and say, hey, do you know this bimbo's number? He just loses his mind, okay? So he tells me that I should just say, I'm not her, okay? I'm going to hang up, call back.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I added a volume thing in there to the audio hijack so we could get you a little more Bacon volume, but she's at 300% right now. This is why we'd prefer you just let her your voice.
By the way, we've put the old gal down.
Okay.
So he says, tell him you're not her. Hello? If that worked, they wouldn't be standing in my garage 22 years later trying to force me to go to court, right? So I asked the sheriff, okay, it says she's going by my name, so it wouldn't necessarily be forgery if I signed that name, actually. And you give me $2,000 or you want me to pay $2,000? Because you know what? I'm about ready to cut y'all a check for $2,000 to make this go away, okay? The other thing is, I was just sitting here this morning, because you know us women, we ruminate, we think about stuff, we overthink it, we remember the 464 things in the past that have happened that are whatever. So I'm sitting here today, and I'm thinking, first of all, in my employment, I am required to pay my debts, for one thing. For another, I have to pass a background check to have high-level security for the work I do in the finance department, right? So that's kind of bothersome to me because my social security number and my birth date was on those papers that those people showed me. And I gave them my addresses for the last 4 years, or last 4 addresses or whatever, which I only had 4, and then I came from my mother's house. Okay, so anyway, I said, I didn't say anything. I'm sitting here this afternoon actually, and I'm thinking, you know what? If I recall, these guys' dad ran up debt
I'm going to run down and get another glass of wine.
Because when we went to buy our house in 2005 and in 1996 when we bought a mobile home, double wide, a bunch of debt came up that wasn't his. That was his dad's. There was some debt that was his because his parents never paid his medical bills. So imagine that. Kid's 12 years old, gets a medical bill, goes to buy a house when he's 35, and all of a sudden, here's the medical bill. I mean, the medical bill was probably $15. We probably paid $800. Anyway, the bills are paid. So what's my point of telling this is...
We don't...
yes, please, Miss Bacon.
I don't even know. Don't play this on the show.
Y'all, I mean, y'all, I got up and moved a fan to point on me during all this because it's so, y'all, it is 300 degrees in Charleston. I'm not kidding. Vera might think it's hot out there on the surface of the sun. Got nothing on us right now. Well, Miss Bacon, thanks.
Daniel says, remember the good old days of Pride 48 when the comments were supportive?
Okay. Let's play another voice letter that's not Miss Bacon. Miss Bacon, call back anytime. But let's have a point. I mean, just,
she's in the old gal driving back to the. She bought a desk at the IKEA.
I heard.
Did not pay for assembly.
Oof. Well, we know how that's going to end. Smelly will be over tomorrow. So okay, all right. Here's our next one. Y'all, we've got 2 more, but they're much shorter. So here we go.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi. This is the Laughing Buddha, and this is a little question for the Pride 48 Little Fatty Cast. Can you tell me how the Book of Bacon came to be? How did that idea start? And also, this is a 2-part question, so this is question B. Are we going back? Is this a 2-drink minimum show? Because if it is, I need to fill up my glass. Thank you for calling.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you, Laughing Buddha.
How do you hang this thing up?
Oh, that joke never gets old, Vera.
Absolutely. Absolutely is a two drink minimum. If you aren't into at least 2 drinks by now, what's wrong with you?
Right. Y'all, I was getting ready to go down. I'm not going to lie. I finished off the bottle of white wine in this glass, so I have down here on the floor a bottle of red wine and a corkscrew, just in case this got to be really, really long at an hour. But yeah, well, thank you, Laughing Buddha. So first question, first answer, Book of Bacon, where did it come from? No idea.
In the beginning.
In the beginning, there was bacon. I don't know. I'm sure it was. I know it came up during. It was not part of the original LFC. It was part of the reboot that we did briefly when Pride 48 was at its peak. But I don't remember. What was the second question? Oh, a 2-drink minimum. Yeah. Okay. We've got.
But I'm sure we have folks in the chat room can tell us where the Book of Bacon came from. And probably Miss Bacon can tell us where the Book of Bacon came from.
The best part is we haven't had the Book of Bacon, a reading from the Book of Bacon, I don't know how long it's been. And y'all, I had not listened to that voicemail. So he sent that a while back. And I didn't know we were doing the Book of Bacon until Eastern time, about 4:45. So that's why it was a little bit scattered with me trying to play everything. Yeah.
By the way, Chubb's Gone Wild Matt and
hi
Big Gay Sex Show Matt.
They were so dirty. I loved it. Yeah.
Oh. That Miss Bacon is one of the most supportive listeners ever. He adores her. I think we all adore her.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, are you kidding? I was texting with Miss Bacon, Ms. Bacon the other day. Yeah,
Ms.
I love her
Riz.
to death. Ms. Riz. I guess you're.
By the
always
way,
Ms.
did you
Riz.
ever get her that gift that was in your pantry?
No. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Well, one more voice letter.
All right.
Hey, it's Baron Frosty calling.
Oh, Lord.
I'm calling to see if I could get a mouthwash update. It's been many weeks. I'm wondering if you still have any teeth in your head and how the mouthwash game is playing out. So let your listeners know. Thanks. Bye.
Didn't we play that already?
No, because it just came in today, I believe. So
I thought we played it last week.
Well, I gave you a mouthwash update last week. I guess he just didn't listen, but that's okay. No, that's okay. I'm not one to judge. Not one to judge. Y'all, I love it. I love it. I love the Baron Frosty Memorial mouthwash. It really does work, and it really is the best out there. And that is the Scope, right? Scope, not Act. Scope. In the white bottle. Order it on the Amazon. You probably can't get it where you live. But order it. It really is good. So
okay, yeah. Excuse me. Kathy Marshall says that there was a mouthwash update, and Daniel Bieber says that it was a stream of consciousness conversation on an LFC during Pride 48 weekend when Fatty called the Bible the Book of Bacon.
I don't know how. I mean. I'm sure, because back then I was much more clever.
You just went to your bedside table and opened the drawer, and
I did.
And sure enough, the Gideons had been there.
I'm looking because I'm sitting at the desk I set at for those shows, and I know that the Bible I use for the Book of Bacon in the beginning is in one of these drawers still. Or it's some sort of book like that. But yeah. Wow. Well, that's it for the voice letters. Thank you, everyone.
Wait a minute. I thought we had one from Miss Lauren.
Oh. Oh. Sorry, Mrs. Lauren.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Y'all, we do. And I'll tell you what happened. She e-lettered hers in and didn't call the voice letter line, which is
206-337-1438.
No, that's not it. But I appreciate it when you don't call the voice letter line. So let's do this. Where'd it go?
Oh,
there it is. It jumped around. Mm-hmm.
Hello, it's Mrs. Lala Lauren.
Hi.
I almost forgot to call in and give you some content. I know you don't have a lot to say. Neither do I right now. I was just outside listening to some Pride 48 and I got chewed by mosquito bites. Or chewed by mosquitoes. I got bites all over. And so yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
Ooh, that's not good.
I don't have a lot to say. I don't
You're not
think that Noah is free enough to be on your little show. He's really, really busy taking pictures of himself wearing like teeny tiny little swimming trunks and putting it on Instagram.
Could you pass those along
so,
in the chat
I mean,
room, Miss Lauren?
Yeah,
if he can take a break from that, but I mean, it's like really nice weather here, so he's probably at the beach this weekend. Wait, I had something else. Oh yeah, I had COVID for a week. It was really, really bad, and now I'm better. I'm still congested, but for a while there, it was so bad. So I also had the heartburn that gave me heart, what would you call it? Not palpitations. What's the other word for it? I still have the brain fog. I don't remember. Right. But anyway, I had such bad heartburn. I was laying there. I was trying to prop myself up, but also I was so exhausted. I just wanted to lay down. And the pain was shooting down my arms. And so I actually thought,
Lauren,
maybe I'm having a heart attack. I actually Googled, what does a heart attack feel like?
Me and you both.
Because my heart was pounding.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was so bad. It was bottom of the barrel bad. It was so bad, but now I'm better, thank goodness. Yeah, that's all I could really think about for an entire week. And then, last week was just recovery. And yeah. I really don't know what else to say, guys. I hope you have a great weekend. I hope you enjoy the entire hour that you have to fill. I mean, if you're looking for content, you could also just do like 20 minutes of silence in memoriam.
Original idea.
Keep the tradition alive. Maybe that's an idea. But yeah.
Thanks, Steve the Tater.
So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, guys, and I'll talk soon. Bye.
You know what, Mrs. Lauren.
Hey, Mrs. Lauren.
Thank you so much.
By the way, and Mrs. Lauren, thank you so much. We'll be expecting a Lanacaine for itching everywhere except your eyes update on next week.
Yeah, y'all, we've got some breaking news. I forgot some voice letters. There are more.
Oh, Lord.
There are more. And so Scotty
said he sent 2.
He did. Now, Scotty, you just sent one like seconds ago. So we're going to save that for the next show, okay? Because we're starting to get a little low on time. But I'm going to play the one you sent earlier this week. So, Scotty, here you go.
Anyway, Larry Vader.
We want to steal other listeners. So be sure to...
Big Fatty.
And give us some...
It's Scotty, your Aussie battler. Did you know that in March next year, Omar, the other O, is turning 50?
I did.
Can you believe it? Whatever happened to him? Is he still in Chicago?
He is.
I think he went on to be some kind of high-flying corporate executive. Okay, bye. It's a Scotty, your Aussie battler.
Oh, thank you, Scotty. Thanks for sending that in. And yes, I talk to Omi every now and again, and I did know he's turning 50. Y'all, he's a lovely man. He really is. I love him to death. Just because I'm feeling gracious.
Last minute voicemail. You're live on the stream. This is Scotty, your Aussie battler. Please tell Big Fatty to turn on his original audio. I can almost hear Daniel Brewer screaming.
I just taught him that before we started today. Y'all, it's on, but if you could see, I'll share a screenshot of the... Oh, I can't share that screenshot. It's got personal information in it. But I'm going to say of the way we're streaming today, y'all, it is... the way we do our show is... Streaming is really, really tough. So... my computer is running at a constant 80 degrees Celsius. It is struggling. It's not struggling, but it's a workout to get that to work. But Scotty, thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Lauren. Thank you, Laughing Buddha. Thank you, Mrs. Bacon. Thank you to everyone who called.
Excuse me, I've got to stand up. Apple clock.
All right. Well, it's up. Y'all, we've lost Big Fatty. He's had his Apple Watch.
Right here.
Okay.
I'm reading the chat room.
Yeah. Someone put the link to Taste Like Burning Tim's cooking videos in the chat room. I don't know of his YouTube channel, so I would like to follow it. Y'all, I would love to watch a good cooking video on the tubes. Yeah. Y'all, we got to do this. We're out of time, and I'm sorry, but so we just got to jump right to the next thing.
Yes.
Oh my goodness! It's time to play This, That, or the Other. It's the game where I read a question and give Big Fatty 3 answers. He has to tell us which one is true, unless they all are. Big Fatty, are you ready to play?
Well, yeah, I've just got... Oh, okay. I've gotten credit for the hour. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, well, everyone, so not quite the This, That, or the Other that you're used to hearing. So what's going to happen is I'm going to ask Big Fatty a question. It's the question that 27 of you answered, and to see how well he knows each of you. It's our quiz program game. So, Big Fatty, you only get it right if you guess what the majority of
okay
of the chat room answered. Okay. Okay. Question number 1. Waffles or pancakes?
Ooh. This is one that gets asked. This gets asked a lot, and I believe that yes, it's been asked on other shows, and I believe pancakes is the preferred breakfast carb.
Okay.
Oh.
That is incorrect. Waffles by 57.7% to 42.3%.
All right.
All right, Big Fatty. And now I'm asking you the questions just as I asked the chat room. Okay. So, no interpretation from me. Literally, I'm reading the questions. Emojis or GIFs?
These people in the chat room, they love to see those little movie things.
Okay.
And you can only put a picture of an eggplant and a peach up so much, or the little poop thing.
So you're saying GIFs?
Yeah. Oh
wait, just kidding. I read it wrong, y'all. 60% said emojis, eggplants, and peaches and poop symbols. So, yeah. Okay. Spiders.
By the way, there's another lovely picture of Noah in the chat room.
Well, I follow him on Insta, so I've seen them. But yeah, spiders or snakes?
I think people can deal with spiders more than snakes.
Snakes, 63 to 37. Yeah.
Well, that's what I said.
Snakes. You said you thought people could deal with spiders. I thought. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Right. So snakes won. Snakes. They prefer snakes over spiders.
They like snakes better. Okay.
Yes. Do you prefer loud talker or noisy eater?
Ooh. By the way, I think Gayish Mike just put up the hands to Jesus when he saw Noah's picture. By the way, y'all, at my first meet and greet in the Chicagos, at Hunters or whatever the name of the place was, Noah got under my kilt, and Miss Lauren can tell you what was under my kilt. So anyway,
so loud talker or noisy eater?
Oh, this group hates both. So
correct.
Is it a tie by any chance?
It is not. None of them are ties because it's an odd number of responses. So
okay, Buck Saloon. I would say they don't like the loud talker. Are you leaving?
Okay, so you say
okay. The Nip is leaving. Bye.
Okay, bye, Nip. So you say the loud talker.
Mm-hmm. Ah!
You got one right. So, they prefer a loud talker. 63% of them would prefer a loud talker. 63 to 37.
Okay.
Hike or swim?
Well,
this is a very athletic group. So
I can assure you, the closest any of them will get to either is when the old gal goes out to Santa Monica Beach and the Greenpeace pulls her back into the water.
Okay.
So I'm going to say swim.
Correct. 66.7% said swim to 33.3% who said hike. Okay. Vacation or staycation?
Oh, vacation.
That's correct. 70% said vacation.
Vera doesn't do beaches, by the way.
Right. Well, it's a risk. I agree, Vera. Okay. So which would you rather do? Laundry or dishes? That's the question we asked the chat room. Okay.
I think that they'd rather do laundry.
Correct. 63% said they would rather do laundry.
Part of laundry is clean sheet night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Penultimate question here.
Uh-oh. Kind of like Pride48, the penultimate.
That's why I brought it up. Shower or bath?
Oh. too many have a fall risk with the bath. So it's got to be, there are not enough grab rails for many.
Right.
And so I'm going to go with the shower. And by shower, that could be a fire hose.
Well, in certain cases in the chat room, it is. Not calling any names.
Right.
But yeah, 89% said shower.
Yes,
11% said bath. Final question.
Okay. And does it have anything to do with the boobies pooping on the world's largest cruise of a lifetime deck?
No.
Okay.
And I can understand where you would think I would go there, but I didn't. So, Superman or Spider-Man?
Oh, it's got to be that little curl of hair on Superman. Because you can't see Spider-Man, and he's just shooting stuff out of his hands, and Superman, he can put you in his arms and fly away. Oh, so wait a minute, somebody has put the golden shower in.
Okay,
is that Toppy?
Oh.
Okay.
And I'm giving you that because it actually only 26 people responded, so 50-50. So I said there were no 50-50s, but that was a 50-50. So
okay,
50-50 even. Y'all, I prefer Spider-Man. Good gracious.
Okay.
That's
well, I think we're getting close to the end here. We are less than a minute,
close.
And we've got the minority report coming up. Carell. On the Minority Report, he used to be on that Have a Nice Gay show. Mm-hmm. And, nobody likes to listen to a show that comes out every day of the week. I mean, it's just a pain in the ass. And, it's not, trust me, it's not Carell's fault. But anyway, it's just not good. But Vader, I got an idea I want to throw out here at the end.
Okay, right at the end.
Since next year is the final Pride 48 from home event.
Right.
I think that we ought to go back to the roots and do 48 hours of live podcasting so that everybody can have Brufkus with Vader.
Oh, God.
And it's something to think about. I mean, it's long and drawn out. And does that remind you of anything else by any means long and drawn out?
This podcast is a proud member of the Pride 48 Podcasting Network. Check out more great shows at pride48.com.
Now that you mention it.
Well, thanks everybody for coming.
Yeah.
By coming, I mean...
Okay.
Well, you
Minority
can if you
Report.
look at Noah's pictures, but
yeah,
hi, Minority Report. Bye now.
Bye, everybody. It's not quite
Toodles.
6 o'clock. Bye, everyone. We're just stalling for time.
It's getting ready. Get ready. Correct.
We're only supposed to be in the city, right?
Hey, welcome to Minority Report. It's Auntie Carell.
It's Auntie Dwan.
And it's Auntie Jarrell. Hey, y'all.
Hey.
And it's Auntie Landon.
Hey, Landon. What's up, boo?
Hey, what's the tea, sis?
I think this is the first time it's all four.
Wait, what'd you say?
I think it's the first time it's all four of us, right?
Yeah, we have Anna Navarro with us today. I'm so excited to have her with us. Well, thank you for making time.
Shanae Jenkins is here. Welcome.
And we're live on Pride 48. This is our first time doing that. So hello, if you haven't heard of us, we're Minority Report. We like to go by Yo Aunties, so that's why you heard us calling the Auntie Carell, Dewan, Jarrell, and Landon. Foundationally, we're a queer, blackity black podcast, just showing a fuller spectrum of being queer and black in the community and really uplifting the people of color. But if you're not any shade of melanin, come on and join us and join the community as well. But that's the foundation of the show. And we talk about what? Like politics and relationships and sex.
Beyonce.
Period.
And Beyonce.
I feel like she's almost like, this is condescending in a way, the mascot, but like she's like a pillar of the show.
Yes. Yeah.
I would agree with that.
But yeah, welcome. Subscribe and download the episodes wherever you listen to podcasts, and also on YouTube. You can see every episode on YouTube, and we have a new episode every single Monday. Yes. How you ladies doing today?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
Tired. Just got back from a bachelor party. So we doing all right. But
how was Scottsdale?
It was cute.
Got that baby face. You went with clean shaven.
Actually, I did that for this though. I ain't gonna lie. She was looking. She was looking like she'd been through some things.
Ooh, so it was a rough patch.
You still do. It's okay though.
You know what? See, places everyone. Places everyone.
And then, you know what? Let me check on the comments and everything out here. Auntie, we got an Auntie Scott out here. What's up, Auntie Scott? What up?
Hey, Auntie Scott.
Hey. But yeah, so question for you guys. This is funny. So earlier in the year in 2022, whenever you're listening to this, I changed a role, and then I know Jarrell, you have a new role and a new job this year as well. Do you find that you constantly have to come out again and again?
I do.
Like the assumption that I'm straight is interesting, which I'm like, okay, whatever, it is what it is. But I think that's an aspect of maybe allies that love our community that are straight don't realize they do all the damn time. Like I was on
honestly,
a call
like
and they were asking like, oh, how's your wife? And I'm like, well, my husband, and and it's here we go.
Did that really happen?
Oh yeah, it happens often.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, you ain't got no damn wife. You ain't got no damn wife. I bet you wish you did sometimes though. But
so don't. I like digging ass. So don't.
Weak. But no,
I mean, those two things are not mutually exclusive. Let's be clear. In our community,
First
it's
life.
the flavor of the rainbow.
Just started. We aren't even 5 minutes in. Oh,
look, I have not taken an edible. I haven't had anything to drink today. It's gone.
Shocking.
It's going to pop in today.
Period.
It is because you out there drinking my wine. How about that?
Ooh.
oh no, it's not your wine.
Oh,
it's
that's
Adam's
right.
wine.
That's true. He did. He made that clear before we started recording.
That's right. I did.
He said, "That's Adam's wine. I don't like that wine."
Thank you very much.
I don't like that rosé. Not that rosé.
Fruity tastes great. Fruity tastes great.
Free 99.
Free 99.
What were you saying? You were saying they do the same thing.
No, I was gonna say but I'm with you. Like that's one thing being black and queer. Like when you walk into the room, the first thing they realize is that you're black.
Yeah.
And it's not until you open your mouth or you say something, they're like, "Oh, you gay."
It's like, "Oh, you love Beyonce."
Right, exactly.
Be one of these.
Right.
Be one of
First time
these.
you open your mouth, you say, "You won't break my soul."
Right.
Say less.
You can break my hole.
So it is interesting, kind of like doing that again whenever you start a new job and being like, all right, this is my partner, et cetera, doing the whole gay thing. I don't know. I really can give zero fucks on who know and who don't know at work. Like, honestly, as long as they cut that check and I got a job, I don't care. Like, ask me, oh, you got a wife? No, I will keep on saying no. I don't care.
So you don't feel obligated to
just don't call me out my
clarify.
name. I don't. Just don't call me out my name, and don't fuck with my money. I'm good. Keep it pushing.
And from an HR perspective, no one should be asking you about or making assumptions about what's going on outside of the work. So if somebody's making an assumption about, tell me about, how's your wife doing? Do you have kids? Like, you really shouldn't be asking those questions, just FYI.
Very, very true. But don't you think that within I don't necessarily think that people are making assumptions per se, because I think we have made a lot of strides within just the workplace, and not all the way, like it's not perfect, but I don't go into places where I feel like people are assuming I got a wife, because I ain't got no wife. It's obvious.
It's
dry. It's
obvious. The way you sashay through that airport terminal. They're like, yes, queen.
That booty be whistling.
Honey.
Oh, Landon's coming.
Landon's here. And she don't got no wife.
She ain't got no wife. She ain't got no wife.
Ma'am. No, ma'am.
She ain't got no wife.
I find though that I find that I'm stepping into my privilege in my role and in my own comfortness when I take on when I go to a new company and I don't know anybody there, because I announce that shit from Jump Street. Every single call, I'm talking about, my partner, I'm gay, I'm black, unsolicited, I'm letting you know right up front. Don't play with me.
A marquee announcement, honey.
And she's in HR, so they definitely not going to play with her.
Wait, Jerome, what'd you say?
I just don't want people in my business like that. Like, I'm not the type of person. I'm not going to ask you how your weekend was. I really don't care. I don't want to. Something happened to you. I am sorry for your condolences. When you back, that's going to be my follow-up question. Like, I don't care. I don't care about what's going on other people's life. Because I go to work to get that money and then go out. And my friends are my friends. I don't get that personal.
I'm in a little bit of a different situation, though. I'm in a little bit different situation than everyone, because I'm technically in HR and I'm in the diversity, inclusion, and belonging space.
Absolutely.
So for me, it's really important. I don't have to, but what I choose to do is I choose to lead with that, because I understand the importance of representation, and I understand that, and visibly, being a black person in any kind of most corporate roles that are predominantly corporate companies that are predominantly white, it's important for other black people to see black people, and it's even more important for other queer black people to see other queer black people that have a voice and a position. And so I fully step into that. But I completely understand, like, when I in roles where I wasn't specifically in HR, because I'm on the training, HR training side of things. When I wasn't in HR, it's not something I lead with, but it wasn't something I felt like I had to downplay or cover or hide or anything like that.
It's interesting because my 20s Carell played that game a lot more of like, oh, hey, how you doing? How's your weekend? Da, 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 blah, 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 blah. And at that point, parts of my 20s, I wasn't out. But then now the opposite has happened, where it's like, I'm out freely, blah, 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 blah. And I'm proud of my husband. I'm proud to be married and all that stuff. I'm proud to be a queer black man. But I'm not playing the how are you doing part of it as much anymore, because it's like I care, but I don't. It's like I got so much shit on my plate that I got to get done, and me standing talking to you for 45 minutes is not helping my personal part of my life out. And so, like, when that happens, when I get assumed straight, it's always that struggle of like, no, I'm proud of being a gay black man. But I don't feel like it today. So sometimes I let it slide, but then sometimes I find it goes too far. Then I feel almost like a fraud, because they keep saying, oh, it might be like, oh, your wife or this and that, or what's going on this weekend. And the assumption is still that Carell is a straight human being. And I'm sitting there like, no, like, that's not the situation.
But question, don't you think that conversations help people know more about you, though?
1000%. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It doesn't have to be a 45-minute. It doesn't have to be a 45-minute conversation, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like fake, oh, how are you? It doesn't have to be any of that, because I would rather have a conversation and keep it short.
Yeah.
I would rather have a conversation with them getting to know I'm that bitch at work, like, don't fuck with him, and them knowing who I am and vice versa, so that way you don't have anything to assume about me. You've got straight facts.
Yeah. Yeah,
and I think in corporate America, there's a thing specifically in the black community, but even more specifically in a black queer community. And I'm just, for all intents and purposes, I'm using queer as a catch-all. It recognizes the LGBTQIA plus community. It's a lot of A lot of syllables. and your girl here is dyslexic, so she be getting them all mixed up. So don't come for me. I'm just going to use the words clear.
Clear and queer.
Clear and queer. Here, I'm trying
and she wasn't even reading.
Right. But I do think, at least in conversations that I've had with other Black professionals, there is a paradigm shift that's happening. Particularly in today's hybrid work environment, where a lot of people are working from home most of the time, going into the office sometimes. There was this notion that you kind of had to, kind of get into the culture, get into kind of like feeling like you belong, and build all these kind of like work relationships that have absolutely nothing to do with you just getting your job done. And I feel like the shift is people in our community are doing less of that with a bunch of other people, but they're doing that with the Black people that are there, specifically, and they're just about their check and being unapologetic about, I'm here to get shit done and collect my check and go home to my real life.
That's me.
Catch that check.
I mean, you can still be productive.
Some of us can be as open as land and legs, so I prefer to be a little bit more private.
Or your whole.
And so, only on the weekends.
Only on the weekends. With that.
And she said holidays. That includes holidays.
Not birthdays. Not birthdays, though.
Not birthdays. Well, yours. I'm sure you get yours.
I thought birthdays would be the day you really busted open.
Hell no, girl. It's the day after New Year's. Let me tell you.
That's when they whistle.
Happy early birthday too, by the way.
Right.
And we got some responses out here in the chat as well. Hey, Kyle, our friend Kyle from Gash. What's up, boo?
Hey, Kyle.
He says, I've gotten gayer, so I've gotten the straight assumptions less and less as I get older. That's true too. Like I would assume. Well, I guess it's shocking that I feel like I'm pretty out there. Like, hey, you probably could tell. But maybe the comments aren't.
But you know what? As just recently, I was just thinking about some training videos that I had to do, and there are a lot of workplaces out there that are saying if a man, a cis man, let's say cis man, decides to cross dress or dress as a woman, wear a dress, right? You can't assume, there's nothing wrong with that. Right. You can't file a complaint and be like, oh, so-and-so is wearing a dress and they're a man. No, that's not for you to decide on what that person can wear to work. So it's interesting. I'm curious to see or know if a lot of other companies are doing that, doing that training where, if someone decides that they want to dress out of whatever the gender norms are, gender roles out there, I'm curious to know if that training is out there for some of the companies that I haven't worked for. Jarrell, fix your face.
TB said, I try to be more openly queer, but still get that straight assumptions. And Daniel said, in quotes, Daniel seems really straight. No one ever. The straight assumption is weird. I've had people forget I'm gay even after I've said I have a husband. Unless you're constantly quote unquote gay, some folks switch you back to hetero by default. That's the truth, and I think that's what happens in my situation. It's just like, even if they hear me potentially talk about my husband, 2 months down the line, something comes out. Oh, look, your wife. And then I'll be like, oh, yeah, no, my husband. They'll be like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
That means they weren't listening. That means they weren't listening.
1,000%. So it means they were just asking the question out of let me just do the normal Monday morning bullshit. So yeah, there's a lot of comments out there, but yeah, and it looks like a lot of folks are kind of in some of that same situation.
I don't think that we've got to a place yet where it has become normalized to lead with curiosity versus assumption, and people operate mostly out of assumption. We're getting to a really good place. You're seeing a lot more of, for those that have kind of really corporate jobs, most of the work that gets done over Zoom now. Even if you have people there in the office, you're seeing a lot more pronouns are being added into Zoom signatures and, I love that. And all of these kinds of things, which is great, which tells us that progress is being made and people are starting to understand the importance of language, and not just, because I think what it was understanding the importance of not using quote unquote offensive language, or derogatory language. And now we're getting to a place of saying, let's not just focus on not using offensive language, but let's focus on being much more inclusive in the language that we're using, which leads for more which we're getting to a place, but we're not there yet. So I think people are still leading with, assuming that it's assuming straight first versus just asking questions, being curious, not making any of those assumptions, because you never know what people are like outside of the office.
Auntie Scott said, I find that constantly sucking on a dildo helps. Clarify that assumption. Well, I mean, hey, if they're straight men, like I heard the gayish episode earlier today talking about pegging. I mean, like, hey, it is what it is. No assumption there.
I got a couple straight male friends that like to get pegged by their wives.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Do I dare ask what that is?
You don't know what pegging is?
I don't.
Well, there's a broader
Stop
definition of it, but the one that a lot of folks think of is where potentially like a wife puts on a dildo and pegs their husband. Obviously, it could be multiple different situations, but that's the
peg meaning fucking the husband,
right
with the dildo specifically. That's a strap on to the woman's body traditionally.
Wait, how did that conversation come out at work? How they assuming me I'm straight and you getting the dildo and pegging conversations? I want those conversations.
Well, completely different industries that y'all are working in.
I told y'all I was known as the gatekeeper. So quite often I'm surrounded by straight men who feel comfortable sharing things with me. But then I'm like, but I'm a bottom. I'm not doing that. So, just keep letting your wife do that, because that ain't happening over here. Let's go home. So, yeah.
Well, okay then.
They don't fuck with me because I'm in HR.
Right, you don't touch
we don't be
right
having
here.
the conversation.
Right, they don't peg with me.
Listen,
no,
not having it.
No.
They're like, they see DeJuan coming up at lunch and be like, oh, hold on, stop talking about pegging. Stop.
At the booty hole puckering up.
Right.
So how do I advance my career?
Right. Hello, DeJuan. Hello, Mr. Hawkins.
Cheerio.
No, we're not just talking about pegging. No, you did not hear that. You did not overhear that. No. Oh, God. But one thing, too, like, that kind of came over recently that I've been wanting to ask you guys. Like, so recently, travel has kind of opened back up and things like that. And I was back in June in Orlando for a family reunion. And the Orlando airport kind of sucks. But what I was noticing, I was like, there's a lot of hot straight dudes because everyone's going there for like Disney and Universal and things like that. And I was like, ooh, okay, just like, the sightseeing is nice. And it made me think, I was like, when you travel, do you A, enjoy the sights, and then B, do you get kind of like worked up like sometimes in these airports? And I really want to ask Landon, horny, do you get kind of horny in these situations? And I really want to ask Landon that
conversation
because Landon works in that industry.
She stay booked and busy, so yeah, I want to know too.
No.
Is it a no in the podcast and a yes in the text message in the group thing?
No, it's no for both, bitch.
Look, I just want to make
it's no for both, bitch.
Or are you just jaded at this point because you've been in the industry too long?
Listen,
she ran through.
She is Jenny from the block.
She won them runways. She's like, oh, bitch, out of shape, busted open. She's like, I can't take it anymore. Let me get some of this domestic dick.
Right. She be in that international tournament. She like, ooh, that's where I'm going today. Spain landing at 8 a.m.
She's like, look, she can't even go to the bathrooms anymore in the airports because they know what she's been doing back in the day.
No.
She's restricted.
No, I like
herself
privacy.
safe on Facebook, feeling like after box.
Right.
Continue, Landon.
Are y'all ready? Are y'all okay?
Yeah.
No, all right. I'm so busy dealing with crazy ass white people that I don't have time to even have that frame of mind. People that want to get upset about the weather. I can't move the clouds, bitch. Like, what do you want me to do?
In the meantime, he's arguing with the people and Krell's in the background looking at the straight dude's ass like, ooh, he look good in them Lululemons though.
Now, I will say this. I don't get excited, but I be looking. I'd be like, yo, I'll take your bitch ass home. Don't let your ass get stranded up in this airport, because I'll take your ass home. You got a place to stay.
She said, what time do I clock out?
Right.
Okay. I'm salaried, ho. So,
but the question is, do the apps be on while you're working?
Yeah. Absolutely not.
No, they don't.
Really?
I'll tell you why. It's such a complicated reason. You know, there are people.
Give us a simple answer, girl.
Listen, no. I'm going to give you the complicated reason. The reason why is because they are ready to find something wrong with us and complain about us, right? When it comes to people who are black in leadership or management. Yeah. So, like, I don't need a reason for you coming for me. I mean, you can come on me. That's a whole different story. But, like...
But not doing work hours.
But like, I don't need to.
But as soon as she walks out them front doors,
honey,
it's a whole different
like she sashay out them gates.
It's a whole different story, bitch. Once those gates close,
she stands right outside of the baggage claim,
honey,
so she can make sure she gets everybody.
She out there at ride share.
I can't.
Looking for your fine ass. I don't believe in mixing. I don't believe in mixing work with pleasure like that. Like, I don't need someone like saying I did something or I hit them up or some shit like that. No, you're not gonna catch me out there. We're not doing that. No.
How about before? Well, I guess you've been in the industry too long, so never mind.
10
so
years.
DeWanda Jarrell.
Yeah, let's hear what
y'all be getting kind of like, ooh, there's something about traveling that's getting me a little worked up today.
Nasty.
Not usually for me.
Okay.
Mm-mm. I mean, look, I will look, and if the thing is thinging, if it's thinging from the front, thinging from the back, thinging from the sides, or whatever, I will oogle
right
and look.
Right.
But I've never had to I never felt the urge to rub one out just because I got a little worked up.
Right.
Now, if I was perhaps a flight attendant and I was doing one of them early morning shifts where everybody was sleeping. And that might be a different story, but
yo, those bitches are tired, okay? Ain't nobody. Those bitches are tired. They ain't rubbing nothing out, but them crusting them eyes. They are. A bitch is tired. These bitches are tired.
It's a no for me. I mean, like, I'm kind of like DeWan. Like, I'll look, and y'all know when I look because I normally will send y'all a picture. Right. It don't happen that often. Yeah, it don't happen that often. But other than that, no, I don't get worked up. I don't. Because I'm not trying to come up missing, because y'all already know Fizz don't play. So.
Well, we sure do.
See, Corey and I be taking pictures for each other. We could be like, he might be like going to the bathroom right quick or getting water. And he'd be like, and I'll get a text sitting there and be like, ooh, and then I'll see the person come. I'm like, yeah, bitch. Yeah. And I'll be doing the same thing for him. Like, ooh, this look like your type. And so maybe that's what kind of gets it worked out, because we're both like, ooh, and then we're both ooh, and then like we're looking at each other like, ooh. It's just a lot of ooh.
Now,
I need to see Carell's phone. I need to see his picture catalog, because I bet 90% of the photos are of other people.
Yeah, but like most times I'll send it to somebody. Like I'll send it to one of you three. I'll send it to the group. So
I know you sent some shit to me.
Oh, I said Landon because I won't even tell the rest of it.
I'm still trying to find that alt Twitter. So look, she's still been. Look,
no one will ever find that alt Twitter. And even if you do, I don't care, honestly.
Carell, remember when you came? When you came over and I wanted to show you the Twitter of a mutual, and I had to figure out how am I going to do this without showing
Carell the alt Twitter.
Because he was standing, he was like we were physically together, so I was like, oh, you got it. He was like, yeah, tell me. Oh yes, he was telling me about that Twitter. Let me see what that was like. Let me.
I know he was like,
okay, now I know how to do this.
And I knew that's what you was about too. I was gonna call you out, but then I was like, I don't want him to get distracted. I'm trying to see these pictures.
Right.
Bigger
not
question.
Of me. Not of me, by the way.
Bigger question. Have any of you ever had a hookup from an airport encounter?
I have.
Yeah?
It's always the pastor's kid, let me tell y'all.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. It was when I lived in Chicago, and I forget the terminal at O'Hare. What's the
not the old O'Hare bathroom?
Girl. But there's like one bath. God, I'm about to tell all my stuff. I'm surprised this hasn't come up on the podcast before, actually.
It's coming up now.
It sure is. And it came up then, too.
Shut up.
She's here all week. Thank you. New episodes every Monday. You know when you go down to I call it the P. Diddy space, where like the lights and everything underneath?
Yep.
And you go to
Terminal C.
Terminal C. It is Terminal C, yes. Yeah. There's a bathroom on Terminal C.
No, Terminal 2, Concourse D, Concourse B to C.
In-between.
There you go.
Yes, that one.
Just got to get it out there.
And there's a bathroom in that one that actually has a
Not giving
larger...
directions.
Everybody seems to know this location, low key. Here, and here. There's a bathroom at the end of one of the terminal sides where it actually has a larger walk-in almost bathroom. It's like almost like a family bathroom within the men's bathroom.
Okay, I'm taking some notes here.
And back in the day when on them apps, it's like 100 feet away, whatever feet away. And you start chatting. It's like, okay, hey, you cute too. Da 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 da. When's your flight? Oh, this time. And I think mine was like delayed, so I was just sitting there. And he's like, oh, mine's this time. He's like, oh, well, you want to kind of meet me in the bathroom? I'm like, yeah, sure do. And you do what you do, and we didn't even finish. Honestly, it was like 5 minutes, but then like you kind of get a little freaked out because you're just like, okay. Like, you can't get too comfortable. But it was nice, a little handy, a little...
I think I know which bathroom you're talking about.
Oh, Lana's talking about, no, I don't. And she know the bathroom. Mm-hmm, you ain't fooling me.
Yeah.
But, that was yesteryear when I was just young and unmarried.
Yesteryear.
And unmarried.
You gotta put that disclaimer out there.
Right, it's like, those days. No, just bad. But that's the only time, though. I've only done it once, so. No one else? No one's ever...
I have. Shit. I have. Okay.
But at the airport?
Years ago.
That was your question. Oh, okay.
Years ago. Recently,
before you were in the industry? Or during
Before I was in the industry. Why
Is this how you got in the industry?
In the airline industry.
Absolutely not. No, that's how they got into me. No, wait. No, wait.
Going so far off the rails.
South. Dewan, what were you going to say?
It's of no consequence.
It's like, forget it.
Lord help us. I think this is a good time to get to the Ashy Aunties, even though it's pretty much the same kind of vibe. So those that are new to the podcast, we do a segment every time called Ashy Aunties. This is where the community sends in questions for us to give advice and opinion and sound bites and all the above. So what time is it?
Ask your
auntie. Hey. Oh, wait. And hold on quickly. TB said airport hookup. Yes. Lounge access makes it 100% better. Okay. He giving us the tidbits. Okay.
I
he said get that priority pass, honey.
I can see that. Yeah.
Get that Centurion Club or whatever lounge. It says, hey, aunties, how quickly do you kick someone out of your place after you hooked up? Do you feel any kind of way if you get kicked out quickly if they host? Is there proper guidelines on how to handle hookups, one-night stands?
Before the cum dries, they gotta go. I'm just saying.
I'm logging off.
Deuces.
So you're hosting?
That's a good question.
Because you said
yes, I am, and that's because I like having the power to say no if I'm getting catfish. Because I told you before in the podcast, if they show up looking not like their photos, it's a no for me. So I like being. It's a lot easier. I feel a lot more comfortable doing it that way. Yeah. And I'm also into some things, so I don't like carrying my little Mary Poppins bag with me to go to somewhere else's house. So
not the dildo.
You got one of them old school doctor bags.
You're right, exactly.
It's like, ooh, what is this? What is this? And what is this?
It just pulls out here as one thing.
Supercalifragilistic.
Not Wow, not the dildo travel pack.
Yeah.
Wow.
She stay ready.
Absolutely.
In more ways than one. We always thought it was fighting. She stayed ready for this fight.
Yeah, you're right. That too. But no, in all honesty, though, I can compartmentalize. So once we're done, it's time to go. Like, I'm not here to braid your hair. I'm not here to cook you a meal. I'm not here to kick it. Like, we here to fuck. And once the fucking is done, it's time to go about your business. So I say, enough to clean up, wipe up. If you want a shower, I'll let you take a shower. But other than that, you gotta go. You gotta go. I don't like people getting comfortable in my space either, too. No. Yeah, no.
Landon.
I don't host.
Never?
There's okay, so my home, my space is like sacred space. So like you gotta be a special sort of something, and I gotta get that vibe in order for me to host. But I want to be able, whenever I'm on an airplane, I'm in an aisle seat. I want to get the fuck out. Same thing with hooking up. I want to get the fuck out. Like I don't have time. There's a lot of small dick tops out there and flat ass bottoms.
Oh damn! Wow.
And
I wasn't ready for that.
I'm just putting it out there, and I just don't. I don't want to have to kick them out of my space because of that. Because you didn't come correct.
Oh wow!
Why did I hear the petty king Chicana and the gunshots?
That was a lot. That was a lot to digest.
That was a lot. So Landon, so my question is, you don't want to kick them out? What?
If you
that's
are,
what I like to have them. So because if they don't come correct, they got to go.
No, I want to be able to get out. Be like, you know what, deuces, I'm out. No.
See, I can't lie. See, let me tell you, because y'all know me. My face tells it all.
Yeah.
So I feel very bad when I'm at someone else's house and it ain't what it is, because I'm just like.
So there's a lot to digest. A, we're not shaming nobody's ass.
We're not. I'm just putting it out there.
So say you're feeling like you're getting catfish from the pictures you potentially have seen, and you get there is what it is, what you thought it's going to be. Do you still go? And I think we've talked about this in the past. Do you continue with the do? Or
no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay,
that's called lying.
Okay.
We're not setting up. We're not doing nothing based on lies.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Because I don't think it was. Who was it from? Was it Jordan from Surface Level when we did the joint? He said because people be stealing. Yeah. Because they gonna steal from you. If they gonna lie to you about that, they probably gonna steal something out your house too. Ooh, so that's a no for me. Mm-hmm. No. Mm-mm.
Wait. Kyle said, I left my hookah bag in a lift once.
Oof. Oh. And he didn't get it back. He had to buy all new stuff. Damn, that's dropping some coins.
Damn.
Because them shits ain't inexpensive.
But let me clarify. If what I am thinking of this person does not end up being the case, I don't want to have to kick them out of my place because I'll feel bad. I would rather just be like, you know what, this isn't working, and me get in my car or an Uber or a Lyft and just leave. I don't want that memory of that bad hookup associated with my home.
What if it was a good hookup?
Oh yeah, for sure. I want them to ride past this place like, yeah, that dude right there. That's what I want.
Let's see. She want people to be like, I've been in this building before.
So, everybody.
That window right there.
I'll never forget this. Landon, that time. Remember, I was in Boston when you were in Boston, and we was walking somewhere to the club, and Landon's like, "Ooh, you see that building right there?" He said,
wait.
He said, I'll never forget that.
Wait, here's the funny part. I know exactly which building you're talking about.
He said,
that building right there.
He said, I couldn't walk.
Right man, I thought I lost 10 pounds.
I can't. What about you two?
Go ahead, Dwan.
Back in the day when I had the apps and all that stuff, it really depended on like what my mood was in. So predominantly, I hosted if there was like banter, and I would want them to stay over. And if they didn't stay over, I was cool with it, but like I would want them to come to my place. But if it was just like and it was very rare because I didn't do like a lot of just like hookups. That's a lie.
You said it, not us.
Look, because people would say, I was sitting there like,
I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's a lie. I predominantly hosted, just because the exchanges were more than sup, dig pic, and then come over. Like it was more than that. Right. But if it was that, then usually I go over there. So if I intended it to be literally just a hookup with no potential for it being like a fuck buddy long term kind of thing, then I would go over there.
And that's what I was thinking too. I was like, even if it was like a one-off kind of thing, I probably traveled more, but it was maybe like 70-30, 70-30 I traveled, 30% maybe at home. And like you just said, Duane, it probably depended on if it was maybe a recurring hookup. Then again, you maybe feel a little more comfortable with like, okay, I'll have you more in my space and things like that. But then even sometimes there's been moments where like the hookup was nice and the vibe was nice and everything like that. And sometimes you just kind of lay there and you're like, okay, you want to watch an episode or whatever, and you can leave whenever you're comfortable, kind of thing.
No. I did a lot of like in my 20s, in my 20s and 30s, I did a lot of like traveling for work. So I was usually on the road, and so for me, like hosting was super easy because I was in a hotel room. Yeah. It didn't matter. It literally didn't matter. So like I didn't care if I went to them or they came to me. Like it legit didn't matter.
That's a whole different story.
But in my home, like that was I preferred hosting and the way that I would engage. Either like even if it was like, oh, I'm out at X bar or whatever, meet somebody and it's like, oh, I want to take you home. It was usually you're coming to my house because I'm not going home, and then I'm not going home with you and then having to Uber and Lyft or drive and da all afterwards, because no, that's not happening. We're gonna do this thing and then I'm gonna go to bed, or I'm gonna eat something and watch some TV or whatever, and you're welcome to stay, but you don't have to.
It's interesting. So Gary says I like younger guys, so I usually hosted. Does that come into play between your either travel and host? Like if you're, I was younger then, so. But like, did that ever come into your mind when you were hooking up, like the age differential?
I would say yes. I would say yes, because some people are just not in a position where I think about empathy. There's some people who are just not in a position where they can host. So if I want to do it, I might just have to get over my whole...
Your whole...
I might have to get over the whole thing about like not having people over. That's a good point. One thing I forgot to mention, during the summer, I'd rather travel, but during the winter, I ain't going nowhere. Girl, so you're going to have to come over here. You're going to have to come over here.
Some Chicago days, honey.
You're going to have to come over here. I ain't going nowhere.
No. Indiana day. Ooh.
Yeah. But question, like a part of the question is, do you feel any sort of way if you get kicked out quickly if they host? Absolutely not. I'm ready to go home and pass out.
Exactly. Run me out. Ask me if I can.
Run me out. Run me out.
Mm-mm. The only thing I care about is getting an invite back later. Other than that,
you're right.
Cut it short.
Yeah.
Out. Yeah.
Listen,
I don't do good with small talk with people I don't know like that. Yeah. And so I think that's another reason why I like hosting. Because I feel a little bit more comfortable in my space to be able to have some type of small talk to kind of entertain a person. But also, I don't know. Back in the day, she was too cute. So I was scared of getting got and come up missing in someone's house. So, I was also kind of scared going to other people's house, being like, I'm going to come up missing. My mama going to find out I'm a hoe. So I prefer them to come over to my house because I'm not trying to go out like that. And I'm being 100% honest.
Your mama knew you was a hoe way before that.
That part.
Actually, no, she didn't. She didn't.
Are you sure?
Didn't.
Until she listened to the podcast.
And you only had sex with 4 people.
Thank you.
I was kind of thinking about leaving it alone.
Thank you. At this,
We asked the person with the least sexual experience with multiple people about their hosting preferences. Why? Why are we doing this? Girl, you can go knit or crochet. Let grown folk have this conversation.
Well, there you have it. You don't got to worry about me.
You ain't got to worry about me. And for those that don't know what we're talking about, that's a running thing through the podcast of some of us don't know our numbers, but we know it's way more than the numbers of drill. It is what it is.
So she says.
Right. So
it's the truth. It's the truth.
Okay.
It's the truth.
I had a
She's
question
contributing a lot to this conversation. For
I
somebody
just-
who
let me-
has a low body count.
They can damn
I'm
near
with
count
Jarrell.
with her hands. It's like,
She must have got a lot of catfish.
And some hatfishes too, girl. And some hatfishes too. Okay. Yes.
She said I only slept with 20 people, but I done rejected 5,000. I can't.
oh Lord.
I love
I'm
it.
with Jarrell. Though. I'm with Jarrell. Run me out. Listen, you wiping up. I'm already ordering my Lyft and my Uber. I'm out.
What do you say? What do you say? Like when you're done and they are, let's say that they are in your place. What do you say? Because I usually say, "Well,
big ups, hey,
I
see
should
you
have told
later."
them beforehand before they even get there. But like, you got to be gone by this time because I got shit to do. Now, most of the time it's a lie, but it's just to help get them out the door.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I turn that shower on. That's the cue.
Yeah.
Most of the time, I say thank you for coming.
Literally and physically.
Literally and figuratively.
And,
Thanks for feeding me.
And I kind of start to head to this door.
Not the Vanna White. Not the Vanna White to the door.
Right.
Like they're still trying to find their underwear. She's like, oh.
Have you ever left underwear by I'm telling a lot on this episode. I thought I've already told a lot during this damn podcast. There's been times where I'm like, I don't know where it is. It is what it is. Keep it.
Yeah. And if you realize it too late, keep going. Just go.
Yeah,
just go. Just keep going.
It's like it is what it is.
No, I'm weird because I put my clothes in a pile.
You be folded in.
No, Jarrell, you are not weird. You are organized
Okay,
and you are smart.
Because let me tell you.
Listen, this is gonna be the one time. This is gonna be the one time on this podcast I give you some props. That's smart and organized right there. That's my girl.
Kyle said, "Do you need a towel?" is usually my line that says it's over. That's a true statement.
Yeah,
that's the
absolutely.
cue. That is the cue. Usually, like I've had and I've done either. Do you want to take a quick shower? Do you want to rinse off? Do you need a towel? Cool. You kind of feel it out there and be like, "Oh, give a little hug and bye."
Let me tell you, there is a glass of water, a wet towel, and a dry towel right over there. There's a changing station.
Vanna White, here you go.
Auntie Scott said, "I'm so old. I remember that if you chose to host, you made sure that you had chips and dips and cocktail drinks."
I hear that shit. Listen, you got chips and dip. I ain't going nowhere though. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, they're gonna be hungry. But I also, the last part of this question is like, I don't think there is any proper guidelines as long as you're not being a dick about shit. You know, there's too much already towards our community of being a dick. Especially in a vulnerable, intimate moment like that, you don't got to end shit on like a dick move. But it's just interesting. We always preach about communication and things like that, especially like on apps. That's the one part that I don't think I ever really communicated saying, once we're done, these are the expectations. I don't think I've ever said that.
I've never said that. No.
Apps are already so impersonal, though.
Say it again, Landon?
Apps are so impersonal as it is, and I think saying that may come across as rude, but that's not a bad idea.
Because it's like we could talk about communication, but I'm like,
Not
I've
bad.
never
Take
communicated.
it.
And is it just like almost an unwritten rule at this point? It's just like you kind of know, okay, you know.
I feel like
Hey,
it's
just to let you know.
I feel like
Just
it's an
to let you
unwritten
know.
rule.
Okay.
That I feel like it's an unwritten rule that that you just go when the deed is. There is some kind of indication that the host wants you to stay in some way, shape, or form, or whatever. Once it's done, it's done.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's a good question there, and we might have to continue to expand on that. The chat's going crazy here. But continue to send your Ask the Auntie questions to aya@minorittyreport.com, or if you're on Instagram and the socials, you can DM us. That's where a lot of folks choose to send their questions. So if you're new to the podcast, feel free to send your questions in, because we love this segment a lot, just to hear the different scenarios and situations that we.
It's one of the best segments. It's one of the best segments.
It's one we do every episode, damn near at this point. So. Dewan, okay, we got 14 minutes left here. You said you had a game for us here.
Yeah, it's super fun. It's super fast, super easy. It's
you call me
this or that. Now Mother Teresa over here.
That's how she get out that crib.
She called you the truth. She called you the truth. That's what she said.
So this is like a this or that. So I'm going to ask you a question, and it's like, would you rather this or would you rather that? So, and there's 3 different categories. So so we've got 3 different categories. One is crazy, one is sexy, one is cool. Just kind of a la, like TLC, blah, blah, blah. So, but it's falling in those kind of like genres. So crazy is like wacky, crazy questions. Sexy is like more sexually motivated. And then cool is just kind of like everything else. So we're going to start with my girl, Jarrell.
You already know what I'm going for.
Crazy. Which one do you want?
You know. Crazy.
Okay. All right. So, in a new relationship, what is more intriguing, the underwear drawer or the medicine cabinet?
Underwear drawer or the medicine cabinet?
And you just say one or the other. And you can provide context if you want.
Ooh.
And context in a new relationship. So this isn't a hookup. This is somebody you dating, but you haven't been in their stuff yet.
We only got 14 minutes.
Okay,
so.
I'm gonna say the underwear drawer. I'm gonna say the underwear drawer.
Okay.
And I just say one because I think it's important for a person to make sure that they get rid of them old ass drawers that shouldn't be there. That lets you know a lot about somebody who be paying attention to details.
The underwear with the dick holes in it.
Right, absolutely.
Or the stains.
The stains. That's what I'm talking about right there. Right.
The ones that don't go away after they've been
look
washed.
faded and shit like that. Like, no.
Grown folks still be having doo-doo stains in their underwear like that?
I don't know, but you never know. So you gotta check. You gotta check. And then also, I also just want to know what the dick gonna look like when it's hard and what kind of underwear. So I also, because I'm not gonna lie, I like a man in boxers still.
Like the old school plaid boxers?
I do. I like a dick falling out that hole. Like,
all right.
And I'm like,
J. Crew.
You like when they go like this?
Yeah, bitch.
Like that, left and right.
Love this.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I love
the
it.
little tip.
I love it.
Ooh.
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So popcorn it to somebody else. You pick.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Carell.
Hey.
All right. Crazy, sexy, or cool?
Let's go with sexy.
Sexy. Would you rather have a stranger catch you masturbating or having sex?
I don't care. You can both. You can catch me if you
You
want
have
to.
to. No.
You can catch me at the same damn time. Thank you, Lynn. I don't care. Like I like that. That's that kind of like voyeurism exhibition.
She said, "I'll sell tickets."
Okay.
Catch it at OnlyFans at /minorittyreport.com. So it don't matter.
Okay. All right. So you're not playing the game. You're just choosing everything.
Sex. I planned the game. I said both.
Go ahead and pick the next person. You said what you said.
Let's go with Landon.
Okay. Crazy, sexy, or cool?
Cool.
All right. Would you rather meet your childhood celebrity crush or your current celebrity crush?
I had a lot of childhood ones. That's how I knew I was gay. I would say current.
So you could do some grown shit.
I do some grown ass. I'll do some grown ass shit. Yes.
Okay. Pick the next person.
We'll do Jarrell.
Okay. Crazy, sexy, or cool?
Let's go with sexy this time.
All right. Would you rather have someone bite your ear during sex or bite your lip during sex?
Not at Evander Holyfield though.
My ear. My ear. Definitely my ear. No, because y'all know I don't like kissing people like that anyway, so I'm going to my ear. I really don't. No.
All right, pick the next person.
Oh, damn. Hold on. This says several of my childhood crushes are dead.
God damn.
Damn. So he said current.
By default. In parentheses, by default.
And then he also said, I'm biting back. I know that's right. And then TB said the lip. Okay.
You slapped me, I slapped you
I
right
like
back.
both. I really like both. Like somebody did, not like biting hard, but like,
Right.
you know, there's something
The
really.
nibbles.
A nibble.
Yes. Okay. All right. Jarrell, pick the next person.
I'm gonna ping it back to Landon.
Okay. Crazy, sexy, or cool?
Sexy.
Sexy.
Oh, God.
Would you rather come after 1 minute or take an hour to come every time?
Take an hour after every time. I don't want anybody associating my name with that Missy Elliott song.
Shut the fuck up. I don't want no mini man.
That's a lot of work. Girl, you won't be teaching them salsa classes because you'll be.
We need to pick it back to
Dewan.
Dewan, you need to answer every question since you hosting this.
You know what? You need to answer, and you need to ask and answer your own question.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. I like these. I like that.
We'll have more. All right, pick the next person.
Then Dewan, you need to be the next person.
I just said you.
Yeah.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Okay, then.
Hold on. Corral, did you see what Luke just put in the chat?
Oh, God. It says, one time a guy bit my ass cheek really hard while he was eating my ass, and I instinctively donkey kicked his ass off the bed.
Wow.
Not donkey kick.
That took me a little bit. That's why I couldn't. We'll popcorn it to Auntie Corral.
Okay, crazy, sexy, or cool, boo?
Let's do crazy.
Crazy. Yeah.
Crazy. Okay. Would you rather be a gay vampire or a gay werewolf?
Werewolf. Ooh. It's fun. I don't think I've ever shared this on the podcast. That's interesting. So, Dewan, you were at my wedding. Orlando, too. So, you know my straight friends, Brina and Apolka. I am in that circle of friends a wolf, and it's like a throwback inside joke. So, that's why I would choose that one, just for my throwback to my straight friends.
Okay.
I'm a ping pong to you, Dewan. You crazy, sexy, or cool?
Okay. Why don't you pick one for me? Then I'll have to pick
Sexy.
one out of that group. Okay, sexy. I'll do one of the questions that we already did. I already answered the question about. Well, I kind of didn't answer the one about biting. I would say biting my lip.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you? What's your answer for the 1 minute or the hour?
1 minute.
Okay. She said I can get in.
I don't have any shame in my game. I want to get it in and be done because I got other things to do. So
she said I got soup on the stove.
I got an outlook. She said I got an outlook calendar of things to do.
Cornbread in the oven. Shit.
She got a flight to catch. Like, not when you trying to rub it out and you have to take an hour. No.
She got a wrong train to catch.
Right. Dewan, ping pong gets us on.
I'm gonna ping it over to Jarrell.
All right.
Crazy, sexy, or cool?
All right, we'll go with cool.
Cool. All right. Would you rather learn a skill that interests you but that will never get you a job, or a skill that will get you a job but that is of no interest to you?
I would probably say a skill that would not get me a job. And I just say that because I've been trying to work on having a little bit more me time, and I feel like a skill that can just be fun that I can do. Like, I got a damn acoustic guitar and a piano that I got throughout the damn pandemic, and it still sits there. Like, and I've been trying, but let me tell you, these hands they don't move like that. And I got soft hands, so the guitar don't work like that. So it's a struggle. So I don't know. I would want to find something that I'm really good at that could just be for me that did not give me a job.
Got you. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. All right, we have time for one more?
Probably two more.
Two more? Okay.
Yeah. Two more. All right, then, Corral. Let's go, ma'am.
Let's see here. I'll do a sexy one again.
Another sexy one. Okay. Would you rather receive lingerie or dirty toys as a sexy gift?
So jock straps or
like I was about to say dirty toys. Does that mean like used or like kinky toys?
Well, however it is that you interpret it, I wasn't thinking of that, but
it could be dirty,
not used. But if that's where your mind goes,
ooh, no, that's not where it goes. Kinky. Even though I mean
so the toys,
yeah, the toys, because like yeah. I have enough jock straps and things like that, so I can use a few more toys.
Okay, fair enough. All right, last one. Who's it going to?
All of us.
Okay. This is going to be crazy. Well, not crazy, but it's from the category crazy. Who would you rather write your wedding vows for you? Your mother or your best friend?
Best friend.
My wedding vows for me.
Best friend.
Why?
They just know me, and my mother is just Prudence McPrude of Prudensville. I love her, but it's just not there for the way that I could communicate to my partner. But my best friend, who I spend more time with that partner,
right.
like, you know, on a vacation or whatnot, I just feel would know what I would want to convey to that third partner. Because it'd be my third wedding.
All the way clear.
It'd be my third wedding.
Not Landon having a succession plan.
But yeah, best friend.
Trial and error.
Okay, got you. What about you?
I'm actually really torn because my mom and I are close, where she knows a lot of the ups and downs of my relationship with Fizz. And she also has her own relationship with him and calls him son and stuff like that. But my best friend also knows a lot of those same things as well, but even that much more, including just like how I even came to be with Fizz. Like my best friend knows more about that. And they call each other brothers and bros and stuff like that. So I am really torn. But I'm gonna have to say, for time purposes, it's gonna have to be my best friend because my mom will be late. And so I don't even know if she gonna even deliver the vows on time. So, but
some things, apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
In the family.
So exactly. So I'm gonna have to give it to my best friend.
Apple does not fall far from the tree.
I mean, I wrote mine, but if I was in that situation again,
right. Imagine they didn't write yours.
Yeah, probably best friend. Just because
did you write your own vows? Did you wrote? Okay,
yeah. So yeah, friend.
What about you, Dewan?
Yeah, Dewan.
I would probably say my best friend too.
Yeah.
Or probably that. Yeah. There's just a certain kind of. I think that my mom would do a really good job. She's a writer, so she would do an excellent job. But I think there's a little bit of nuance. I think they have very different kinds of relationships with my partners in the past, and so. Yeah, I would kind of lean on my best friend.
Well, that was fun. I hope you have more questions. We need to do that segment again. But
yes,
you know what? We're one more minute to the end of Pride 48. I think we're the last podcast for this weekend. So hopefully everyone that was tuning in this entire weekend enjoyed the variation of shows that were out there. Hopefully you picked up a few new ones. Hopefully you picked up us. You know, subscribe and download and share and all that good stuff. It was fun to chat with, like, in the chat here too, with everyone. So, again, we're Minority Report, new episodes every Monday. And we end every episode with this same phrase. And also, before I forget, go to minorityReport.com for merch.
TEA.
We have merch out there. Yeah, like you're sipping and spilling tea. We have merch out there. Check it out. This is part of it out there. We have one that we always end each show with saying, wash your hands, wash your legs, wash your ass. And so you'll find that out there, and see you next week. So thank you. Thank you for having us. This was a blast.
Thank you. Bye.
Ciao. Yes. Oh, 5 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
Ciao.
Beyonce.
Yes.
Can you sing one?
No.
Well, we're on the stream, so I was hoping that you could sing a theme. That sounds like Three Blind Mice. Three Blind Mice. Three Blind Mice. Hi, everyone. We don't have a theme song for this.
Well, we do now.
Your original
I'm
audio.
playing one.
Your original audio is not on, which is basically the subtitle for the entire Pride 48 event this year. Has been hey, your original audio is not on. Someone is whispering. What does that mean? Oh, you know what? They're delayed, so you'll hear it in a second. Anyway, thanks everyone for coming to the Pride 48. 14th annual Pride 48 live event. This is what it sounds like when you're trying to speak extemporaneously and also find the window where you wrote some things. I would like to give a very special heartfelt thanks to all the shows that participated this year. But above and beyond that, I would also like to give a very huge thank you to John Ong for providing technical assistance to several different shows and helping them out with things as he does every year. Veritable Virgo, who's in charge of all of our social media accounts, so all of the graphics and things that happened over our Twitter accounts and Instagram, that has all been done by Veritable Virgo. We also have a link tree in case anyone doesn't know all the things that you can get at Pride 48. It's linktree/Pride 48 official. So it's like linktr.ee/Pride48 official. And that has links to all of our different places that we live. And also to the voice of Pride 48, to Auntie Scott, who did the day opening and closing announcements each and every day, as he does every single year. We appreciate that. On top of that, we have mods in the chat room that have helped out over the weekend. Auntie Scott, as I've already mentioned. I'm a librarian, Cyclone, and Taylor, the latte boy, even though he was like somewhat surprised that he was a mod, even though we made him a mod like 2 years ago and we just never took it away. So.
Oh, was that it? I thought he was new.
No. Thanks, everyone.
He was new.
So, thanks to all of you who make this event everything that it is.
And the listeners.
And you, the listener. Yeah, we wouldn't have anything without the listeners. But here's my question to you, Adam Burns. What were your favorite moments this year on Pride 48? Now, I don't know why you're giving me the exhaust. I do this every single year. This is not. This is like not. It's like you're at that corporate event where it's like, oh, I can't believe that you got me a gold watch. It's like this happens every year. You should not be surprised.
Well, I enjoyed finding out that John Ong does not use other people's microphones. Like I was really floored by that, and I also enjoyed finding out how many things. I don't remember her name, but the girl on Shady Small Town Tea could hold in her bra.
Oh.
Yeah, and I was wondering, like, is it under a boob? Is it just in the bra? Like, I mean, she was talking about change getting stuck to her boob and then having a hookup, and then he pulls off her bra and change fell on the floor.
It's like a tip. You know what you could do? You know what you could do, or you, the listener, could do if you have similar questions about some of these shows. Email them, engage with them. That's one of the things that I can tell you for a fact that podcasters love is engagement. We love getting emails. We love getting comments. We love getting all of those things because it means that there's people out there that are actually listening to what we do, and it makes us feel good, and it's super easy to do. So please reach out to your favorite podcast. If you heard some new podcasts this week that you've never heard before, make sure you subscribe to them and see if try them on for size. See if
I have more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I enjoyed Cocktails and Cream Puffs very much. I also enjoyed learning about the various massage, practices of the Foul Monkeys boys. What else? Yeah, that's it. Oh,
okay,
you know what? I enjoyed hearing Little Fatty Cast for the first time.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That was your very first Little Fatty Cast.
It's now my favorite podcast. I'm going to listen to it every day.
There you go. I had a lot of great moments. Many of them I've already talked about, but I've enjoyed listening to Donna Sugars do her dramatic readings of porn. only because I had to stream it, and so I had to listen to it. But I thought she did a good idea. Seder joined her later and did one that had clearly been prepared and also clearly written in 1978. But it was, he really got into it there. I was quite impressed by the number of euphemisms for dick that there were in the one that he was reading. And he said the word one-eyed monster numerous times without cracking up.
My favorite term for dick in all of her hour, or however long she went, was pecker. Because I just never think of that word as a sexual word.
Right.
My
other favorite moments were helping Gayish do their broadcast, and then when they got around to thanking me, I didn't even bother to plug our show. I was like kicking myself later, like going, they have like 30 times more listeners than us, and I didn't even bother to say, oh yeah, you should go to mixminuspodcast.com and check us out. I didn't even think of doing that, Adam. That's how bad we are.
We could buy an ad on their show.
Can we?
Maybe. I mean, they do ads. We could.
Yeah, they do ads.
Pay them a couple of bucks.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Also, another one of my favorite moments that was reminded to me by Auntie Scott in the chat room was files getting deleted from a shared folder that most people know you shouldn't delete files from.
I don't know that that's a thing, but here's the. A shared drive. All right. When we talk about cloud drives, this is tech. No, we don't want to talk about that. You know what? It's fine. It is fine. Yes, we ended up in a case where we lost some of our files, and we had to recover them, but we got them, so we're good.
We got them.
Yeah,
we got them.
Anyway, thanks to everyone. It was a great event this year. Kind of a lower key than usual type event, just because we had far fewer shows than we have in the past. But nonetheless, I enjoyed the entire weekend. So thanks everyone for making it a great event. Next year, as you have already heard, will be our very last year of doing this event. So this is what I wanted to bring up. On the Little Fatty Cast, Fatty had said that we should go back to our roots. And for those of you who don't know, 14 years ago when we started this event, we actually filled 48 hours. That's where the 48 in Pride 48 comes from. It was 48 straight hours of podcasting, of gay podcasting. We didn't know if it was going to work. We didn't know, whatever, and that's why we picked that horrible, horrible name. And even though DeBelle is trying to call it now Pride 45, but anyway, Pride 48. The 48 means 48 hours. So Fatty suggested that we go back to that. Now, the only way that we're going to be able to do that is for you guys, the listeners out there, to go harass some old pod-faded podcasters and get them to go over to Pride 48 and sign up for an account and join our email thing so that we can, so that they'll be reminded when it's time to sign up for this next year. And I'm talking about, voices that we used to hear on Pride 48 all the time that we haven't heard in quite some time. Arthur the Amarins, Turnip Head. Let's see, Maddie from
Adam and Maddie show.
Yeah, Maddie from the
Adam and Maddie show next year.
Waylon and Brad from Foul Monkeys, but then they went off to do their own.
What about Little Aussie Battler podcast?
Little Aussie Battler,
Toppy Smelly, the Smellcast.
Yes, I'm saying all of these that we have. The Blue Jeans guy, Ramble Redhead. All of these shows that used to be on Pride 48 all the time that have pod faded over the years for one reason or another. Let them come back for their one big hurrah. So let them know. VJ Net, who's actually in the chat room now, you have been on Pride 48 before, back in the old days.
VJ Netcast, I believe.
VJ Netcast. He did a block with the occasional fag folks up in New York City. But the point is, there were a whole bunch of It's All About Me podcast. Thank you, No Dan. Seder Sphere, Kyle. Thank you. That's a bit bitter there. What were the other ones? I don't know. If you think of one that I'm sure I'm forgetting, because there's been hundreds of shows over the years. If you're thinking about,
if you go to the pride48.com/shows, all the shows there, most of them have streamed live at some point.
Right. The point is, you're going to need to help us reach out to these folks, and the easiest way to do that is just let them know that it's going to be our final event next year, and that you would love to hear them on it and to go sign up for the newsletter at Pride48 so that they can be informed of when we're going to open that up for sign up, because it's not going to be for quite a while. Anyway,
it's not.
That was that was my suggestion. That's what I wanted to plant in your brains out there for you to do with your head brains, is to figure out how to help us do that. Anything else that we need to do?
No, I think this can be short and sweet. Just thank you all. I don't need anything. I do want to say, actually, there is one other thing.
What? I got one too. Go ahead.
We will, replays will start if you missed anything. So replays will start a few minutes after we end. I have to do some resetting of things, but if you miss the first day and you want to have it on in the background, that's going to start. Also, recordings have already started going up. Most of day one is already there. If you go to the info and schedule page, there will be recordings at the bottom. You can either play them from there or you can download them from there. So, and by the end of the evening, I should have all of the shows on that page.
Dennis and Chris sent a message saying that they won a prize on the Mix Minus podcast, and they're saying that they can keep the money and apply it towards Pride48 because they love Pride48. Yeah, we don't. The costs of running Pride48 year round are infinitesimal, and we have more than enough money to cover that because it's the in-person events that cost money. The streaming, we have plenty of money in our bank account to run Pride48 for years, decades probably. And that was another good thing that I wanted to point out, I guess, before we leave. Pride48 is not going away, just this particular event. If you're a gay podcast and you want to use our streaming server and our chat room, or you want to use your YouTube Live in conjunction with our chat room, it is a place for people to chat and to hear you and do your live streams. It's a free resource that is available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. You just need to check with us and make sure nobody else.
Except for Scotty Little Aussie Battler.
We banned him.
But everyone else.
But it's like you just check with us, and it's like, other than the normal Mix Minus, which happens every Friday night at 10 p.m., I don't think there's another regular show on Pride48, so it's wide open.
There's not.
Yeah, and you're free to use us at any point in time. However, what? Why'd they change their mind? Oh, because I said I didn't need the money.
He wants it. Well, it's actually my money. I mean, it actually comes. Well, it's not my money, but yes, we have a Pride48 bank account. It has money in it. Until we do another in person like New Orleans or Vegas, we have a pretty good cushion in the account to pay for the server. So,
and we'll keep you guys apprised of what the live event. We don't know. We don't know what next year's going to look like. We don't know what the situation is.
I think we should do a cruise.
Okay, and on that note, I feel like it's probably time for us to, point ourselves out the door over there. Adam, an extreme pleasure as always.
Always
24
is.
shows over 3 days, and doing this and live events for more than a decade. Pride48 is truly a vibrant community, a community I'm proud to be a member of. A special thanks again to the participating podcasts, and that's hard to say without popping your peas. Archer Radio, Big Gay Sex Show, Chubbs Gone Wild, Cocktails and Cream Puffs, Ding the Bell, Don't Do Disney, Foul Monkeys, Gayish, Greetings from Nowhere, Little Fatty Cast, Mad Dingo, Minority Report, Mix Minus, Pod is my co-pilot, RuPaul's Drag Race Recap, Satyr Shady Small Town Tea, Shy Life, Swanner and Judd, Tastes Like Burning, The Donna Sugar Show, Three's a Crowd, especially good because I'm in that one, Throwing Down, Yeast Radio. But our biggest thank you goes to you, the listeners and supporters of Pride48. I'm your Auntie Vera Charles, or your Auntie Scott, or Elizabeth Montgomery, whatever. And I'm proud to call Pride48 home, and that's not a joke. See you next year.